Chapter 1356. With the addition of Chiu Lily and Lin Kuei, no matter how advanced the weapons of the Huaxia people were, they were slowly losing the ability to fight back. After getting rid of the Huaxia people, Chiu Lily and the others gathered together. "If you guys want to gather information, please come back to the base with us," Chiu Lily said to Yingyue as she looked at the people from the base. Yingyue smiled and nodded. "Yes, it's okay. We'll go with you." Thus, everyone went to the base. "How was it? Did you guys find the place?" As soon as they got in the car, the three of them were immediately bombarded with questions. "We found the place. It's more than 11,000 kilometers below the surface. There is indeed a very large space. Before we came up, we didn't have a rough estimate of its size," Li Jing replied casually. 10,000 kilometers below. You guys actually went so deep down. Is it dangerous?" Xiao Liqing looked back at Li Jing curiously from the front passenger seat. Li Jing nodded. "The air in that space is filled with poisonous energy. Normal people can't breathe normally, so they need to wear gas masks. However, our leader has a special helper who helped us solve a lot of problems." "Helper?" Xiao Liqing asked in confusion. "Yes." Li Jing didn't say much about it. He just wanted to let him know that there was such a thing. Xiao Liqing also didn't ask much. He only asked about other things. "What kind of space is it?" Li Jing said, "It's a very mysterious space. There are many plants growing underground that we have never seen or thought about. There was a layer of energy mist at the top of the space. Although the entire space was underground, it was covered in a layer of energy mist. Although the entire space is underground, it isn't completely dark. There is also a faint layer of light. Speaking of danger, there is indeed danger everywhere. Half of the plants we saw were aggressive mutated plants. Most of the mutated beasts down there are level 7 or 8, and they are very powerful." After hearing the information from Li Shang and the other two level first kings, everyone had a preliminary understanding of the underground space. After returning to the base, Li Shang and the other two wrote reports and drew all sorts of pictures. Then, they reported what they saw underground to Lin Feng, Wu Qingyue, and the others. "I didn't expect that big cat to go down with Qiao Qiao." When she heard that Qiao Lin had a little helper, Chiu Lily immediately guessed that it was the big cat. "I still don't understand why that big cat would follow her." After hearing Chiu Lily's words, Wu Qingyue, who had come with Tingting and Lingling, suddenly asked in confusion. Everyone present already knew that the big red cat liked to follow Lin Qiao around. Lin Feng thought for a while expressionlessly before suddenly saying, "The main thing is, why did our leader allow it to continue following us? Is it because it has never attacked humans before?" He felt that one of the reasons Lin Qiao had allowed the big cat to follow them was that the big cat from the underground was like a mutant and would not actively attack people. They weren't like the other underground creatures that would attack violently the moment they saw humans. However, Lin Feng believed that this was not the only reason why Lin Qiao asked it to follow him. Could it be that it was prepared for the situation she was in now? Hearing his words, the others exchanged glances with each other. However, they couldn't figure it out even after thinking for a while. As such, they turned their attention back to the underground space. There are actually level 7 and level 8 underworld creatures in this place. What if they suddenly come up one day? If they suddenly come up one day, it would be a huge problem. Looking at the current situation, Lin Feng was most worried that it would be troublesome if they discovered such a situation. That's not the most important thing. Based on the information and attitude given by your leader, according to the information and attitude your leader gave us, she is still investigating why these creatures came out. That means that there must be something even more troublesome than these level 7 and 8 underground beasts, Wu Qingyue said, looking at Lin Feng with a smile. Lin Feng looked at him. Indeed, but we can't rule out the possibility that I mentioned. But why are there so many level 7 and 8 underground creatures, but they haven't come out? Or could it be that they only sent these low-level ones to scout out the situation on the surface? Wu Qingyue looked at Li Zheng and asked, what does she mean by that? Lin Qiao didn't let him say too much about the level 9 creature. Li Zheng thought for a while and said, the leader didn't come to a conclusion, but she suspects that there's an extremely powerful level 9 controlling that space apart from these level 7 and 8 underground creatures. Wu Qingyue and the others turned to look at each other. Level 9. Is there really such a thing? Since there were so many level 8 beasts, it was normal for one of them to break through to level 9. However, after thinking about the characteristics of the underworld creatures, this level 9 creature should be unimaginably powerful. Li Zheng said, she's just suspecting. Before she can confirm its existence, she doesn't intend to let everyone know too much. But she also wants to remind everyone that it's best to be mentally prepared. Perhaps when the next batch comes out, the information will be more detailed. Lin Feng said, Huaxia didn't get the information they wanted this time. I reckon they'll definitely increase their forces to guard that place next time. Especially when our people came out, but their people are nowhere to be seen. Sikong Chen will definitely want to know what happened to his people down there. Then he'll know that his plan failed again. Seems like Sikong Chen is going to be very angry, Wu Qingyue said with a smile. Lin Feng asked him, is there any progress on Huaxia's side? Wu Qingyue shook his head, I don't know what his big moves are, but only some small ones. Lin Feng nodded, recently, the underground creatures in various regions seem to be gathering together. I feel like something is going to happen. Elmar, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, could it be related to the situation underground again? Perhaps, but the main thing now is to find out what they are gathering together for, Wu Qingyue said. I hope the people we send over can bring back some useful information, Elmar said with a sigh. She felt that there were too many things going on recently. After dealing with the annoying fellows in Huaxia, she received news that the underground creatures in various regions were gathering on a large scale. She didn't know what was going on. Chapter 1357. At this time, the underground beasts in various areas were gathering, and several types of underground creatures were biting and devouring each other. In fact, these underground beasts generally had a large appetite, and it wasn't just the level 9 beast in the underground space that had a large appetite. The low-level ones on the surface could also eat a lot of food and energy. At this time, they were all attacking each other like crazy because they were of different species. They only attacked other species, either biting each other to death or being bitten to death. And the strange thing was that they would only bite their prey to death, and the other beasts would not come over to attack them. At the edge of the chaotic battlefield stood a powerful level 7 to 8 subterranean exotic beast. They each guarded one side, quietly watching the group of underground beasts fighting in front of them. There were also their own kind among them. But they were not moved, and all of them stared quietly at that place, observing. The underground beasts of the same level were all biting each other, and after biting their opponents to death, they immediately tore each other's flesh on the spot and ate all of it. After eating the leftovers, they immediately began to look for the next beast that had no opponents and began to attack each other. They didn't have any abilities, although they relied on brute force to attack. But their flesh and blood were full of energy, and there was also an energy core in their brains. After killing their opponents, these underground beasts would immediately dig out their opponents' energy cores and swallow them, then start to eat their flesh. All these underground creatures did the same thing, kill their opponents, eat them, then continue to find opponents to kill and eat. This was a scene of mutual killing. A kilometer away, a group of people were hiding and observing the situation with long-range binoculars. After seeing the large area filled with killing each other, they couldn't help but reveal puzzled expressions. What's going on? Are they killing each other? Qian Xiaoai held the binoculars and observed for a while, then continued to observe while asking. Li Yueshan, who came with Haiqing, stood next to him and also held the binoculars in his hand. He said thoughtfully, I feel like they are advancing. Look at those that have eaten their opponents. Their auras are rapidly strengthening. It was no wonder that these underground creatures had eaten a lot of things on the surface. Whether it was the energy cores of humans, mutated beasts, or mutated plants, there had been no signs of evolution. So they need to eat their own kind. Qian Xiaoai put down the binoculars and turned to look at him. Is that so? You actually managed to observe their advancement? Li Yueshan nodded. Yes, we have done a special investigation and a long-term follow-up investigation. Although these things have been eating, they have not shown any signs of advancement. Qian Xiaoai raised her hand and touched her bald head, revealing a thoughtful expression. After thinking for a while, she said, if it's really like what you've observed, then are they gathering together now to level up? In order to level up, we have to absorb the energy of the same kind that came out from underground. This method of leveling up is a little too... He paused for a moment. Is it cruel? It was a little, but if that was the only way, then there was really no other way. After all, their existence doesn't conform to the laws of nature. Li Yueshan continued his words. In addition to the two of them, there were some other people standing beside them. This time, it was not only the representatives of the base who had come to observe the abnormal situation of the underground creatures. Several members of the corpse hunting group had also come to collect information. The March corpse hunting group was led by Luo Yuanjun. He was a curious person, so he was in charge of collecting information in the group. As a corpse hunting group that had a close cooperation with the base, Luo Yuanjun did not avoid the people of the base. He even formed a team with them. At this time, he stood beside Qian Xiaoai and observed the situation in front of them. After hearing the conversation between Qian Xiaoai and Li Yueshan, he also revealed a look of understanding. However, what was the purpose of those high-grade subterranean exotic beasts guarding the surroundings? They were all guarding the periphery of the promotion field. What did they want? Because the scale of the underground creatures gathering here was very large. There were at least 100,000 underground creatures gathered here. In order to level up as soon as possible, the high-level creatures would fight with those of the same level. It would be a waste of time if they fought with those of a lower level. However, it would take a lot of strength to kill an opponent of the same level as them. Right at this moment, a victor finally emerged from the first batch of level 6 exotic beasts that were fighting. An underground exotic beast covered in wounds stood in front of another dead level 6 underground exotic beast, raising its head high. It was a top-tier level 6 exotic beast that was about to advance into level 7. After biting its opponent to death, it raised its head and opened its bloody mouth, letting out a loud roar. Then, it lowered its head and started devouring its opponent's flesh and blood. Like all the other underground beasts, it had a huge appetite and ate very quickly. Even if the surrounding subterranean beasts passed by it, they wouldn't attack it. After this level 6 exotic beast quickly finished eating its opponent's corpse, it even chewed up the bones and swallowed them. After it finished eating, it suddenly bent its limbs, lowered its body, and lowered its head. It straightened its neck and let out a low roar. Roar, look, that one looks like it's about to advance. Luo Yuanjun was the first to notice the situation of the level 6 underground beast. He immediately spoke up subconsciously. After taking a closer look, the strongest of the underground beasts that were fighting each other were no higher than level 6. The level 7 exotic beasts were standing at the edge of the battlefield, watching them silently. Hearing Luo Yuanjun's words, the others looked over curiously. Where is it? Luo Yuanjun said, "The west side." Then, everyone turned their gazes in that direction and started searching. As expected, it didn't take long before they saw a level 6 underground beast that was behaving strangely. The exotic beast was lowering its body, baring its fangs and roaring in a low voice. After roaring for a while, it started trembling all over, and the trembling became more and more intense. A wave of energy was emitted from its body, spreading around it. The surrounding underworld creatures were forced to retreat. The surrounding underground beasts were forced to scatter. After pulling away to a certain distance, they started fighting again. The situation of this level 6 underground beast immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding high-level underground beasts. Chapter 1358. The level 8 and 7 subterranean exotic beasts on the outskirts were all staring at the mutated level 6 subterranean exotic beast. At the same time, their auras were also undergoing minute changes. If they were said to be calm and there weren't any abnormalities earlier, they were now retracting their auras and concealing themselves. If ordinary beasts or humans purposely retracted their auras and hid their existence, they were either preparing to hunt or preparing to do something else. However, they didn't make a move immediately. It seemed like they were waiting for something. The other high-grade subterranean exotic beasts are retracting their auras. They are preparing to make a move. The spectators from afar also noticed the changes in the high-grade exotic beasts. But they seem to be waiting for an opportunity. What are they waiting for? Are they waiting for the result of the advancing level 6 exotic beasts advancement? Perhaps that's the case. Perhaps there's something else going on. Everyone started guessing the various possibilities regarding this situation. While the humans at the base were observing the situation, the high-grade subterranean exotic beasts were watching the exotic beasts slaughtering each other, seemingly waiting for an opportunity to appear. Qian Xiaoai and the others vaguely felt that there wouldn't be any sudden development so soon, but they were sure something special would appear later on. Sure enough, they waited for 3 to 4 days. Before the first subterranean exotic beast succeeded in advancing to level 6, other exotic beasts appeared. Their levels varied, ranging from level 6 to level 3 or 4, and so on. The high-grade subterranean exotic beasts were finally no longer watching quietly from the sidelines, because they were starting to take action. For example, a level 4 subterranean exotic beast was in the process of advancing, and a level 5 subterranean exotic beast suddenly appeared from the side to attack it. At that moment, one of the level 7 and 8 exotic beasts watching from the outskirts suddenly leaped down, instantly pouncing at the level 5 subterranean exotic beast that was preparing to ambush it. The moment the level 5 exotic beast made its move, it attracted the attention of the other high-grade subterranean exotic beasts. As such, with a difference of 2 levels, the speed, strength, and precise reactions of a level 7 subterranean exotic beast were much stronger than a level 5 subterranean exotic beast. Before the level 5 ambush could succeed, the high-tier subterranean exotic beast pounced on him and pressed him under its claws, biting him to death before he could react. Just like that, the level 7 subterranean exotic beast that was bitten to death didn't eat it. Instead, it left it there and turned to leave. Very soon, this level 5 subterranean exotic beast would be picked up by the other exotic beasts that had no opponents yet and eaten it. From this, it could be seen that the high-grade subterranean exotic beasts seemed to be doing their job of maintaining order. Of course, they probably didn't just come here for this. There might be other things. While the humans were guessing the intentions of the high-level underworld creatures, a level advancement creature finally appeared. That piece of land was already covered in desolation and had been destroyed to the point of being in a complete mess. The thick smell of blood permeated the air, and the roars of the beasts were still noisy and crisscrossed. The one that had advanced wasn't the first level 6 subterranean exotic beast, but a level 5. It successfully advanced to level 6. Its aura suddenly grew stronger, and its body began to stretch and grow larger amidst a wave of cracking sounds. Soon, it entered the ranks of the level 6 subterranean exotic beasts. However, it didn't continue to join in the slaughter. Instead, it turned around and quickly left the area. The high-grade exotic beasts didn't stop it either, and left with it. However, after the other level 5 subterranean exotic beast failed to advance, its aura turned chaotic, and it couldn't control itself. Following that, the energy in its body began to contract and expand, contracting and expanding. This meant that its advancement had failed. What would happen next was an energy explosion, followed by death. The energy explosion wouldn't blow up their entire bodies, but it would deform them a little. After this level 5 subterranean exotic beast failed to advance, the surrounding level 5 and 6 subterranean exotic beasts that had been waiting for an opportunity immediately rushed up. Another round of chaos couldn't be avoided, no matter who came first. However, such a situation was allowed. The high-grade subterranean exotic beasts wouldn't appear to stop them. However, when a level 6 subterranean creature failed to advance, the surrounding subterranean creatures didn't dare to rush up to snatch it. In any case, they wouldn't be able to snatch it even if they rushed up, because there would be a level 7 subterranean exotic beast faster than them. The surrounding level 7 subterranean exotic beasts seemed to be waiting for this moment, while the level 8 subterranean exotic beasts didn't make a move. However, there weren't many level 8 subterranean exotic beasts here, only a tenth of the level 7 subterranean exotic beasts. The level 6 subterranean exotic beasts that successfully advanced to level 7 didn't leave like the level 5 subterranean exotic beasts that advanced to level 6. They would flash to the edge of the battlefield and continue watching. Doesn't that mean they can only advance to level 7 at most? Don't these level 7 subterranean exotic beasts advance using the same method as the others? Luo Yuanjun asked doubtfully after watching for a few days. Maybe level 7 is a special level, and it'll change to another method to advance. But this method is definitely the same as killing each other. After all, even if they eat a level 7 or 8 mutated beast on the surface, they won't advance, Li Yueshan said from the side. Is this considered internal consumption? I thought these things had no natural enemies and would continue wreaking havoc on Earth's surface like this. In less than 10 years, the entire Earth will become a dead planet. Qian Xiao Ai said with some emotion. Although their base and Haiqing had recently been researching a type of herb that was very effective against these subterranean creatures, with the number of these darn things, even if humans had an effective herb against them, it would take decades to eliminate all of them. After a few decades, who knew how many mutated plants, mutated beasts, zombies, and so on would be left on Earth? After considering the future of the entire Earth, the appearance of these things was even more terrifying than the zombies that not only ate humans, but also their own kind. After all, zombies only ate humans, they wouldn't eat plants. If even plants were gone, then the various food chains on Earth would only enter a broken state. If this continued for a long time, wouldn't Earth really be finished? Chapter 1359. Even in the apocalypse, the laws of nature haven't changed. Li Yueshan nodded. I wonder when this promotion battle will end, Luo Yuanjun muttered to himself as he picked up his binoculars and began observing the battlefield through his binoculars. After a few days of killing, some of them managed to level up after eating the flesh of several underground exotic beasts. Some of them killed others and were bitten to death by others. There were also some who were lucky enough to level up after eating just one. Therefore, the number of subterranean exotic beasts had obviously decreased by more than half. Some of them died while the ones that failed to advance also died. Only those that succeeded were able to leave. The remaining ones continued to kill, either dying or advancing. With such a method of death, there wouldn't be many left alive. Aren't they afraid that their own kind will become fewer and fewer and become extinct? Qian Xiao AI couldn't help but ask. Their reproduction speed isn't considered slow. In fact, it's considered very fast. It's just that their level is relatively slow. Also, look, the lowest level here is only level 3. There aren't any that are below level 3. Therefore, these subterranean exotic beasts are still holding back. Li Yushan answered Qian Xiao AI's question. Qian Xiao AI nodded. If that's the case, they are indeed holding back a way out. Li Yushan said, we should also send the news back. But no matter what, this situation is considered good news for us. At least with them gathered together, we might be able to catch them all in one fell swoop. Then, they sent people back to the base with the information they had seen in the past few days. After reading the information, Lin Feng, Wu Qingyue, and the others revealed complicated expressions. Although their advancement method is very costly, it's very efficient. Moreover, their level is getting higher and higher. There are already so many level 8 exotic beasts here, and there are still a bunch of level 8 exotic beasts underground. If one or two of these level 8 exotic beasts attack our base, we won't be able to defend at all. Lin Feng frowned slightly and thought for a while before sighing. The others also nodded in agreement with slightly gloomy faces. I just don't know how often this kind of advancement scene will happen. Chen Yuding stared at the information and said. Just as they were having a meeting in the conference room, there was a sudden rush of footsteps outside the door. Li Zheng took a piece of paper and walked to the door. He looked at the leaders in the room and knocked lightly on the door. An urgent report from Huaxia. Everyone immediately turned to look at him. Urgent report. Lin Feng's expression turned serious. That's right. Otherwise, Li Zheng wouldn't have knocked on the door while the meeting was still in progress. What's going on? What did China do? Wu Qingyue asked. Li Zheng walked in with the information in his hands. As he walked, he said, he blew up the nearest gathering point of the underground beasts from Huaxia with a missile. Not only that, this missile contains a special substance, causing the subterranean exotic beasts around it to all die. He's dead. Everyone immediately showed a surprised expression. Even missiles wouldn't be able to kill them all so easily. Moreover, there were also level 7 and 8 subterranean beasts nearby. They definitely wouldn't die. Just their defense alone was already very strong. Even if the missiles could kill them, they would only be able to kill the low-level ones that were closest to the explosion zone. Those at level 5 and above would probably be fine. But Li Zheng said that they were all dead. And there was another important factor. There was a special substance in the missile. Li Zheng nodded with a serious expression and said, I've confirmed it again and again. Other than the higher level ones at the periphery that ran away, the ones in the center are all dead. It doesn't seem like they were killed by the explosion. It seems like they were poisoned to death. That's because after the missile exploded, a substance in the form of a mist was released. Back then, Huaxia fired dozens of these missiles and blew up the entire group of exotic beasts. Dozens of missiles. Huaxia already had a way to deal with these subterranean creatures, but they still had to gather all the bases to discuss it. It seems like Xikong Chen had planned this. The smile on Wu Qingyue's face disappeared. He narrowed his eyes expressionlessly. They had already created dozens of missiles. It was obvious that they had a research plan a long time ago. In the end, they still gathered the leaders of all the bases in the name of dealing with the subterranean creatures. Xikong Chen's motive for doing this was definitely not simple. The other party had hidden this secret very well. They had never heard anything about it before. Now that they had suddenly released it, Huaxia was indeed starting to expose their ambitions. I think he must have done something secretly when he gathered the leaders of all the bases to Huaxia. However, when Qing Shan suggested going underground, he must have guessed that either you or our leader would go down, so he changed the plan. That's why they changed the proposal, Lin Feng said with a straight face. Even if Sikong Qin changed the plan, he still hadn't stopped his actions. Who would have thought that they would suddenly make such a big move now? What does he mean by revealing his trump card now? Elmar and the others, who had been listening at the side, asked in puzzlement. Wu Qingyue said, the underworld creatures are the most dangerous. Since they have such an effective weapon, they should be able to deal with them. Since they have such an effective weapon, the survival of mankind will be in their hands again. When that time comes, we only have two choices. When facing those creatures, should we deal with them ourselves or choose to use their weapons? As soon as he said this, everyone understood. If they dealt with them themselves, they wouldn't have such an effective weapon. They would only suffer heavy losses. If they wanted to use their weapons, the condition would be for them to do it. They had to agree to whatever the other party wanted. Moreover, the timing was very good. It was when the subterranean creatures were gathering. Killing a large number of them at once would not only be obvious, but it would also shock others. Elmar's delicate face darkened when she heard that. Does Sikong Qin really think that they are the only ones who can deal with these subterranean creatures? But speaking of which, they actually found something to deal with those subterranean creatures. Do you know what it is? Li Zheng shook his head. Although we have collected some of this substance and handed it over to Ling Xuantong's research center for them to research, we didn't know what it was. As for what it is, it depends on the research center's progress. But I still feel that Huaxia discovered this too early. These subterranean creatures haven't been around for a long time, but we don't know when they started creating missiles. Chapter 1360. With this kind of weapon, they want all the bases to submit to them. Only by submitting to them can they obtain their protection. Wu Qingyue's lips curled into a smile, but there wasn't a trace of a smile in his eyes. I don't think it's that simple. Since they only want all the bases to submit to them, they could have revealed it earlier. There's no need to wait until now. Lin Kuei, who was relatively quiet, spoke up. Everyone looked at him. Wu Qingyue and Lin Feng lowered their eyes slightly, revealing a thoughtful expression. Qiu Lily stood by the window and looked back at them in confusion. What else does he want to do? The others looked at each other, unable to guess what Sikong Qin wanted to do. Lin Qiao, who was in the underground space, watched the level 9 subterranean exotic beast return to its nest. She then left quietly and circled back to the spatial entrance. Duan and the others waited for the commotion caused by the level 9 exotic beast to gradually calm down from the cave entrance, before they all heaved a sigh of relief. After the level 9 exotic beast's torment, the underground space became even quieter. After Lin Qiao returned successfully, she saw that everyone was present and said, it went back to rest after eating its fill. But with its appetite, it's a miracle that it hasn't gone extinct in this underground space. The others didn't go near because the level 9 exotic beast's aura was too strong. They weren't too clear about its hunting from afar. When they saw Lin Qiao return, they all looked at her curiously and expectantly. How much did it eat this time? Lin Qiao replied, 12, all of them level 8. After it finished eating, it caught another one and brought it back to its nest for a sumptuous meal. When everyone heard this, they all revealed a shocked expression. 12 of them, and all of them were level 8. Level 8 exotic beasts were so rare on the surface. Why were they so worthless in this underground space? Lin Qiao was right. It ate so much in one meal. How long does it need to eat? Hasn't it finished yet? It really can eat. It's exactly the same as the ones above. What should we do next? Continue to keep an eye on it. Kong Qingming sighed and asked Lin Qiao. Their mission was to scout out the situation, even though their main mission was to figure out why the underworld creatures had appeared. Now that they had come down and found the nest of those things, they also had a preliminary answer to the appearance of those things on the surface. The answer was naturally that those on the ground had been driven out by this rank 9 fellow. However, it was still unclear why this level 9 exotic beast was chasing those low-level exotic beasts away. But it seemed that they wouldn't know the answer in a short period of time, unless they stayed here to observe it for a long time. Lin Qiao thought about it. It was fine for her to continue staying here. However, this level 9 exotic beast obviously wouldn't climb to the surface so quickly. So, if she stayed behind, it would surely take a long time. However, she couldn't spend all her time here since she had already figured out the situation here. In that case, he'd let the others stay behind and observe from afar. As long as they didn't get too close to the level 9 exotic beast, it wouldn't take a fancy to them. Xie Dong, I'll leave the 2 End Division's men behind for you. You guys continue observing this level 9 exotic beast from afar and see when it will come out to hunt again. I'll bring the others back to the surface first. You guys act according to the situation. If it's safe, continue to observe. If it's not safe, quickly retreat. Lin Qiao looked at Xie Dong and ordered. The zombies she brought from the second base's army also had wind element zombies. There were 1 and 2 others following Xie Dong. If she asked them to fly up with just 1 person, they should be able to do it. Therefore, Lin Qiao didn't plan to leave too many people behind. She only left Xie Dong, who was a level 7 and level 2 king, and 4 level 1 kings. Xie Dong's wind element subordinate was only a level 5 king. Yes. Xie Dong and the other members of the zombie army that Lin Qiao pointed out nodded and responded. What are your plans? She looked at Qingshan Base's Lei Cheng and Ocean City's Kong Qingming and the others. Lei Cheng and Kong Qingming looked at each other. Let's go back and report the situation first. We'll wait for the higher-ups to decide. Kong Qingming frowned and said. Lei Cheng glanced at him, then turned to Lin Qiao and nodded, me too. Lin Qiao glanced at the 2 of them and said, okay, since you guys want to go up, it's not good to leave too many people here. Xie Dong and the others should stay behind and observe that fellow's movements. Anyway, if that level 9 big guy came out to hunt again, it wouldn't be small. Therefore, as long as they observed from afar, they would be able to know the general situation. If they didn't get close, with Xie Dong and the other status as zombies, their lives wouldn't be in danger. Lin Qiao looked back at the direction of the level 9 beast, then threw everyone except Xie Dong and the others into the space. Then she walked out of the cave and shouted, come out, it's time to go back. Arf woof, a dog's bark came from the forest in front of them. Then, they heard a whistling sound in the air. Er Wang, Dahe, and the others also came out and ran in front of Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao threw the 3 of them into the space one by one, then looked left and right, but didn't see De Hong. After looking for a while, Lin Qiao didn't see De Hong's figure, so she didn't care about it. This guy always came and went without a trace, so she couldn't see it now. Maybe it would follow them in a while. Lin Qiao didn't care about it anymore. She brought the others back to the cave they came from. In the space, Yuan Tianqing saw a large group of people being sent into the space by Lin Qiao. He couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? What's the situation now? He had seen Lin Qiao's strange situation before, but he knew it wasn't the time to ask about it. He saw that Lin Qiao recovered on her own, but he still had to ask her what was going on when he went back. We've seen the general situation. Now we need to go back and report the situation to the higher-ups, then wait for the higher-ups' decision. But we still left some people here to continue observing. Kong Qingming explained to him. Yuan Tianqing nodded and didn't say anything else. After Lin Xiao went up, it didn't take long for a red figure to rush over. It jumped up and also jumped out. Lin Xiao felt that not only did she have to deal with these underground creatures, but she also had to deal with the people in the Huaxia base as soon as possible. Before the problem with her body flared up, she had to get rid of the biggest threat in Huaxia. This way, even if something happened to her and she temporarily left the base, Lin Feng would still be able to deal with other things. Even if Lin Feng couldn't deal with it, Wu Qingyue wouldn't just watch from the side. Chapter 1361. When Lin Xiao brought his people back to the surface, Xikong Chen from Huaxia once again went to the secret research base outside the base. The group of people that came up this time ran back, but there's no news from our people at all. We don't know what's going on with your daughter, but I think if she's really like what you said, it must have something to do with that woman at the universal base. Xikong Chen sat on the sofa in Professor Bai's office, leaned against the back of the sofa, and looked up at Professor Bai. Professor Bai's face was full of wrinkles, and now he seemed to be a little older than before. His back was also a little more stiff, and his entire aura seemed to have quietened down. Hearing Xikong Chen's words, he sat motionlessly at the desk. He silently looked at Xia Longyun's photo on the table in front of him, and didn't make a sound. Xikong Chen looked at him and also became silent. After a moment of silence, Professor Bai finally said with his face down, "You seem to be doing things less and less like before. What's going on?" As soon as he said this, Xikong Chen's eyes darkened. His expression also darkened, and he immediately replied, "Professor Bai, don't you know my ability? It's just that the universal base is really difficult to deal with now, and it's not because of me. I'm already thinking of a way, and I'll definitely figure out their background before our operation really starts. Trust me." In the end, he sat up straight and looked at Professor Bai with a firm gaze. Professor Bai didn't look at him, and still looked at the photo on the table without moving. A few seconds after Xikong Chen finished speaking, he said indifferently, "It's because I believe in your ability that I'm working with you. If your ability isn't as good as before, it's not a good thing for me. At least, I'm not going to change partners at this time." Xikong Chen looked at him seriously, "Don't worry, I won't give you the chance to change partners." At this time, in the Universal Base, outside the office of the medical center's director, Qing Wangxue walked over with Lin Xiaolu carrying a lunch box. At the same time, a female nurse walked over from the other side. When she saw Qing Wangxue, she immediately showed a happy expression. "Sai, sister-in-law Qing is here to deliver food to brother again. You have to quickly find a wife for our director, so that she can deliver food. Don't you think it's too tiring to always trouble you?" The female nurse approached Qing Wangxue and joked with her. Lin Hao was indeed very troublesome. He was a bachelor and had no time to cook. It was impossible for him to have time to cook even if he stayed in the medical center all day. Often, he would go to Lin Feng's place to have a meal when he got off work. If he didn't get off work, he would starve. When they were busy until late at night, they would skip eating until the next day. In any case, the bodies of adepts were much better than those of ordinary people. Even if they did not eat, the energy in their bodies would be self-sufficient to supply some of the nutrients they needed. Of course, he couldn't go without food for a long time. Not only would his digestive system crash, but his mouth would also become bland. Although energy could provide some nutrients to the body, the feeling of hunger could not disappear. This was also very torturous. So sometimes, for the sake of their families, Qing Wangxue and Lin Wenwen would take turns to deliver food to Lin Hao. Hearing the nurse's words, Qing Wangxue only laughed heartily. "No, it's not hard at all. But you're right, we really need to find a wife for Lin Hao. It's just that he didn't take a fancy to one himself. We are also very anxious. This nurse was Lin Hao's assistant. She would often see Qing Wangxue and Lin Wenwen come over, so she became familiar with them. The female nurse, Lu Meiqing, held a few medical documents in her hand while opening the door to Lin Hao's office. She pushed it open and let Qing Wangxue enter first while she stood by the side. After the two of them entered, Lu Meiqing followed them in. There was no one in the office. When Qing Wangxue saw this, she said, "Is he busy again?" After Qing Wangxue brought Lin Xiaolu in, she placed the lunchbox in her hand directly on Lin Hao's desk. Lin Xiaolu obediently walked to the chair on the side and sat down. Lu Meiqing also placed the documents in her hand on other places on Lin Hao's desk and helped to tidy up Lin Hao's desk. While tidying up, she smiled and replied, "Yes, he is examining the patient. I'm afraid he will only be back a little later. Are you going to wait for him to eat before going back? Or are you going to put the food in?" Qing Wangxue smiled at her and said, "I don't have time to wait for him. I still have to go back. Just leave the food here. When he comes back from work and sees it, he will naturally eat it himself. Anyway, he will know that I brought it." Lu Meiqing nodded. "That's true." After saying that, she secretly glanced at the food for Lin Hao and then asked Qing Wangxue without batting an eyelid, "You have been quite busy recently. 2 days ago, it was Miss Wenwen who came to deliver food to the director, right?" Qing Wangxue smiled and nodded at her. "Indeed, a little. You guys have been delivering food to the director all the time. It has become a habit for him. Aren't you afraid that he will stay here and not go home?" After Lu Meiqing finished tidying up Lin Hao's desk, she stopped what she was doing and pretended to ask her casually. Qing Wangxue gently shook her head. "That won't happen. He is a person who knows his limits. He will still go back when it is time." Lu Meiqing's eyes darkened when she heard what she said. She quickly turned her head to hide her eyes, afraid that Qing Wangxue would see it. Because she didn't get the information she wanted to know, she continued to say unwillingly, "Our director is a workaholic. When he goes home, he brings a pile of materials back to read." She said this because she didn't know whether Lin Hao would bring the materials home or not. That was why she said this, wanting to continue to get information from Qing Wangxue. Although she was Lin Hao's assistant, there were still many things that Lin Hao didn't tell her. Even if she came here herself and searched, she also didn't find it. Of course, she didn't dare to get information from Lin Hao, but she had some confidence in getting information from Qing Wangxue. She just didn't expect that Qing Wangxue was not as easy to deal with as she thought. Qing Wangxue smiled and said, "I'm not sure about that. Well, the food has been delivered. We will go back first. Xiaolu, let's go." Lin Xiaolu immediately turned her head to look at her, then stood up from the chair and walked towards her mother. However, when she raised her hand to hold Qing Wangxue's hand, she casually glanced at Lu Meiqing. There was a hint of indecipherable meaning flashing in those pure eyes. Lu Meiqing didn't notice Lin Xiaolu's gaze. Seeing that Qing Wangxue said that she was leaving, in order not to arouse suspicion, she quickly said that it was time to go out. Chapter 1362. After leaving Lin Hao's office, Qing Wangxue and Lu Meiqing went their separate ways. When they separated, Lin Xiaolu, who was led by Qing Wangxue, finally turned her head back and looked at Lu Meiqing. Then she turned back and looked up at Qing Wangxue. "Mom, that person is a bad person." Lin Xiaolu raised her chin and suddenly said to Qing Wangxue. Qing Wangxue stopped and looked down at her daughter. She asked in confusion, "Why do you say that?" She knew that Lin Xiaolu said this for a reason, so Qing Wangxue didn't doubt her daughter's words. She knew her daughter best, and Lin Xiaolu's ability was like a heart detector. She either wouldn't say it, or she wouldn't lie to her. Lin Xiaolu said, she just wanted to know Aunt's secret, but she didn't want you all to know. Cheng Wangshue's expression immediately sank. She looked around, then pulled her daughter to the corner, squatted down, and asked Lin Xiaolu, Xiaolu, is what you said true? Did that nurse want to know your aunt's secret? What else do you know? Lin Xiaolu showed a thoughtful expression, then slowly said, she wanted to tell Aunt's secret to others, and then let people bring the news out of our base. After Qing Wangshue heard her daughter's words, she turned her face to the side slightly, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Then she calmed down and continued to ask Lin Xiaolu, you mean she also wanted to tell your aunt's secret to other people in the base? This meant that the female nurse had many accomplices still lurking in the base. Lin Xiaolu nodded to her, yes, she also has a partner. Qing Wangshue stood up and gently patted her head. All right, Mom knows. Let's go back, I will tell your uncle. Lin Xiaolu nodded, okay. The two left. Qing Wangshue's expression was as usual. But her eyes were much more dignified, and at the same time, there was a flash of light. Very good, when they were trying their best to guard against the outside. As expected, there were people in the base who wanted to betray and stab them in the back. After leaving the medical center, Qing Wangshue did not immediately take Lin Xiaolu to the base government office building to find Lin Feng. She followed her usual routine and went home first, waiting for Lin Feng to come back. She didn't go to Lin Feng's office to tell him about this because she didn't want to arouse the suspicion of the people lurking in the base. After all, she usually wouldn't go to the office building at this time. Since they were already keeping an eye on Lin Hao, they would definitely keep an eye on her, Lin Wenwen, and the others. Therefore, if she went to look for Lin Feng at this time, the person who was watching her might guess something and alert the enemy. Although he didn't know if someone was really watching him, there was nothing wrong with being vigilant. Moreover, Qing Wangshue wasn't worried that the nurse would be able to immediately find any clues or information from Lin Hao within these few hours. He didn't know when she started searching for information around Lin Hao. Did she start from the beginning, or did she just start recently? But since she hadn't found what she wanted until now, she definitely wouldn't be able to find it in such a short period of time. In the evening, when Lin Feng finished his work and came back, he couldn't help but feel a little strange when he saw his wife, who was usually lying in bed at this time, sitting in the living room. And, waiting for me. She definitely wouldn't sit in the living room all the time if there was nothing, so she must be waiting for him. Qing Wangshue stood up and waited for him to close the door before walking in. Then she said to him, when I brought Xiaolu to deliver food to Lin Hao today, Xiaolu said that the assistant nurse next to him was a spy and wanted to find out the secret of our leader from Lin Hao. Then she spread it to other bases. I guess she wanted to spread it to Huaxia. She should have a lot of companions. When Lin Feng heard this, he stopped in his tracks. He looked at Qing Wangshue blankly and then became serious. Are you sure? Qing Wangshue glared at him and said to him, you don't believe what your daughter said? Lin Feng walked to the sofa and sat down, tell me what's going on. Qing Wangshue sat on the single sofa and said to him, when I went to Lin Hao's office today, that female nurse also happened to appear. She went into the office with me and casually chatted with me. However, she didn't say much, and quickly left Lin Hao's office with me. But after we came out, Xiaolu told me that what the female nurse said and what she was thinking didn't match. She seemed to be casually chatting with me, but in her heart, she was trying to trick me to find out where Lin Hao kept the leader's information. No wonder the nurse said that Lin Hao would take the information home after work. Actually, she didn't know if Lin Hao would take the information home, so she said that to test me. If I said yes or no, then it would be equivalent to giving her an answer. Luckily, what she said was a bit vague. Hearing that, Lin Feng's face also darkened. He said, "Is she still testing you?" The other party actually needed to test Lin Hao's information from other people. That meant that even if she was by Lin Hao's side, Lin Hao didn't believe her, so she couldn't get any useful clues from Lin Hao. It looked like her undercover work didn't have any progress. And seeing that she changed her method of finding information, it should be because the person behind her was anxious and wanted her to get clues as soon as possible. It looked like Huaxia had already made a move on many aspects, and the other party was probably going to make some big moves in the near future. After all, she had already used the weapons to deal with the underground creatures. She was indeed testing me. I didn't miss anything. How are you going to deal with this? Tell Lin Hao first. Qing Wangxue looked at her and asked. Lin Feng frowned and thought for a bit, then said, "Of course I have to tell Lin Hao about this. As for how to deal with it, don't beat the grass and scare the snake. I want to find out the group behind her." Qing Wangxue asked, "But Lin Hao hasn't come back these few days. How are we going to inform him? The next time we deliver food to him?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "Just send the information like usual. I'll send someone to secretly keep an eye on the female nurse." "Okay, don't worry about other things, leave it to me." Qing Wangxue nodded to show that she understood. "Okay, I understand." Chapter 1363. The next day, when Lin Hao returned to the office at noon, Lu Meiqing followed him in. Sister-in-law Qing is here to deliver food to the director again." As soon as she entered, she saw Qing Wangxue standing in front of Lin Hao's desk. There was another lunch box on the table. It was probably a new lunch for Lin Hao. Lin Hao nodded when he saw Qing Wangxue and casually greeted, "Sister-in-law." Then, he looked around and asked, "Huh? You didn't bring Xiaolu today? She must have brought her last night." Qing Wangxue turned to see the two of them come in, then retreated to the side to clean up Lin Hao's lunchbox. As she cleaned up, she replied with a smile, "No, she went to play with her friends today. That's why I didn't bring her." Lin Xiaolu's friends were naturally Tong Tong, Lingling, and Tingting. Lin Hao just remembered that Lingling and Tingting were in High City a few days ago. He hadn't seen Xiaolu for a while. Now that Wu Qingyue brought the two kids over, she naturally had to go play with them. "Oh, I see." Qing Wangxue smiled and nodded at Lu Meiqing. "Okay, I just got here. If you're not busy now, you can eat while it's hot. I'll go back first." As she spoke, she pushed the lunchbox she had just brought closer to its position. Lin Hao sat in his seat and nodded. He placed the things in his hands on the side of the table and said, "Okay, I got it." Qing Wangxue took the lunchbox and left. Qing Wangxue took the lunchbox he had eaten and left the place. "Director, you should at least go back and eat by yourself. Why do you always have to let your family bring it over?" Lu Meiqing was still holding the documents in her hand. When she walked towards the filing cabinet, she casually said to Lin Hao. Lin Hao shrugged and reached out to pull the lunchbox that Qing Wangxue had just brought to him. As he opened it, he said, "Do you think I have time? It's so troublesome to come back immediately after going back for a meal. Actually, I already told them that it's okay to eat at the cafeteria, but they just want to bring me food. What can I do?" He didn't feel hungry when he was busy with work, but now that he saw the lunchbox in front of him and smelled the hot food, his stomach immediately protested. "Hungry. I want to eat." It was time to eat. As he opened the lunchbox, he was slightly startled when he saw a certain spot in the box, but his hands didn't stop moving. After smoothly opening the lids, he made an action of sniffing the aroma of the food. But sister-in-law's cooking is indeed better than the chefs in our canteen. It smells so good. After Lu Meiqing put down the files, she turned around and saw that he had already opened his lunchbox to eat. Knowing that he couldn't disturb their director's mealtime, he smiled and said, "That's true. Of course, my own cooking is much better than the cooks in the cafeteria who just want to deal with it. Sigh, but for me, no matter how bad the food in the cafeteria is, as long as it can fill my stomach, it's fine." After all, she was just an ordinary person. If it wasn't for the fact that she had a job in the medical center, she wouldn't have survived. She didn't know where her next meal would come from after she ate her last one. With that, she also left Lin Hao's office. After watching her go out and help close the door, Lin Hao then took out the food box on the top. Looking at the bottom layer of rice, he took out the bottom layer of rice and put it aside. Only then did he see the piece of paper at the bottom, which was for him. After he opened the lunch box just now, he saw a small red dot on the side of the lunch box. This dot usually didn't appear, and it only appeared when a message was sent. And its appearance meant that this was a message that needed to be kept secret. So he deliberately pretended to eat, so that Lu Meiqing would realize that he needed a private space to eat. Sure enough, Lu Meiqing tactfully went out. Only then did Lin Hao feel at ease to read the secret message that Qing Wangxue brought him. Taking out the note and opening it, Lin Shi raised his eyebrows. His expression didn't change much, but he meaningfully glanced outside the door. Looking at the note, he was reminded to make sure that Lin Qiao's identity information was kept secret. Don't let people deliberately come in and search for this information, then things would be over. Lin Hao wasn't surprised by this. After all, Lin Qiao was the leader of a base, and it was normal for many people to want to know her secrets. In particular, her body had died once. Lin Hao was glad that the 3 people who had seen Lu Tianyu die were no longer in this world. He was also mentally prepared that there were spies in the base. After all, even if this base was small now, there were already 20,000 people. And those who came before were from several other bases. It was normal for some people to be dissatisfied with Lin Qiao, who was now using Lu Tianyu's identity as the leader. So he had been doing a good job of keeping the information of Lin Qiao's previous physical examination in secret. If it weren't for the use of her information for research, he would have burned all the information. But thinking about the group of zombies at the second base, if one day there was another pregnant one, at least there was a case to refer to here. But when he saw that the person who wanted to inquire about his information was Lu Meiqing, who had been working beside him for a few months, Lin Hao just curled his lips. It wasn't that he had long suspected Lu Meiqing, but that he didn't trust anyone at all. Looking at the later part of Lin Fang's instructions, he still needed to find out the team behind Lu Meiqing and told him not to show it. Lin Hao burned the note and then officially began to eat his meal. Outside, when Lu Meiqing came out of Lin Hao's office, her expression immediately became worried. She walked back to her own duty room and sat down. She frowned and thought about how to find out Lin Hao's secret recently. But Lin Hao's defenses were really too tight. It was as if an invisible shield had appeared around him, hiding all his secrets. She had been circling around him for a few months, but she couldn't find a breakthrough at all. And recently, their organization had begun to become anxious because China had already revealed their secret. In other words, China's secret operation that had been secretly plotting was about to officially begin. At this time, if they still couldn't get any valuable information, then it might be too late. They always felt that the situation would change. So they began to think of other ways to find a breakthrough. Since they couldn't find a breakthrough from Lin Hao himself, then they would find it from the people around him. So recently, every time Qing Wangxue and Lin Wenwen came over, she would pretend to meet them and say a few words to get familiar with them first. Chapter 1364. Lu Meiqing's plan from the beginning was very beautiful. She wanted to say that if she could get close to Lin Hao, she would be able to slowly find some useful clues. Unexpectedly, Even after staying by Lin Hao's side for a few months, she still couldn't find anything. She knew that Lin Hao would be on guard, but she didn't expect that the other party would be so thorough that she couldn't find anything. Originally, she planned to find out more slowly, but the current situation didn't allow her to spend more time. Therefore, she wanted to start with Lin Hao's sister or sister-in-law, but it turned out that these two women weren't simple people. After work in the evening, Lu Meiqing didn't go home but went directly to the organization. She didn't realize that she had aroused the suspicion of the target, so she didn't know that she had been targeted. After arriving at the place where the organization was located, she looked around and saw that there were no suspicious people before she walked into the community. She went to a building and knocked rhythmically in front of a family's door. Soon, someone opened the door. When the person inside opened the door, he looked alert. When he saw that it was her, he relaxed and immediately opened the door to let her in. After she entered the house, she walked directly through the living room and walked into one of the rooms. "How is it? Is there any good news?" Seeing her come in, the people sitting in the room looked at her expectantly. After Lu Meiqing came in, she sighed helplessly and shook her head. "Nothing at all. I didn't dare to test Lin Wenwen. She is much smarter than her sister-in-law. I did test Qing Wangxue, but she didn't say anything useful." There were a total of 4 men sitting in the room. When they heard her say this, they all showed disappointed expressions. One of them frowned and said in a somewhat impatient tone, "We don't have much time, and can't we get his keys? He doesn't have any surgery to do recently." Lu Meiqing saw his impatience, but she couldn't do anything. She just said, "He has very few opportunities for surgery. Ordinary conditions can be treated with his own special ability. If it's not some serious injuries, he doesn't need surgery at all." Therefore, if she wanted to secretly take away his keys when he was having surgery, she had to wait for the next time he came for surgery. "Have there been any emergency patients with external injuries recently? We can't wait any longer. If that doesn't work, then we'll send him a trauma patient who needs his surgery." Another man thought for a while with a calm expression before suggesting. Lu Meiqing looked at him in surprise. "What do you want to do?" A trace of ruthlessness flashed in the man's eyes as he said, "Since he must do the surgery himself, then we can only deal with the people around him. Adults can't do that, they are too vigilant. It's more successful to start with a child's hand." The others immediately understood what he meant, but they revealed a worried expression. "Are you going to make a move on his niece?" But Lin Feng is also very protective of this little girl. "It won't be easy for us to make a move." The man turned to look at the person who spoke and shook his head. "Who said I'm going to do it directly? We're going to start with the boy who has a good relationship with this girl." Everyone looked at each other blankly. "A boy?" Then, one of them suddenly remembered something. "Oh, you mean the little boy who was used by his father and thrown away, right? But his mother is also quite mysterious, and she's the manager of the plantation." "Yes, that's him. I know about his situation. His mother often brings him to the plantation, but I don't know how she taught him. This kid never tells anyone about the plantation, but I don't know how she taught him," the man said while holding his breath. He also wanted to find some information about the cultivation base from this kid, but this kid never talked about the cultivation base when he was outside. Although he couldn't get close to this kid to get information from him, he could still hear some things from the side. However, after watching this kid for a while, he realized that this kid never told anyone about the plantation. If someone asked him, he would silently look at them and shake his head. Or he would directly say, "Mom doesn't allow me to say it." "Oh, I know about that little boy. But this kid isn't easy to deal with. He's either with his mother, with Xie Dong, or with that little girl from the Lin family." The others looked at him and said hesitantly, "Recently, Xie Dong hasn't been around. This kid is either at the plantation or with that little girl. There are still a lot of people around that little girl. Can he do it? Lu Meiqing also asked with some disapproval in her tone. The man said, those people are only protecting that little girl. No one is watching that kid. As long as it's not against that little girl, this kid isn't so strict. Everyone looked at each other and fell silent. The next day, Lin Feng sat in his office. Du Yuanqing and Qin Yuding both sat on the sofa and looked at Lin Feng. Is it these people? Lin Feng looked at the list they gave him and asked to confirm. Du Yuanqing nodded to him and said, last night, Lu Meiqing went to see these people. We followed their connections and investigated, and found that these people have been secretly doing something. Qin Yuding also echoed, their actions have always been very secretive, and they are very vigilant. If we hadn't discovered Lu Meiqing, the spy, this time, we really wouldn't have known that these people were secretly doing these things. Lin Feng looked at Qin Yuding and asked, it's only been one night, and you found so much? Are they all under control? He was a little worried that these two people might have acted too early and alerted the enemy. No, we didn't alert them. Du Yuanqing shook his head at him and continued, someone sent us the news themselves. Lin Feng looked at him in surprise. Someone sent it themselves. Qin Yuding also nodded at this time. Yes, someone secretly sent the news themselves. It's probably someone from their own side. Who is it? Lin Feng's face, which was always expressionless, revealed a surprised expression as he asked. The other party didn't reveal their identity. We confirmed this information overnight. It's all true. Du Yuanqing confirmed with him. Lin Feng looked at the name on the list in silence and didn't say anything. At this moment, Li Zheng suddenly ran in and said to them, that person sent news again. That group of people has set their target on Tong Tong. They are planning to attack Tong Tong and then seriously injure him so that he can operate on Lin Hao. They want to get Lin Hao's key. Chapter 1365. Hearing Li Zheng's words, the faces of the three people in the office darkened. Lin Feng snorted, I want to see how these people are going to deal with Tong Tong. Humph. They dared to target the children, these people had no bottom line at all. It must be known how important every child in the base was. They were the hope of the next generation and the future, who would be willing to hurt them? These people are too much, they dare to lay their hands on the children. We don't have many children in our base, they dare. After Du Yuanqing was stunned, his face immediately became angry. And Qin Yuding's face was also gloomy. After all, after Shen Yuzhen became a zombie, he was already prepared to not have a child. This also became a regret in his and Shen Yuzhen's hearts, so he would have a special feeling for the other children in the base. Now that he heard these people were unscrupulous enough to lay their hands on the children, it was really intolerable. Lin Feng thought for a moment, very well, since they have set their sights on the children. Then we will beat them at their own game and let them make their move. After he finished speaking, the others instantly turned to look at him with some disapproval. How can this be? What if they really hurt Tong Tong? Du Yuanqing immediately opened his mouth to oppose. This is too risky. Qin Yuding looked at him with a face of protest. Lin Feng said, if we don't give them enough reason, how can we catch them all in one net? Besides, it's not that I don't care about Tong Tong, I also care about him. So when the other party makes their move, we will stop them in time. Believe me, Tong Tong will be fine. Qin Yuding and the other two looked at each other, then said, we have to discuss this matter with Lu Jun and see if she will agree. Lin Feng immediately looked at Li Zheng and said, go and invite Lu Jun over first. Li Zheng looked at the others and nodded, yes. When the time comes, I will let Wang Shui protect Tong Tong at the first moment. With her reaction, it will be very difficult for those people to succeed. Don't worry, Tongtong's protection will not be lax. Lin Feng looked at Du Yuanqing and Qin Yuting and promised. Du Yuanqing and Qin Yuting subconsciously looked at each other and had nothing to say. Lin Feng had asked his wife to leave her daughter behind to protect Tong Tong. What else could they say? Moreover, he was right. Qing Wangshua's ability was physical, so she was the most suitable for close-range protection. Not long after, Li Jing brought Lu Jun over. Lu Jun came in and saw the three of them. He stood in front of Lin Feng with some confusion, but he didn't say anything. He only looked at Lin Feng silently, waiting for him to speak first. When Lin Feng saw her, he pointed to the chair that Li Jing had moved over for her. After seeing her sit down, he explained the reason to her. It's like this. We've just received news that a group of people want to touch Tong Tong so that Tong Tong will be seriously injured and go to Lin Hao for surgery. They wanted to take advantage of Lin Hao's surgery to take away Lin Hao's key and open Lin Hao's secret cabinet to steal information. So I want to discuss with you now. I want Tong Tong to pretend to be attacked by them, and then we can catch them all in one fell swoop. Punish them for intentionally harming the children and stealing the base's information in an attempt to betray the base. When Lu Jun heard him say that someone wanted to hurt Tong Tong, her heart skipped a beat. But after she calmly listened to Lin Feng's words, she began to think about the meaning behind his words. After thinking for a while, she finally understood what Lin Feng meant. She frowned at Lin Feng and said, "Do you want Tong Tong to lure them out?" Because the other party had already set their eyes on Tong Tong, if they suddenly hid Tong Tong at this time, then the other party would definitely suspect something, and they would immediately withdraw their claws. If they wanted to convict them, they would have to spend another period of time and effort. If they could directly make a move on Tong Tong, there was no more direct and powerful evidence than catching them in the act. And they wouldn't have to spend more time and energy dealing with the other party. I will remember that Wang Shui will personally protect Tong Tong, so you don't have to worry about Tong Tong's safety. Seeing Lu Jun frown, Lin Feng thought that she was worried about Tong Tong's safety, so he promised her. Lu Jun looked up at him. To be honest, she was indeed worried about Tong Tong's safety. And she didn't really believe Lin Feng's promise. Although the other party really wanted to protect Tong Tong, nothing was 100% certain. What if something went wrong? But since Lin Feng said that he wanted Qing Wangxue to protect Tong Tong, Lu Jun was in a bit of a dilemma. Lu Jun wasn't too clear about Qing Wangshue's strength, but if Qing Wangxue wanted to protect Tong Tong, then she would definitely put Xiao Lu aside. She was willing to put her own child aside to protect her own child. Lu Jun couldn't refuse because she knew that she couldn't be Tong Tong's bodyguard at this time. Because any random action of hers could arouse the other party's suspicion. Seeing Lu Jun's hesitant expression, Lin Feng thought for a while and suddenly said, "How about this, I ask Elmar to help. With Elmar here, her protection should be more effective than Wang Shui's." In order to reassure the mother, Lin Feng could only ask Elmar to come over. Because Elmar could turn invisible and was a level 7 zombie. If she specialized in protecting Tong Tong, no one could really do anything to him. Hearing this, Lu Jun was stunned. But she didn't say anything. If Lin Feng could ask Elmar to specifically protect Tong Tong, then she had nothing to worry about. After thinking for a while, she finally asked a question, "Are you sure that this will be able to find all those people?" Lin Feng glanced at the others, and they all understood and nodded together. "Yes, don't worry about this. Now that we've grasped their movements, we're aware of their every move. As long as we attack when they are unprepared, they won't be able to hide their tails in time." Du Yuanqing looked at Lu Jun and said. Lu Jun nodded. "Okay, because of what you said, I will agree to this matter. I hope that you will let go of any pest that wants to destroy us, and at the same time, let my Tong Tong come back safely. Tong Tong's safety is very important to all of us. I will have a good talk with March. Lin Feng said to her with a serious face. After Lu Jun left, Lin Feng immediately asked Li Zheng, did that person reveal the exact time of those people's plan? Li Zheng shook his head and said, he didn't say, he only said that he will make a move soon. So that we can prepare in advance. Chapter 1366. Hearing Li Zheng say that he didn't have an accurate time, the others weren't disappointed. After all, it was good enough that he was willing to secretly pass on the information. Lin Feng and the others were curious about the person who quietly passed on the information. However, they didn't deliberately test the other party's identity. Since the other party wasn't willing to reveal their identity, they still had to respect the other party. Alright, I'll find some time today to look for Elmar at the second base. This matter is decided. Oh right, be more vigilant these few days and pay more attention to the movements around the cultivation base. There are many moles in our base now. We can't let them cause trouble at this time. Lin Feng said to the three of them. The three nodded at the same time. Understood. Lin Feng said to Du Yuanqing, Old Du, prepare some men and keep an eye on their nest. When they're about to move, take down the people in their nest in one fell swoop. Old Qin, pay attention to the movements around Tong Tong. Pay attention to his safety and don't let anything happen to him. Du Yuanqing and Qin Yuding nodded at the same time. All right. After giving the instructions, Lin Feng first sent someone to inform Elmar in the afternoon before going to look for the other party. What? Moles? Really, I've already said that none of these people from Hidden Cloud City or Ground Dragon really want to stay here. It must be them, right? Once she heard that there were moles preparing to cause trouble at this time, Elmar's face immediately darkened. Her dark green eyes revealed a fierce glint, and even the color of her pupils darkened. Lin Feng saw her angry look and said with a smile, people's hearts always change. Maybe they just think of this as a temporary shelter. Once the crisis was over, they would slowly plan the direction they really wanted to go. Everyone's thinking is different. It's normal. Maybe they feel that this place isn't suitable, or maybe they feel that our base's strength isn't enough. However, no matter what they think, it's impossible for them to take away the secrets of our base. I won't allow such a thing to happen. If those people didn't know anything and wanted to leave, Lin Feng could still let them go. But they weren't obedient and wanted to take away the secrets of their base. That was impossible. When Elmar was angry, her small face would be cold, but her eyes would emit a fierce light. She pursed her lips tightly and did not reply to Lin Feng. Qiu Lily and Lin Kuei were calmer than her, but only Lin Kuei was calmer. Qiu Lily also pursed her lips, her cheeks puffing up. Humph. Let them do it. If they hadn't done it, we wouldn't have been able to find them. Since there were so many people now, it was inevitable that there would be some people whose minds were not here. Since they don't want to be here, then we don't want to keep them. Drive him away. Qiu Lily said angrily. So, what's your plan now? Elmar knew that Lin Feng must have come up with a plan. Lin Feng explained the plan to them before continuing, since they can't wait any longer, let's wait for them to reveal their claws. Only when they bared their claws and teeth would their crimes be confirmed. At that time, it will be reasonable for us to deal with them however we want. Elmar said, I didn't expect Junjun to agree to your plan. It must have been hard on her. Alright, I will try my best to protect Tong Tong. But don't let any of the moles escape this time. Lin Feng's face was still serious as he said, if this operation to catch the moles is successful, it will probably make some people from other organizations who have bad intentions stop for a while. I hope the buffer time of this beating will be longer. As long as they carried out this operation, it would definitely have an impact. It was good to beat the other moles and make them stay put for a while. Anyway, in a base, the existence of these undercover moles could never be eliminated. With more and more people, people's hearts would become more and more uncontrollable. That was why all the major bases would set up rules to warn everyone in the base, letting them know that anyone who violated the rules would be punished. Do the defense well, and don't be afraid of what these people will do. If they dare to come, they dare to kill them. Elmar said coldly. Soon, Lin Feng and Elmar finished their discussion. Elmar immediately moved to Tongtong's side and activated the invisibility mode to protect him. Lu Jun was still doing his own work in the cultivation base as usual, but he secretly sent more people to patrol the edge of the cultivation base. And the scope of the defense was also expanded to a certain distance. After Elmar went to protect Tongtong, the second zombie legion was temporarily suppressed and managed by Chiu Lily and Lin Ran. Chiu Lily didn't like to manage things, and she didn't understand the affairs of the legion. So she let Lin Ran manage it for the time being. Fortunately, Xia Dong had trained a lot of military managers. Now that he was not there, these people were temporarily managing and training the members of the legion. On the other side, Lu Meiqing's group didn't know that Lin Feng already knew about their general action, so they were watching Tongtong and looking for the right opportunity to make a move. However, while they wanted to make a move, they didn't want to expose themselves, so they wanted to do it secretly and create an accident. After observing for a while, they finally prepared to make a move on the day when Tongtong and Lin Xiaolu were sent home after they separated. Because at this time every day, the defense around Tongtong was the weakest. At the same time, Lin Xiao led everyone out of the ground. She was invisible when she came out. When she came out, she was invisible because she smelled the presence of a group of people outside the cave. Obviously, there were people guarding outside the cave. She had already guessed this, so she wasn't surprised. So she quietly climbed out while invisible, and no one noticed her at all. After she came out, she observed and found that there didn't seem to be her people among these groups of people. It seemed that she came out early, and the people in her base hadn't been arranged to come over yet. Lin Xiao didn't care about this. Since these people wanted to guard here until she came out, then let them continue to guard. She quickly left the place. Not long after she left, a red shadow emerged from the cave. And it rushed into the sky. It stood in the sky and looked down at the ground, then flicked its tail and disappeared in a flash. The people on the ground didn't see it clearly, and it disappeared. Is this a creature from the underground? It can actually fly. Is it strange that it can fly? There are all kinds of underground creatures, and many of them can fly and jump. Don't worry about this thing, we're not waiting for it. Chapter 1367. Lin Xiao didn't go back to the base, but to Huaxia. Before she went back, she had to go to China to see if Xikong Chen had done anything. After leaving the cave a few kilometers away, Lin Xiao found a place with no one around and let everyone out of the space. She also let the 4 pets out to get some fresh air. Phew, we're finally out. After everyone came out, they could finally see the sun. They all felt a sense of relief after seeing the sun again. Whether it was humans or zombies, they all felt the same. No matter how good the zombies' eyesight was, they still thought like humans. In the dark underground environment, it was very stifling. I need the sun to shine. I feel like I'm either covered in mold or that strange poisonous energy in that underground space. Kong Qingming raised his beautiful face to the sun and took a deep breath before lowering his head and rubbing his arms. Other than him, the others were very calm. Long Qingying stood behind Lin Xiao expressionlessly, and found a flat area to stand with Duan Wan and the others. After Lu Tianyi came out, he only looked at the sky, and then stared at the three guys running around with Dehe. Air Wang and Big Mushroom, no matter if they were underground or on the ground, as long as they came out, they would run around like wild horses. And the little tiger that was left in the space by Lin Qiao was released this time, and began to chase after the two. From time to time, it would run to a tree and touch its paws. Then we'll leave first. After Lei Qing came out, he expressionlessly told Lin Qiao that they were going back to hand in the mission. Lin Qiao turned around and nodded, okay, I won't see you out. Lei Qing immediately led his people and left, leaving behind two groups of people from Universal Base and Ocean City. The people still didn't know where Lin Qiao took them to, and after calming down, they all began to inquire about the surrounding geography. By the way, where are we now? Lin Qiao said to Kong Qingming, you take your people back to Haiqing to hand in the mission, I still have to go to China to find out their current situation, and then go back. Hearing this, Kong Qingming didn't say anything. He took a second look at Long Qingying, then looked at Lin Qiao eagerly. Lin Qiao said angrily, what are you looking at? She doesn't want to go back with you, so there's no point in looking at me. Go, 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 go. As she spoke, she swept Kong Qingming away like a fly. Kong Qingming looked at her speechlessly, then at Long Qingying. However, Long Qingying turned her eyes away and looked elsewhere. Therefore, he could only dejectedly take the other people of Sea City and leave in the car that Lin Qiao had stored in the space. After watching the two groups of people leave, Lin Qiao brought his men and drove in the direction of Huaxia. In fact, she wanted to go back to her base to see her son first. However, she did not forget her responsibilities as the leader of a base. Eliminating the hidden dangers of the base was also her top priority. Because this cave was right in between China and the base, it was better to go and gather some information before going back. Since he wanted to get rid of Huaxia, he had to figure out what the other party was planning. When they reached the ground, Duanwan couldn't help but ask while driving, will that level 9 creature come up to the ground? If it really comes up, who can beat it? Even the level 9 paranormal in Qingshan base is no match for it, right? Now everyone had discovered that among zombies, mutant animals, humans, underground creatures, and so on, humans might not be the weakest in combat. But it was certain that these underground creatures were the strongest. Human paranormal couldn't even beat zombies of the same level, let alone these underground creatures that were immune to paranormal energy. Lin Qiao sat in the front passenger seat, her elbow propped against the window. She looked outside. After hearing Duanwan's words, she looked outside and said, whether it comes up or not is a matter for the future. Who knows? Maybe it doesn't want to come up, and even if it wants to come up, it won't be now. If it doesn't come out with the poisonous energy, it doesn't matter. If it really comes out with it, then we can only increase our strength and work together to get rid of this big guy. We can't beat one, but we can beat a group of them. If that big guy came out with the mutated energy and harmed the ecological environment, then even if they couldn't beat it now, it didn't mean they couldn't beat it in the future. Each of them had a lot of room for improvement. If one level 9 paranormal couldn't beat it, then what about 2? If 2 couldn't beat it, then 3. What was the characteristic of humans? It was unity. The most important thing now isn't this guy, but humans. It's already like this, but that bastard Sikong Chen doesn't know how to unite to solve the current situation. He still thinks about attacking Haiqing all day long. I don't know if his brain has been infected by a virus. Lin Qiao continued. Duanwan held the steering wheel with one hand and looked ahead. She said expressionlessly, I think his brain isn't normal. Only a lunatic would do something like that. She also knew that many scientific researchers in Huaxia were actually controlled by Sikong Qin using lowly methods. Not everyone was willing to stay in the base in Huaxia, but there was nothing they could do if their weakness was grasped. Of course, half of them were willing. After all, the treatment wasn't bad. For their own ambitions and goals, and scrupulous means without going offline, only a lunatic would do that. Clearly, the threat to humans wasn't just zombies, there was also the mutated environment, mutated animals and plants and underground creatures. These were all problems for humans to continue to survive. Originally, all the major bases should have united to discuss countermeasures on how to create an environment suitable for humans to survive under such harsh conditions. But in the end, as the largest base in the country, the first human survivor base seemed to be thinking about the future of humans on the surface, but secretly wanted to deal with humans. She didn't know what Sikong Chen and his subordinates were thinking. Lin Qiao sighed and said, "The thoughts of a lunatic aren't something you normal people can understand." "Oh, us zombies can't understand either." The last sentence was obviously a joke. Duan speechlessly turned her head and glanced at her. "Even if your identity is a zombie, as long as your soul and consciousness are still human, it's fine." Lin Qiao shrugged. "I thought it wasn't easy to be a human before. Now I find it even more difficult to be a zombie with both human and wild characteristics." There were many moral shackles in being a human, and the distinction between good and evil in human nature. Now that she was a zombie, she was still imprisoned by the human morality in her mind. She still had to fight against the wild instincts of zombies to eat humans. If she wasn't careful, she might feel sweet in her mouth, but her mind would be extremely disgusted. Chapter 1368. Duan said, "In fact, even when you were a human, sometimes you had to fight against your own impulses, didn't you? The logic is the same, it depends on how you control it. Even humans had wild instincts. Some people were naturally heartless, and some people developed extreme thoughts later on. Otherwise, why would there be so many perverts in society? Even humans were scarier than zombies. Even if they were zombies, they would still be affected by the memories of humans. They might not be scarier than humans. Unfortunately, we don't have the ability to turn zombies into humans. I once saw a zombie movie, the male lead was a zombie, and in the end, he turned into a human. But that was just a movie. I still couldn't figure out how the zombie's heart could recover. This isn't a Western mythological movie, this is science fiction, right? Is there no scientific explanation?" Lin Qiao suddenly pressed on her heart, and muttered to herself. Her heart was still calm, and her cold body temperature didn't allow her to turn into a human. But the little Ting she gave birth to had a heartbeat. Why was that? Wasn't this the end of the world? It was the era of science, but she came back from the dead, and lived in someone else's body. And she used this zombie's body to give birth to a child with a heartbeat, and her own sister could travel back 7 years. She always felt that she took the wrong script. This shouldn't be a science fiction world with zombies. This should be a supernatural world with undead spirits and ghosts. Just as Lin Qiao was complaining that she had taken the wrong script, one of the people sitting behind her couldn't help but speak up. "Not now, maybe in the future. Don't forget that you gave birth to a human." Lu Tianyi listened to the two of them talking, and couldn't help but interrupt. "If only I could become a human." Duan just sighed and said. After all, zombies couldn't see beautiful colors, and couldn't eat delicious food. Other than the taste of human flesh, they couldn't eat anything else, and it felt like they were deprived of the right to enjoy life. Thinking about it again, it wasn't just this kind of thing that was deprived. Now that the whole world is mutating, maybe there really is something that can turn zombies into humans. Nature also had its own laws. What if it really existed? Yuan Tianqing was also let out for a breath of fresh air. He said with a smile. Yuan Tianqing had 0 combat power now, so they had to send a few people to protect him. When the car was more than 10 kilometers away from China, Lin Chao asked everyone to disperse. She didn't put them back into the space, but let them wait outside. She went into Huaxia to investigate. If he wanted to know what China was planning, he naturally had to look for Qin. Now that he had found Qin, it would be easy to know what he was up to. After Lin Chao quietly entered China, he followed Qin's aura to find him. It turned out that this guy wasn't at home, but in the leader's office in the government building. China's government buildings were connected together. Lin Chao sneaked into the building invisibly. There were a lot of staff and guards in the building, and they came and went frequently, so it was easy for Lin Chao to sneak in. She climbed the stairs instead of taking the elevator. Anyway, with her physique, she didn't feel anything even if she ran up dozens of floors of stairs. At this time, Qin was alone in his office, reading a proposal. Moreover, there were a few pieces of paper on the table, and he was reading them back and forth. When Lin Chao came over, his door wasn't open. Of course, she couldn't turn into smoke like a ghost and enter through the crack of the door, so she either waited at the door or thought of a way to enter. The aura in the room told her that there was only Qin inside. There was no one inside, so even if she wanted to listen, she couldn't hear anything. Lin Chao looked at the guards on both sides of the door, and then looked at the room next to Qin's office. She took 2 steps back, then walked to the door of the other room to take a look. This room's door was open, and there was a conference room inside. No one was currently using it. She walked to the window, and stretched her head out to look in the direction of Qin's office. It wasn't difficult to climb from this window to that other window, so she just wanted to confirm whether Qin's window was open or not. At this moment, she heard footsteps outside the door. Lin Chao immediately went back to the door and looked outside. She felt relieved. It was Wei Haichao who was walking over from afar, and his goal was Qin's office. Since someone was coming over, there was no need to climb through the window. Wei Haichao, who was wearing a dark green military uniform, was holding a document in his hand. He flipped through it as he walked over to Qin. When he reached the door, he knocked on it, then opened the door and pushed it in. "What's the situation?" Qin sat at his desk and looked up at him. After asking, he lowered his head to continue reading the proposal. Wei Haichao looked at him and said, "News from Haiqing has arrived. Look. Isn't it about time?" Qin watched as he came in and handed him the information in his hands. He didn't stand up, but sat on the chair and reached out to take it. Wei Haichao glanced at the blueprints on the table, then looked at Qin and said, "Haiqing is ready. Can we make a move?" Qin looked down at the document and said without raising his head, "Professor Bai hasn't confirmed it yet." When Wei Haichao heard him mention Professor Bai, he sighed and said, "I really don't understand Professor Bai's thoughts. Isn't it a good time now? How long does he have to wait?" Qin said, "After all, this is his plan. We can't interfere too much." While the two of them were talking, Lin Chao had already quietly walked to the side of the two of them. She stood at the corner of the desk and stretched her head to look at the various proposals and blueprints on Qin's desk. She almost couldn't control her breath when she saw it. Fortunately, she calmly suppressed the fluctuations of her emotions. After looking for a while, she found that there was something special in Qin's proposal, and it was related to this Professor Bai they were talking about. And what made her angry was that the first step of Qin's plan was to make a move in Haiqing. Previously, he summoned these leaders to Huaxia to lure Wu Qingyue out of Haiqing. Because they had successfully brought some things that were bad for the survivors in Haiqing into Haiqing. Because their spies in Haiqing hadn't been cleaned up by Xiao Yunlong. Chapter 1369. Lin Qiao stared at the first step of Xikong Chen's plan. She couldn't help but feel a surge of murderous intent towards the Chinese. They had actually brought the source of the zombie virus into Haiqing. Because Haiqing base was indeed very large, there were many spies in there, whether they were planted there by themselves or secretly instigated by the Chinese. So even if Xiao Yunlong had been thinking of ways to eliminate these spies, he couldn't completely eradicate them. Especially every time Haiqing wiped out the spies, it would sound the alarm bells for the spies who hadn't been discovered yet. This made them even more careful in hiding. What made Lin Qiao angry was that the Chinese completely disregarded the lives of the hundreds of thousands of survivors in Haiqing. They wanted to destroy the entire city and bury the lives of all living humans. This method was the same as 2 years ago when Earth Dragon joined forces with Hidden Cloud City and Skyfire Base to attack Hades Base. There were less than 20,000 people left in Hades Base. Hundreds of thousands of people died. Lin Qiao's heart was filled with hostility. She really wanted to kill this Xikong Chen right now. But she couldn't. From the looks of it, he wasn't the only one who planned this operation. There was someone else who conspired with him. This person must be the Professor Bai they were talking about. But what made Lin Qiao ponder was the attitude of Xikong Chen and Wei Haiqiao. They seemed to be wary of this Professor Bai. Although she couldn't sense Xikong Chen's thoughts, Lin Qiao could hear Wei Haiqiao's thoughts. Just from the title of professor, she knew that this person wasn't an ordinary person. Lin Qiao stared at the plan on Xikong Chen's desk, memorizing the contents. At the same time, she listened to Wei Haiqiao's thoughts. She found that when Professor Bai was mentioned, Wei Haiqiao was actually a little impatient. But at the same time, he was afraid of him. The reason was that many new weapons were developed in Professor Bai's base. In fact, China's truly advanced weapons weren't developed by the scientific experts in Xikong Chen's research building. It was the result of Professor Bai's painstaking research in another secret base. But how could there be such a person, and yet not a single piece of information was leaked? She didn't know about this person at all, but she didn't know if Wu Qingyue, Lan Lu, and the others knew about it. Lin Qiao thought about it and felt that they probably didn't know either. She had never heard of such a person since the beginning of the apocalypse. Moreover, the other party also had a secret weapons manufacturing base. She only knew that Xikong Chen should have a secret base that belonged to him, but she didn't know that Xikong Chen would cooperate with such a base. But that's not right. Didn't Xikong Chen want to cooperate with those foreigners? However, Lin Qiao didn't have a good impression of Professor Bai because he knew that he wasn't a good person. After all, the operation plan for Sea City on Xikong Chen's desk was Professor Bai's idea. This Professor Bai actually didn't put so many people in Sea City in his eyes. Such a person was indeed in cahoots with Xikong Chen. At this time, Wei Haiqiao said, "Then how long do we have to wait? If we wait any longer, the underworld creatures will make their move. This is a rare opportunity. If we miss it, we will lose the chance of victory." Hearing Wei Haiqiao suddenly say that the underworld creatures seemed to be making a move, Lin Qiao's heart moved. At this time, Xikong Chen put down the documents in his hands, raised his head, and leaned back. He looked at him and said, "That's right. After these underworld creatures suddenly advanced in a large number, they will feel very hungry. Moreover, they like to eat human flesh, so the situation of attacking the base will definitely appear. I will talk to Professor Bai again. If he doesn't agree, the operation will continue as usual." When he said the last sentence, his tone became a bit firm. Wei Haiqiao immediately looked at him in surprise. "Is this really okay? Angering him won't do us any good, right?" Xikong Chen looked at him. "Don't worry. Although he is threatening me and saying that he wants to change partners, in this situation, we know everything about him. We have long been bound to him. Even if he wants to leave, I won't let him go. Wei Haichao looked at him with a look of hesitation. Are you sure? Sikong Chen's face that had always been wooden revealed a cold expression at this time. He coldly snorted. I've had enough of his attitude of ordering me around like a subordinate. If he really doesn't want to cooperate with me, then we don't have to continue toasting with him. He was a dignified leader of Huaxia, but he still had to do things according to the professor's mood. He had long been impatient. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party's knowledge and research methods were incomparable to ordinary people, in order to obtain the things that the other party had researched, he had no choice but to be more gentle. He had completely lowered his stance because he wanted the other party to lower his guard against him so that he could wholeheartedly make weapons for him. He didn't expect the other party to gradually climb over his head. Did he really think that he was easy to control? Wei Haichao was silent for a few seconds before nodding. Actually, you should have made this decision long ago. Wei Haichao stared at him in silence for a few seconds before nodding. Actually, you should have made this decision a long time ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to create such a large underground secret base. Moreover, he brought so many people underground to explore, but in the end, only a few of them escaped. Moreover, he had brought so many people to explore underground, but in the end, only a few of them had escaped. Do you think it's because of what they did down there in the past? Do you think it's because they did something down there back then? The more Lin Qiao listened to him, the colder his heart became. Was this Professor Bai the culprit behind the outbreak of the underworld creatures? Could it be that the underground space that they saw when they went down this time was not like what they saw now? If that was the case, Lin Qiao would never forgive this so-called Professor Bai. Sikong Chen listened to his words and coldly lowered his eyes. He said, no matter what he did down there a few years ago, he's responsible for dealing with these things now. As long as he doesn't get in my way, I'll let him know the consequences of hindering me. Wei Haichao nodded. All right, I'll wait for your letter. Once the operation is confirmed, send someone to inform me. After saying that, he left Sikong Chen's office, leaving Sikong Chen sitting in his seat. He turned his head to look out the window and quietly thought for more than 10 seconds before turning his head back. He began to tidy up the proposal on the table. Chapter 1370. Lin Qiao quietly watched as he packed up his things, kept the blueprints and plans, then turned around and left the office. She followed behind Sikong Chen, and it seemed like he was going to discuss something with Professor Bai. However, very quickly, Lin Qiao saw Sikong Chen heading out of China's base. And wasn't Professor Bai's secret base in China? However, the direction Sikong Chen was heading in soon gave her the answer. After following Sikong Chen's car for more than an hour, she finally found out that his car had driven into a strange place. It was a mountain forest. When she reached this place, she didn't need Sikong Chen to continue leading the way. She could already smell a lot of human scents, and there was a large group of people hiding here. Following the scent of those people, Lin Qiao's figure quickly leaped from tree to tree, heading towards the source of those human scents. After walking for a short distance, she saw that the forest in front of her was filled with many machine guns, and from the looks of it, it was a type of modified high-power machine gun. Lin Qiao slightly stopped, and looked left and right at the number of weapons. There were indeed quite a number. With the defense of these weapons, any random level 4 or 5 mutant beasts that came in would be turned into a hornet's nest. After quickly observing the situation, Lin Qiao once again snuck in. Not long after entering, there was indeed another layer of weapons, and the equipment was even more concentrated than the one outside. There was also a very high-end detection and defense system that was repeatedly scanning the surroundings. There was a steel building in front, and it wasn't very tall, just like a small factory. Lin Qiao walked to the entrance and took a look, and there were quite a number of armed soldiers guarding the building. At this time, Sikong Chen's car came in from outside, and his car was not parked outside. Seeing Sikong Chen's car coming in, the door immediately opened, and the car drove in. Lin Qiao quickly entered the door, and inside was an empty factory. It was about 400 square meters, and other than the 4 thick metal walls and a ceiling, there were only machine gun muzzles on the walls. There was nothing else. Sikong Chen's car stopped by the side, and he got out of the car. 2 soldiers pressed a button on a control panel behind the door, and an underground passage opened up in the middle of the factory. Seeing Sikong Chen leading his men down, Lin Qiao also silently followed behind them. After entering, Lin Qiao finally saw the entrance to the secret base. Below it were all staff in lab coats, and there were all kinds of different experimental areas and so on. Just by looking at the large number of signs in the entrance hall, Lin Qiao could almost guess the scale of this place. This was a very large experimental base, and it was not just for weapons experiments. After Lin Qiao carefully observed the signs, he followed Sikong Chen. He wanted to see what kind of person Sikong Chen was looking for, Professor Bai. As soon as Sikong Chen came in, someone led him to where Professor Bai was. Professor Bai wasn't in his office this time. Instead, he was doing experiments in a certain experimental area. After walking for a few minutes, they finally arrived at the entrance of an experimental area. After walking in, they saw rows of laboratories. These laboratories were all made of tempered glass, so one could clearly see what was going on inside. After Lin Qiao sneaked in, the first thing he saw in the laboratory was a creature he had never seen before. But from the appearance, it looked like an underground creature. She walked over curiously and took a closer look. Then she continued to look at the next laboratory and discovered that it was another type of underground creature. Lin Qiao turned around, and there was also a row of laboratories behind her. The difference was that this row of creatures wasn't made up of underworld creatures, but zombies. After quickly observing the situation of these experimental creatures, Lin Qiao turned around and continued to follow Sikong Chen. When Sikong Chen arrived at the entrance of a special laboratory, he stood there and waited motionlessly. He just quietly watched a bunch of people in the laboratory busy with their work. Lin Qiao peeked inside and found that the space in the laboratory was quite large, about 200 square meters. More than a dozen people were busy with their own things, and there was also a tall old man with white hair who was carefully observing the data on the instrument. At this time, a researcher near the door noticed Sikong Chen outside the door, so he put down his work and quietly walked to Professor Bai's side, and whispered something in his ear. The old man did not respond after listening, and his eyes were still fixed on the instrument. After the researcher finished speaking, he immediately returned to his post and continued to work. Lin Qiao stared at the old man for a long time, but she had no impression of him. Obviously, he was not someone she knew, and she had never heard of him before. She turned her head to look at Sikong Chen next to her. This man previously expressed his disdain for Professor Bai in her base, but now that he was here, he did not dare to disturb Professor Bai. She didn't know what Professor Bai had that made him lower his status on the surface. When there was no movement from either side, Lin Qiao began to look around and collect all kinds of information. In addition to this laboratory with people, there were also rows of glass laboratories in all directions. There were also strange experimental creatures locked inside, and she did not know what Professor Bai was doing with these experimental creatures. Just like this, Sikong Chen stood quietly for 2 or 3 minutes. Professor Bai turned around, took off his gloves and walked out. He glanced at Sikong Chen, walked out, and said, "What's the matter?" As he spoke, he walked out. Sikong Chen followed him and said, "The preparations in Sea City are almost done. I think now is the time to start the first step. If we wait any longer, most of the advanced underground creatures will start to attack the human base. At this time, the major bases will definitely be busy dealing with these underground creatures, and so will Sea City. We will have a high chance of success if we secretly attack when Sea City is unprepared. Professor Bai, who was walking forward, turned his head to look at him, and then continued walking. As he walked, he said, "What's the hurry? Even if these underground creatures advance, the drug won't take effect so quickly." When Sikong-chen heard this, he could not help but show a puzzled expression. Huh? But didn't you say that as long as these things start to advance on the surface, it will trigger changes in their bodies? Professor Bai glanced at him. That's what I said, but I didn't tell you when these underground creatures' bodies will change after they advance. There is always a process, so it will take a little more time. Hearing this, a trace of impatience flashed in Sikong-chen's eyes. He asked, "How long will it take?" Professor Bai, "About half a month later." Chapter 1371. Sikong-chen was silent for 2 seconds before saying, "In other words, we have to wait 10 days before we can start." Professor Bai nodded and said, "The zombie virus medicine that I gave you has an incubation time of 5 to 7 days. You can wait until 10 days before you start. That way, after 15 to 17 days, those infected with the virus will all act up. This way, the virus will act up at the same time as the underground beasts. I believe Wu Qingyue will be caught off guard." Lin Qiao listened to their conversation with a blank expression. She knew that Professor Bai had been studying these underground creatures for a long time. From the looks of the experimental subjects, the size of the experimental subjects at the entrance and the old man's laboratory were different. This meant that the level and class of these experimental subjects were different. Moreover, he got some information from their conversation. It seemed that a large number of underground creatures were advancing. Moreover, after leveling up, these creatures would also undergo physical changes. If they were just extremely hungry, they wouldn't attack the human base, right? They were omnivores and ate everything. Why was that? After thinking for a while, Lin Qiao suddenly thought of something. If she guessed correctly, Professor Bai and Sikong-chen should be using some method to lure these extremely hungry underground creatures to the vicinity of the human base. After all, humans were social creatures. There were hundreds of thousands of people in a base. For these underground creatures, there was plenty of food. Therefore, the premise was that someone needed to gather these underground creatures together and lure them to the vicinity of the human base. It seemed that this was one of their methods. Lin Qiao didn't see this step in Sikong-chen's plan. Obviously, they had already implemented this step. Now, they were just waiting for the results. Seeing that Professor Bai didn't object to his proposal this time, Sikong-chen's expression relaxed slightly. He replied, "The underground creatures gathering places around the major bases are almost at the end of the advancement process. Let's see which side is attacked first." The two talked as they walked, and soon, they arrived at Professor Bai's office. Lin Qiao followed them in and listened to their conversation while looking around Professor Bai's office. She first stared at his desk. Unfortunately, the documents on his desk were closed and not opened. So she couldn't see what she wanted. She glanced at the documents on the table and felt that she should look for the research database in the base later. She wanted to find out what kind of experiments Professor Bai had done. After Sikong-chen left, Professor Bai did not continue to stay in his office. He also left this place and headed back to his laboratory. Lin Qiao began to search for information in his office alone. Not only did she sweep away all the information on his desk, the files on the cabinet next to him were also swept clean. As for the locks on the cabinets, they were all melted by Lin Qiao with her special abilities. After sweeping all the useful things in the office into the space, Lin Qiao began to search for the database. She knew that Professor Bai must have hidden a confidential database in this office. After all, he couldn't just leave some confidential documents in this office or in the base's database. The whole room was filled with Professor Bai's scent, but Lin Qiao could find the location of Professor Bai's secret collection of information through his scent. In fact, this location wasn't very hidden. It was in the floor under the chair where he sat. She squatted down and took a closer look. She found that the crack here was a bit too clean. She knocked with her hand, and it was empty. Lin Qiao directly pressed her hand on the ground and concentrated her special abilities in her palm. Soon, the floor melted away, revealing the stairway below. The stairs weren't very deep. It was only 3 meters high. There was a small door at the bottom. Lin Qiao directly swallowed the entire door, revealing the space inside. Fortunately, this door wasn't received by the base's security system, so the entire door didn't sound an alarm. It was dark inside, but it didn't prevent Lin Qiao from seeing the things inside. After entering, there was a secret room. There were indeed a lot of documents inside. The files were placed on a cabinet on the side, and there were many glass bottles and jars. They were filled with unknown liquids and some viscera soaked in them. Looking at it, she could feel that it was like a specimen room. The atmosphere of a perverted Frankenstein was also full. Lin Qiao roughly glanced at these viscera specimens with her eyes. They were also marked with what creature they were taken from. After looking at it once, Lin Qiao lost interest. She turned around and walked to the file cabinets, looking at the categories and years on them. She raised her hand and touched the files with a blank expression, sweeping them all into her own space. After sweeping all the documents, Lin Qiao turned around and left the underground secret room. Professor Bai, who returned to his own experimental area, didn't know that a large number of his collected research materials had been plundered. He calmly began to observe the progress of his experiment, completely unaware of what would happen next. After Lin Qiao left the old man's office, she began to investigate the experimental base. She wandered around the various experimental areas like a ghost, completely unaware of her existence. After wandering around, she found that the research base wasn't small. Just by looking at the marked area on the map, she could roughly estimate how big this place was. The preliminary estimate was at least 30,000 to 40,000 square meters, and there were 3 floors. She was still on the first floor, and there were 2 floors below. Lin Qiao stared at the 2 floors below the map, and suddenly a smirk appeared at the corner of her mouth. Then she turned around and walked down the 2 floors below. Very well, since she was here. She couldn't just leave like this. She had to do something, otherwise, wouldn't she have come in vain? If she didn't do something, she would be letting down her identity as the leader of the enemy. After sneaking down through the ordinary escape tunnel, the 2nd floor was basically filled with live experimental subjects. Below the 3rd floor were frozen bodies. Especially below the 3rd floor, it was filled with dangerous things. Lin Qiao directly went down to the 3rd floor, and stood in front of the entrance. After reaching out her hands and swallowing the entire door, she stretched both hands in, and a billowing black flame suddenly surged out. Woo woo woo, beep beep beep, a violent alarm sounded throughout the entire underground research base. Chapter 1372. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? The siren immediately made all the people in the base stunned at first, then they panicked with fear. After all, this was a special base. If something went wrong, they would all die here. And, after hearing the siren, many people immediately ran toward the exit reflexively. But soon, the exit doors were all closed. Bang, 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 the doors of the experimental areas in the major districts were also closed with a swoosh, trapping many people who did not manage to escape in time. No, no, the moment the door closed, everyone let out a despairing wail. One by one, they rushed to the door and pressed the button to open the door. But these metal doors remained unmoved. They were still firmly closed. Professor Bai, who was still calmly doing the experiment, had a slight change in his expression. But he reacted quickly and rushed out of the laboratory. It was only when he moved that the others reacted. His expression immediately changed as he madly ran out. When they ran out, the doors of the various areas were closed. But this couldn't stop Professor Bai from leaving. He swiped his work card on the electronic door lock and opened it. After he passed, the door closed automatically. Professor! Professor, wait for us! Professor! Professor! A bunch of research assistants ran over behind him. Because they were a step too late, they could only watch Professor Bai leave without looking back. They completely ignored the desperate cries of the people who rushed to the door and grabbed it. After Lin Qiao released a ball of black fire, he immediately ran to the second floor and released a ball of black fire as well. Then, she turned around and ran to the first floor. As soon as she went up, she found that the door of the escape corridor was also closed. But this was normal. After all, the entire alarm system was ringing. But for Lin Qiao, this couldn't stop her at all. She just raised her hand and waved the fire over, and the door disappeared. Roar! In addition to the incessant siren, there were roars of beasts coming from below. After Lin Qiao entered the first level of the experimental base, he saw that many doors were closed. It was probably the same for the lower levels. But under the raging black fire of Lin Qiao, it was as if the doors weren't closed. After she entered the laboratory on the first floor, she didn't leave immediately. Instead, he threw a few black flames in and burned the doors of these districts. She had long since discovered that the subjects here were actually ordinary people, and none of them were adepts. Only the guards had the energy aura of adepts. Lin Qiao didn't want to find out if these ordinary researchers were willing to work here or if they were forced to. There were probably a lot of low-level staff who didn't even know what they were researching in this research base. She just wanted to destroy this base first, then kill Professor Bai, who dared to go against Sikong Qin. No matter what he had researched, just the fact that he was working with Sikong Qin to deal with Ocean City and her base was enough for her to not let him off. In addition, this old man was not an ordinary person. It would not be a good thing to let him escape. As for Professor Bai, he left a bunch of his subordinates and returned to his office with his work magnetic card. He was not in a hurry to run out of the base. Instead, he calmly returned to his office and prepared to take away some important information. He knew that it would take some time for the base's system to finally activate some commands. He didn't have time to think about anything else. The alarm had already told him that what he had to do now was to leave as soon as possible. Because it was going to activate the self-destruct mechanism and destroy everything here. This base was his painstaking effort for the past 7 years. Although his heart ached, he still thought that his life was more important, so he calmly prepared to leave with some information first. As a result, when he arrived at his office, he almost vomited blood. His office desk was clean. The file cabinet was clean. Seeing this, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he suddenly thought of something and his expression changed. He rushed to his seat and looked at the floor. He saw that the entrance that should have been hidden was now wide open, and it told him that someone had invaded here. When he ran down with an ominous premonition in his heart, he saw that several files were empty. Finally, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Blue veins popped on his forehead as he raised his head and shouted. "Ah! Who is it?" Extreme anger made a violent impulse rise in his entire brain. He suddenly waved his hand inside. A white light flashed, and the bottles and jars inside instantly turned into ice sculptures in the blink of an eye. As he waved his hand again, these ice sculptures suddenly exploded. Bang, bang, bang. After the secret room was blown up into a piece of ice slag, Professor Bai turned around and rushed out. After rushing out of the office, he suddenly stopped and looked around. Then, he turned around and quickly rushed in one direction. Soon, he rushed to a door, opened the door with his magnetic card, and walked in. Inside was an unmanned monitoring room. The entire room was filled with surveillance videos. Professor Bai scanned his palm and fingerprint several times before sitting in front of the monitoring computer in the middle and began to pull up the surveillance video. He widened his eyes and looked through it. As a result, he only saw that the surveillance video below the second and third floors was dark. He didn't see anything. From the previous video, they could only see a black flame rapidly surging into the various experimental areas. Black fire. Black fire. It's that woman. When he saw these black flames, Professor Bai was stunned for a moment. Then, he suddenly thought of Lin Qiao from the Universal Base. Then, his expression changed, and he blurted out, "She's not dead. She's out. Yes, I'm out." At this time, a cold woman's voice sounded behind him. Professor Bai turned his head and saw a long-haired woman leaning against the door with her hands crossed in front of her chest, looking at him with a smile. "It's you." Professor Bai immediately stood up when he saw her. He quickly waved his hand at her a few times, and a few white lights flew toward Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao flashed, and the place where she had just stood instantly turned into an icy white. Then, the area that was covered by the ice exploded with a series of bangs. At this time, Professor Bai suddenly turned around and dodged to the side. He pushed the wall with both hands, and a revolving door appeared and pushed him in. Chapter 1373. Watching Professor Bai's figure disappear behind the door, Lin Qiao sneered. "Want to run? How could it be so easy?" As she sneered, she waved her hand and threw a ball of black fire at the door. Of course, the old man wanted to run because his ability was only at the 7th level. Moreover, he had just broken through to the 7th level. Lin Qiao was a level 8 ability user on the surface, but she was actually a level 8 zombie emperor. If she didn't run, she would only die. Of course, even if she ran, she might not be able to escape. But of course, it was impossible for a human to stay and wait for death. Even if there was a glimmer of hope, she would still fight. Puff, a soft sound was heard, and the revolving door was swallowed up. Lin Qiao rushed over and saw that it was an elevator passage, and now the small elevator was rising rapidly. When she looked up, she only saw the bottom of the elevator at the top. When she raised her head to look up, he hooked his hand up as well. The ball of black fire immediately rushed up. The speed of black fire was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it stuck to the bottom of the elevator, and in the next second, a big hole was formed at the bottom of the elevator. Professor Bai was hiding at the edge in a panic, looking down with some surprise. Lin Qiao's legs kicked, and she jumped up. Seeing Lin Qiao jump up, Professor Bai waved his hand to shoot a few white lights at her, and used his other hand to press on the wall behind him. The white lights he shot down instantly formed a thick wall of ice crystals in the space below. However, Lin Qiao's movements were faster than his special ability. Therefore, when the ground was frozen, Lin Qiao was already in front of Professor Bai. She didn't talk nonsense with him. As soon as she came up, she slammed her foot on the wall behind her, and used the black nails on her right hand to grab Professor Bai's neck. Lin Qiao's attack was very fast, almost too fast to be seen by the naked eye. Professor Bai had just finished releasing his ability, and when he pressed the button behind him. However, he saw a flash in front of him, and a sharp claw suddenly grabbed his neck. In an instant, it made him suffocate, and his whole mind went blank. Cough, you. Professor Bai's eyes widened, and he glared at Lin Qiao in front of him. The feeling of suffocation and the sharp pain in his neck caused his entire face to contort. He never thought that this woman would find him here. It was actually this woman. His daughter had died in the underground space, but this woman had come up alive. How could this be? Why didn't she die down there? If I really let you run away just like that, then wouldn't I lose too much face? I am a zombie emperor after all. Lin Qiao smiled as he stared at his distorted face. She could sense his thoughts and was surprised that Xia Longyun was his daughter. What a coincidence, both father and daughter had fallen into her hands. It was just that this old man probably didn't know. As the elevator continued to rise, Lin Qiao stepped on a ball of black flame. She stretched her right hand forward and pinched Professor Bai's neck. Her 5 sharp nails had already pierced into his neck. She smiled faintly and said, "So you know that your daughter is dead, but you don't know. Do you know that she died in my hands?" This sentence successfully caused Professor Bai's emotions to fluctuate violently. Ignoring how intense the old man's reaction was, Lin Qiao continued to say with a smile, "However, for what you and Xikong Chen did, your daughter's death is your retribution. Now it's your turn. It's a pity that you didn't see Xikong Chen's end. Don't worry, his end won't be any better than yours." Cough. Ugh. Professor Bai glared at Lin Qiao with hatred, anger, and pain. His hand subconsciously scratched his neck, trying to pry Lin Qiao's hands off. But the pain in his neck made him realize something, but he didn't have time to figure out what it was. This was because his entire brain was filled with hatred and anger, but he couldn't resist Lin Qiao. Because Lin Qiao had pinched his neck, she actually intercepted the flow of his ability energy to his body. It was all blocked in his head, and he couldn't use his ability to attack at all. Ding! There was a soft sound, and the elevator stopped at this time. Then, the door opened with a cha sound. Lin Qiao didn't give the old man a chance to continue living. She forcefully broke his thick neck. With a crack, he broke his thick neck. Then, he threw it out of the elevator. Pudong, after dealing with old Bai, Lin Qiao walked out. Looking at the exit of this secret elevator, it was indeed not at the previous entrance. Instead, it was in another forest 1 kilometer away. Lin Qiao jumped to the top of the tree and looked at the research base. Muffled explosions could still be heard from the other side, coming from underground. There were also cries of humans and roars of beasts. At the same time, the ground trembled from time to time. From the looks of it, the base was almost completely destroyed. Listening to the muffled yet continuous explosions below, it was probably the newly developed weapons below that were blown up. She wondered if Xikong Chen would vomit blood out of anger when he found out that this secret base had been blown up. After all, she had destroyed a research factory of the other party and lost some technological skills. Perhaps he would thank her for helping him get rid of Professor Bai, who thought he could control everything. However, Lin Qiao didn't care about that. He turned around and flew away. After arriving at a place more than 10 kilometers away from the Huaxia base, she called the others back. Come. You guys have nothing to do. Come in and show me the data." After Lin Qiao gathered them, she immediately threw them into the space. What data? Only Duan Wan, who was going to be Lin Qiao's driver, stayed outside and asked her in confusion. The research data on Xikong Chen's thermal weapons and biological weapons, Lin Qiao replied calmly after getting into the car. At this moment, after Xie Dong, Yuan Tianqing, Lu Tianyi, and the others were thrown in by Lin Qiao, they stood at the side and looked silently at the mountain of research data and files in the middle of the small building's hall. The 3 of them were speechless. Yuan Tianqing shrugged and said helplessly, all right. This is the only type of work I can do now. As he spoke, he waved at the group of people outside the door who were looking in. He turned around and shouted at them, "Why are you guys standing so far away? There's a part for you here too. Come over and classify them." Lin Yu, Feng Mingyu, and the others, who were forced to be able-bodied, looked at the mountain of documents with a headache. They would rather go out and fight beasts and zombies. This kind of liberal arts work really gave them a headache. Chapter 1374. Lu Tianyi looked at the pile of documents speechlessly and said, "Did she ransack the database of the Huaxia Research Center? Who can understand this? We're not researchers. We have to let those who research weapons read it, right?" Compared to Yuan Tianqing and Lu Tianyi's ridicule, Xie Dong just quietly walked over and sat cross-legged on the floor to flip through the documents. First, of course, it was to categorize them by year, then by category. After sorting out and checking, the group of men immediately became so busy that they forgot what they were doing. Not long after Xikong Chen returned to the Huaxia base, a subordinate suddenly ran over to report in a panic. Reporting to the leader. "Something happened in the area you just went to." Xikong Chen sat down. The chair hadn't even warmed up yet when he looked up at the subordinate who ran in. He asked in confusion, "Something happened? What happened?" "He just came back from the secret base. It was fine when he went there, and it was fine when he left. Why did something happen now?" The subordinate stood up in front of his desk and looked at him. "I just received an emergency report. That place is now completely destroyed." Xikong Chen suddenly stood up and stared at him expressionlessly. "What did you say?" "Report. 10 minutes after you left the secret weapon research base, the intruders destroyed the second and third floors of the underground laboratory. Then, it caused the explosion of finished and semi-finished weapons in the weapons warehouse. Now, the entire mountain has collapsed." The subordinate puffed out his chest and reported to him loudly. Xikong Chen's eyes twitched a few times before he gritted his teeth and asked, "What about Professor Bai?" The subordinate was silent for 2 seconds before he replied, "We haven't found him yet." Xikong Chen didn't have any reaction after hearing that. Instead, he was silent for a few seconds before he asked again, "Do you know who sneaked in?" The subordinate replied, "We're searching." This meant that he didn't know yet. Xikong Chen walked out of his seat and took his coat from the hanger beside him. Then, he walked out of the door. "Prepare the car." "Yes." Although his expression was very calm, his aura couldn't help but overflow. His entire aura became a little manic. Lin Qiao didn't know Xikong Chen's reaction, but he could roughly guess. In terms of benefits, Xikong Chen would definitely vomit blood this time. In this post-apocalyptic world, nothing was more important than benefits. After listening to Lin Qiao's story, Duan Wan was the first to laugh. "I didn't expect your luck to be so good. Xikong Chen is probably going to be pissed off after what you did. As soon as they left, you destroyed their secret weapon base." Lin Qiao shrugged. "Why don't you say that he was unlucky to meet me?" Duan Wan glanced at her in amusement. "That's true, of all people Xikong Chen could have offended, but he didn't. Why would I provoke you? My ending won't be any better." She thought about what had happened to Earth Dragon, Hidden Cloud City, and Starfire. If Lin Qiao wanted to get her revenge, she wouldn't hesitate. The other party would not have a good ending, especially since Lin Qiao was different from before. Maybe it was because of the zombie's body, or maybe it was because it had died once. The current Lin Qiao was much more ferocious than when he was the leader of the Netherworld King's base. Lin Qiao looked at her angrily. "Why do I feel that there's something wrong with your words? Do you think I'm a max-level boss? Or a demon?" But even if Sikong Chin didn't provoke me, someone would have taken care of him sooner or later. The things he did, he won't have a good ending. Duan Wan looked at her and said, but if it wasn't for you, I don't think it would be easy for Leader Wu to take care of him. In terms of firepower, Haiqing's strength has always been inferior. If it were a city war, Haiqing would be at a disadvantage. After all, he wasn't the only 8th level adept. As long as Sikong Chin appeared to stall him, the army of Haiqing wouldn't be able to deal with the Chinese army. Although Sikong Chen's strength might not be able to defeat Wu Qingyue, it was also possible that he would use some method to temporarily increase his strength. There were all kinds of research in China. In particular, Xiao Longyun had previously revealed that there was such a drug in China. Lin Qiao tilted her head and said calmly, I didn't say that someone would be able to take care of them right now. There will be someone in the future. After saying that, she turned to look out the window and murmured, we need to solve the problem in China as soon as possible. When Duan Wan heard this, she couldn't help turning to look at her. You seem to be in a hurry. Lin Qiao turned to look at her and didn't say anything. Ever since she was shaken by the 9th level underground beast and almost shook out the zombie's instinctive consciousness in Lu Tianyu's body. Although she tried her best to wake up later, she always had an ominous premonition in her heart since this time. She felt that Lu Tianyu's zombie consciousness seemed to have woken up and would come out again next time. So now she had to quickly solve the matter in Huaxia, and then find a place to quietly get rid of Lu Tianyu's zombie instincts. How could there always be a consciousness in her body that wanted to snatch the body from her? No wonder little Ting Ting said that as long as she could defeat it, the situation would be better. That was to say, she needed to completely remove this consciousness. But how to remove it, she still didn't have a clue. Maybe little Ting Ting would know. She inexplicably felt that little Ting Ting was a know-it-all. Speaking of which, this child knew a lot of things when he was in her space. Where on earth did he get this information from? When Sikong Chen ran to the secret base and saw that it had collapsed into a big sinkhole, he was so angry that his eyes almost turned green. In the end, when he couldn't find Professor Bai and the research materials here, he was so angry that he vomited blood. But he didn't know who did it. And the person who did this had already leisurely returned to his base. After releasing Yuan Tianqing and the others and the pile of materials from the space, Yuan Tianqing and the others were all dazed. Obviously, they read the materials. Before Lin Qiao returned to the base, Elmar, Chiu Lily, and Lin Kuei had already sensed her existence from afar. Ha! Is Qiao Qiao back? Chiu Lily looked at Lin Kuei with some doubts and asked uncertainly. Lin Kuei nodded to her. It should be, I also felt it. Although Lin Qiao restrained her breath, as zombies, there was a special sense between each other. So Lin Feng, Wu Qingyue, and the others didn't notice her return. Only a few higher-level zombies did. Chapter 1375. When Lin Qiao came back, Elmar, Chiu Lily, and the other zombies all sensed her. But they didn't go out to welcome her because the spies were preparing to attack Tong Tong. It was just in the evening. After dinner, Tong Tong had to go home. Qing Wangxue sent someone to send him back. After watching Tong Tong leave from the window of her house, Lin Xiaolu turned to Qing Wangxue and asked, Mom, can you catch the bad guys? Although Lin Xiaolu's ability hadn't reached the 2nd level yet, she couldn't sense her parents' thoughts without Lin Feng and Qing Wangshue's initiative to reveal it. But she accidentally heard Qing Wangxue and Lin Feng talking about this in the living room. When she knew that someone was going to hurt her little friend Tong Tong, she was also worried. So she went to ask Qing Wangxue directly. Qing Wangxue saw that she had already found out about this, so she indirectly told her that she would protect Tong Tong. And she would quickly catch the bad guys who wanted to hurt Tong Tong, so she didn't have to worry. After hearing Lin Xiaolu's question, Qing Wangxue, who was sitting on the sofa, looked up at her. She said, "Yes, definitely. Tong Tong will be fine." After Tong Tong came out of Lin Xiaolu's house, he was taken in the direction of his home. Just as their car passed by a road with no people, a large piece of iron sheet suddenly fell from the top of the roadside building. Because this road was an alley, there were buildings on both sides. But the buildings here hadn't been arranged for people to live in, so this area was empty. Screech, bang, the car suddenly braked, and the large piece of iron sheet fell in front of their car with a bang. The loud sound of a heavy object falling on the ground scared Tong Tong, who was in the car, and he shrank back. He shrank his head with both hands and shrank into the seat. At this time, a figure flashed on the top of the building where the iron sheet fell, and then a few steel pipes slid down. They smashed towards the roof of Tong Tong's car. But these steel pipes that were more than 10 meters long didn't fall on the roof of Tong Tong's car, because they were all suddenly bounced off in midair and flew to the side. "Do it!" Lin Feng, who was watching the situation from afar, immediately ordered the communicator in his ear. Immediately, several groups of people rushed towards the building where Lu Meiqing and the others had gathered. On Tong Tong's side, when the people on the rooftop saw that the steel pipe they had thrown down was suddenly opened by something, he immediately realized that something was wrong and turned around, wanting to leave quickly. As soon as he turned around, he saw a group of people pointing their guns at him. Boom! Of course, he wouldn't just stand there and wait to be captured, so he threw out a level 4 fire ability. On the other hand, Lu Meiqing, who was still waiting for news in the hospital, was sitting in her duty room, but she did not notice that the people around her had suddenly disappeared. Just as she was sitting there, a few figures suddenly appeared at the door. Startled, she looked up and saw that it was a soldier in a green military uniform, standing quietly at the door with a gun pointed at her. "Don't move. Raise your hands high and stand up slowly." When Lu Meiqing saw them, she felt a chill down her spine. He stared blankly at them, not even able to react to the other party's request. The soldier at the door repeated again, "Raise your hands high and stand up slowly." Only then did Lu Meiqing come back to her senses. Soon, she calmed down. She slowly raised her hands, but asked them with a blank face, May I ask what you mean by this?" The soldiers did not answer her. Seeing her raise her hands and stand up slowly, then they shouted at her, "Don't move." Then they pointed their guns at her and carefully walked towards her. As soon as they got close to her, they quickly locked her hands behind her back, and then escorted her out of the door. Lu Meiqing saw their cold faces and knew that things were not good. She panicked and didn't know what to do for a moment. So, she was escorted out in silence. As soon as she went out and turned a corner, she saw Lin Hao standing against the wall with his arms crossed, looking at her calmly. Lu Meiqing looked at him without any expression on her face. When she walked to his side, she suddenly said, "It seems that you have already found out." And Lin Hao just glanced at her, did not answer her, and directly turned to leave. It was not that he had already found out about her behavior, but that he had never trusted anyone. Other than his own family, how could he trust this woman who had only been working with him for a few months? At this time, Lin Wenwen and Jiang Anan walked over from the side. After seeing Lin Hao, they couldn't help but ask him, "This Lu Meiqing's undercover ability is actually not bad. At least she stayed by your side for a few months without being discovered. If it wasn't for little Lu's special ability, she wouldn't have exposed herself." When Lin Hao heard this, he looked at her unhappily. "What's the matter, are you speaking up for her?" Lin Wenwen shrugged his shoulders and said, "I just feel that she has the potential to be a substitute. If we can convince her to join our camp, she will also be a talent." After all, this Lu Meiqing was still an ordinary person. In this apocalyptic world where superpowers were gradually respected, if she had this courage and ability, why not use her more? Lin Hao looked at her and couldn't help but say, "You can go and give advice to the boss." The boss he mentioned was Lin Feng, because Lin Feng was their big brother. Of course, I'll go now. At least she didn't come up with the idea of hurting Tong Tong. I think she can still be saved. Then Lin Wenwen stuffed the lunchbox in her hand to him and turned to leave with Jiang Anan. Lin Hao held the lunchbox that she had stuffed into his hands and watched their backs as they left. Then he tilted his head, looked at his lunchbox, and muttered to himself, "If you send food here every day, I don't have to go back. Obviously, I was spoiled into a workaholic by you. Is it my fault?" On the other side, Lin Wenwen asked Jiang Anan curiously, "Who do you think is the one who tipped us off among the people we caught this time?" Jiang Anan, who had been silent, followed her with her bangs covering half of her face. Hearing this, she said, "If he is inside, he should identify himself." Lin Wenwen nodded and said, "Well, that's right. Smart people should know that they should identify themselves at this time." On the other side, in Lin Chao's house, little Tingting was lying lazily on the sofa, but then he suddenly sat up. He shouted to the kitchen, "Papa! Mama is back!" Before Wu Qingyue, who was in the kitchen, responded, Wu Yueling, who was sitting on the other side, raised her head. She looked at him with shining eyes and asked, "Really?" Little Tingting nodded to her, then sat on the sofa and stretched out his arms to her, "Take me to the balcony, and I'll tell you where Mama is." Wu Yueling obediently came over, picked him up from the sofa, and walked out to the balcony. At this time, Wu Qingyue stretched his head out of the kitchen and said, "Be careful, don't get too close to the fence." Chapter 1376. The two of them went to the balcony, and there was a sun-shaded chair against the wall of the balcony. Wu Yueling sat on the chair with Tingting in her arms and asked him, "Where is Mama?" Tingting pointed forward and said, "We haven't reached the gate of the base yet. There are still a few kilometers to go." Wu Yueling asked him curiously, "How far is a few kilometers?" She was less than 7 years old and didn't know how far a kilometer was. Tingting thought for a moment and explained to her, "Well, we'll be there in a few minutes by car. It'll take more than an hour to walk." Wu Yueling nodded as if she understood. "Oh, will Mama be back in a few minutes?" Tingting shook his head. "Well, Mama will probably go to the office building first, not here. She'll probably have to wait until the night after it gets dark to come back here." As he spoke, he pointed to the gray sky. The sun had just set, so the light was still very bright. Hearing that he wouldn't see Lin Qiao until the night, Wu Yueling immediately pouted. "Oh," she said disappointedly. At this time, Wu Qingyue, who was wearing an apron, came out. He wiped his hands with a towel and asked Tingting, "How do you know that your mother is back? Why didn't I feel it?" Tingting glanced at him and said, "Because I was born by my mother, so I know." "You're not born by my mother, so of course you don't know." Wu Qingyue first looked at him with a black face, then smiled speechlessly and said, "So that's how it is." What a joke, he didn't want to be that guy's son. He wanted to be her man. Wu Yueling looked at Wu Qingyue blankly and then turned to look at Tingting. She didn't quite understand what they meant, so she could only show a confused expression. Seeing her expression, Tingting couldn't help but pinch her little face. He said, "Well, Lingling will understand this when she grows up." At this time, Wu Qingyue looked in the direction of the base with some confusion and said, "But isn't it too fast for her to come back now? It's only been more than 10 days, and she's already up here. Could it be that she has already figured out the situation below so quickly?" Ting Ting crossed his arms in front of his chest and said with a puzzled expression, well, Mama came back earlier than expected. There were only two possibilities. One was that she already knew the answer she was looking for. Or the other possibility is that she encountered some other unexpected situation, so she couldn't stay down there anymore, so she came out early. Wu Qingyue glanced at him with a smile. Yes, that's right. These are probably the two possibilities. Little Ting is very smart. Hearing his sudden praise, Little Ting Ting immediately raised his chin. She said with a little pride, Of course. I'm not an ordinary kid. All right, no matter what the reason is. We'll know when she comes back. Come on, wash your hands and eat. Wu Qingyue saw his little tsundere look and couldn't help but pick him up speechlessly. He was a little worried. This child wouldn't grow up to be the type to marry out, would he? Fortunately, Ting Ting could only sense Lin Qiao's thoughts, not Wu Qingyue's. If he knew what Wu Qingyue was thinking, he'd probably spit out a mouthful of blood on his face, and then bite his father in anger. When Lin Qiao returned, she received news that Lin Feng had caught a group of spies. Well done. Who are they? She sat down at her desk and asked curiously. It was normal to have spies in the base, so she wasn't surprised. Lin Feng's ability to catch a group of spies was part of his job, but to be able to do it so efficiently was something to be proud of. They're from the last few batches. Most of them are from Hidden Cloud City and Skyfire Base. But this Lu Meiqing is from Hades Base. Duanwan stood in front of her desk, flipping through a report. When she saw Lu Meiqing, she hesitated. Lin Qiao didn't seem to mind. She said softly, "What's so strange about that? When it's beneficial to them, anyone can choose a side that benefits them. Maybe they're not satisfied with the conditions of our base. It's only natural that they want to move to a better place." This was normal, so it wasn't strange at all. Duanwan looked at the report behind her, her expression unreadable. Speaking of which, there's an unidentified person who sent Deputy Chief Lin a message. But we don't know who it is. Lin Qiao looked at her in surprise. You mean to say there's a mole among them who sold them out? Do they know one of their own has betrayed them? Speaking of this, she showed an interested expression. Now that was interesting. Was it a spy? Duanwan shook her head. It looks like they didn't realize they were betrayed before they were caught. From what Deputy Chief Lin said, he's probably looking for this person. He's probably trying to see if that person is among the people he caught. Lin Qiao muttered thoughtfully, it looks like this person isn't as simple as he looks. He's a double agent to this extent. He sent a message to Lin Feng, but Lin Feng still didn't know his identity. However, Lin Feng didn't investigate the other party's background out of respect. But what was the other party's purpose? Lin Qiao thought for a moment and suddenly asked, did you discover their intentions because of this person's message? After reading the report, Duanwan passed it to Lin Qiao. She continued, I'm more curious about what kind of mentality or purpose the other party has in doing this. Moreover, he only snitched when those people were about to make a move. Because the situation where we first discovered the traitors wasn't because of this unidentified person, but because Xiao Lu discovered it first. Could it be that the other party wanted to create a way out for himself, so he turned to our side? If that was the case, then this kind of person shouldn't be allowed to stay. Who knew if she would change her mind one day and join someone else's camp? Lin Qiao took the report and nodded as she flipped through it. Maybe he already realized that his actions had been discovered, so it's normal for him to switch sides at the last minute. This kind of person was like grass on the wall, swaying wherever the wind blew. While the two of them were still talking, Lin Wenwen received the news that Lin Qiao had returned. At the same time, she also received the news that Yuan Tianqing had woken up. Really? He's awake. That's great. She finally put down the stone that was hanging in her heart and revealed a relaxed expression. Chapter 1377. I heard that he hasn't been able to let go of your sister, right? Why don't you give up on him? Dong Xin looked at Lin Wenwen's happy face speechlessly. He always felt that this girl was a little silly when it came to love. For a man who had someone in his heart, and a loyal one at that. The possibility was almost less than 1%, right? At this time, she could either let go of him and let herself give up slowly, or she could help him get the person he liked and let herself give up. How could there be someone who would silently sacrifice for him behind his back? To put it nicely, she was hell-bent on loving the other party without asking for anything in return. To put it bluntly, it was a bit of self-torture. She was a woman of the new era, and she wasn't as old-fashioned as the ancient times. Why would she let herself fall deeper and deeper? Long Qingying, who had just returned, stood quietly by the window. She heard Dong Xinxin's words and half of her heart agreed with him. But the other half also hoped that Yuan Tianqing would give up on their leader and look back at Lin Wenwen. Now, Yuan Tianqing had indeed let go of Lin Qiao. So what if he didn't let go? She was already the mother of someone else's child. Although this made Lin Wenwen's hope a little higher. But when it came to love, it really couldn't be forced. If Yuan Tianqing didn't have feelings for her, then there was nothing she could do. Hearing this, Lin Wenwen just smiled faintly. Actually, to be honest, I have already let go of him a little. I'm not as stubborn as before, but after all, he is the man I fell in love with. It's hard to love someone, but it's even harder to let go of someone you love. Xin, you don't have anyone you like now, so you may not be able to understand this kind of uncontrollable desire to care for him and pay attention to his feelings. After experiencing Lin Qiao's death and the destruction of Pluto's base, she no longer put Yuan Tianqing in the first place. But he still occupied an important position in her heart, and it couldn't be erased. Dong Xin couldn't help but look at Long Qingying, then looked at Lin Wenwen and asked her, but won't you feel tired? Loving someone also requires energy and motivation. What is your motivation? Waiting for him to fall in love with you one day. After saying that, he sighed in disappointment and continued, this hope is too slim. This kind of man is the most difficult to deal with. You're so silly. There were so many men here, and there was no lack of good ones. Why did he have to like someone with such a small possibility? You should at least find a man who doesn't have anyone he likes in his heart, right? Why not? How is my brother? My brother's character and ability are very good, and he hasn't met anyone he likes yet. I think he seems to be a little interested in you. As she spoke, she actually started to pull strings for Dong Lijia. Lin Wenwen's face instantly darkened. He looked at her speechlessly. What the hell? Your brother is younger than me. I don't like men younger than me. Long Qingying also looked at Dong Xin in surprise and blinked her eyes. Dong Xin immediately became excited. He stretched out his finger to introduce his brother's merits to her. What? My brother is also very mature. Besides, you're not that much younger, okay? He was only 1 year old, this could be ignored. People even said that a woman in her 3rd year would hug a golden brick. Why isn't my brother 3 years younger than you? Besides, my brother isn't any worse than Deputy Leader Yuan. He's very capable, after all, he's the leader of a top-notch corpse hunting group. Before she finished counting, Lin Wenwen interrupted. He's just one of the leaders. As soon as Dong Xin was interrupted by her, he immediately glared at her gloomily. Can you not interrupt? Besides, my brother's physique is not worse than Deputy Leader Yuan's, and his character is not bad either. After these few years of experience, Dong Lijia was no longer the little fresh meat that Lin Wenwen had seen before. Other than becoming a fox, his physique was also much stronger, and his height was not much different. He was considered a very good man, except for Lin Wenwen, his looks are a little lacking. Dong Xinxin almost vomited blood because she couldn't refute this. Yuan Tianqing was indeed much more handsome than Dong Lijia. They weren't on the same level in terms of looks. Although he's not as handsome as Deputy Leader Yuan, my brother isn't bad either. In the end, she could only force out this sentence, but her tone wasn't as firm as before. Lin Wenwen looked at her speechlessly. Liking someone doesn't depend on their looks, and I'm not a good-looking person. Even if your brother is more handsome than Brother Tianqing, I won't like him. Dong Xinxin immediately said, "Don't say that first. Feelings need to be cultivated. You can try it out first." As she spoke, she gave a deceptive look, and she looked more and more like a matchmaker. Lin Wenwen looked at her angrily and said, all right. Are you one of those gossipy women in the countryside? Don't try to set people up all the time. Dong Xinxin looked at her helplessly and said, what can I do? My brother has high standards. Even if he's not anxious, I'm anxious for him. I still want to hug a little nephew or niece. Also, I'm thinking for you. Who asked you to keep staring at a piece of meat that you can't bite? Just as they were talking about this matter, Lin Qiao suddenly thought of her and Yuan Tianqing after she finished talking about Lin Fang's operation to catch the mole. Oh, right. Wenwen doesn't have any missions outside recently. Why don't we let her help Tianqing look at the information? Duan Wan looked at her amusedly. You're very active in matchmaking them. Aren't you afraid of making the deputy leader sad? In any case, he liked her, but she kept thinking of pushing him into her younger sister's arms. Lin Qiao sighed and said, if it was in the past, of course I wouldn't do this, but it's different now. Since he's decided to give up, I might as well give him a push. I can fulfill Wenwen's wish. Isn't this the best of both worlds? Lin Wenwen had always liked Yuan Tianqing, and it just so happened that Yuan Tianqing had made up his mind to give up on her. Wasn't this a good opportunity? Although she couldn't be too impatient, she still had to create some opportunities for them. Therefore, Lin Feng wanted to matchmake Dong Xinxin with Lin Hao, while Dong Xinxin wanted to matchmake Lin Wenwen with Dong Lijia. When it came to Lin Qiao, she wanted to matchmake Yuan Tianqing with Lin Wenwen. Inexplicably, she felt that there was a bit of an awkward coincidence. Duan Wan thought about it and nodded. That's true. But if he really gets together with Wenwen, won't the two of you be very awkward? After all, their past relationship was a bit complicated, Lin Qiao said calmly, no. Actually, don't think that Tianqing and Wenwen are single-minded people. They're actually very straightforward. As long as they really let go, then they won't have any thoughts of being together anymore. Chapter 1378. She had planned to send the news to Haiqing, but she heard that Wu Qingyue was in her base. Lin Qiao immediately saved herself the trouble of sending someone to deliver the news to him. After sorting out the meeting materials for the next day's meeting, Lin Qiao went back home. Before she entered the house, she saw that the door of her house was already open. Two little radishes stuck their heads out and looked around. It seemed that they were waiting for her to come back. Lin Qiao looked at the two of them and felt warmth in her heart. You two sent my return so quickly. After seeing Lin Qiao come out, Wu Yueling, who was leaning against the door with Tingting in her arms, stretched out her head, and her eyes lit up. After hearing her words, she immediately nodded. Mama, Mama, the two children called out to Lin Qiao at the same time. Tingting's voice was loud and clear, and it somewhat covered Wu Yueling's weak voice. However, Lin Qiao heard it clearly. After being called out like that, the warmth in her heart melted. It was like a pet at home waiting for her to come home. Especially when it saw that she was back, it would call out coquettishly. She walked over and bent over to pick up Tingting from Wu Yueling's arms. Then, she walked in holding Wu Yueling's hand. She looked at Wu Yueling with some surprise. This child had just called her mama. She didn't know if it was because of Tingting's influence. Or perhaps it was because he really treated her as his mother. She could feel that when Lingling called her, although her feelings were very pure, they were actually a little complicated. It didn't seem like a real Oedipus complex, but it felt like she was very dependent on her. After entering, she saw Wu Qingyue sitting on the sofa in her house. This man was wearing home clothes, and he looked so relaxed as if he was in his own home. Wu Qingyue was reading official documents when he sensed her coming in. He looked up with a smile and glanced at her before lowering his head to continue reading. However, he said, Tingting said he smelled your scent a long time ago. But why are you back so early? After Lin Qiao placed the two children on the sofa, she took off her coat and threw it to the side. He sat on the single-seater sofa and said, I think I know why these underworld creatures appeared. But now, there's another problem I need to investigate. It just so happens that when I came out, I went to China to gather some information. I'll write you a proposal later. Remember to read it. The proposal that she wanted to write was the one that she had seen at Xikong Chen's place. Her brain was very good now. His memory was also very strong. He basically had a photographic memory. Therefore, she could write out a copy of what she had seen at that time. Hearing what she said, Wu Qingyue felt that the plan she mentioned was not simple. He couldn't help but raise his head to look at her. What did you find out? Lin Qiao said, of course it's Xikong Chen's plan. Do you think I'm just going to take a look? Wu Qingyue immediately became spirited. His eyes slightly widened as he asked her, what's wrong? Did you figure out all of his plans? He felt that if this female zombie made a move now, then she would definitely get the answer she wanted to know. After all, there was no one who could break through her invisibility skill, right? Lin Qiao nodded indifferently and said, I got it. Their first plan to deal with High City has already begun to be secretly arranged. It will officially start after 10 days. Guess what his first step is to do to you guys? After saying that, she looked at him. Wu Qingyue narrowed his eyes and smiled as he looked into her eyes. Then he said, with Xikong Chen's methods of never using open schemes, it must be something like a biological weapon, right? Poison. Lin Qiao nodded. That's right. You know him quite well. But you probably didn't guess his entire plan this time. He didn't come up with it alone. There was another collaborator. But there's no more of that now. His first step was to transmit a new virus developed from the blood of zombies into your base. I'll give you a list later. These are all the people in your base. They have these new viruses in their hands. Their plan is to use the most direct method to spread the virus in your base and infect the survivors and soldiers in your base. Moreover, the underworld creatures that have gathered outside to advance will cause a wave of attacks on the human base after they advance. Her words successfully made the smile on Wu Qingyue's face disappear. His handsome face became expressionless and very serious. He didn't interrupt Lin Qiao, knowing that she wasn't finished. Lin Qiao continued, I estimate that within these 10 days, Xikong Chen will send a large number of people to use some method to lure these underground creatures out of High City. Then he'll wait for you to deal with these underground creatures and secretly spread the virus in your base. This will be a heavy blow to you no matter what. After saying that, she spread her hands and leaned against the sofa to look at Wu Qingyue's expression. Wu Qingyue didn't say anything. He just looked down at the document in his hand expressionlessly. After a few seconds, he said, please give me the plan, thank you. Okay, let me take a shower first. Lin Qiao nodded. She stood up and went into the bedroom. The next morning, Lin Wenwen received a task to help Yuan Tianqing look at research materials. What kind of materials do you need my help with? Lin Wenwen looked at Long Qingying curiously. Long Qingying answered her expressionlessly. Leader destroyed a secret weapon research base in China yesterday and collected a batch of research materials. But the amount of materials is a bit large, so I need people to look at it together. Lin Wenwen said, how much is a bit large? About a few thousand. Long Qingying looked at her with uncertainty. Lin Wenwen fell silent after hearing that. Did her sister just casually bring back the database of others? But if it was only a few thousand, it shouldn't be considered moving the entire database. Long Qingying continued, on the way here yesterday, I asked Deputy Leader Yuan and Deputy Leader Xie to roughly look through it with their people. But I've only made a classification. I haven't looked at the content in detail. They weren't doing scientific research. Even if they wanted to look at the data, they probably wouldn't understand it. It was better to make a classification according to the table of contents first and then slowly look through it. Speaking of this problem, Lin Wenwen also thought that they were still lacking in talents in this area. We don't seem to have experts in this area in our base. Ling Qintong and Yan Huiguang are either researching zombies or biology. I don't think anyone can understand weapons, and our base is really short of people in this area. Lin Wenwen frowned. Chapter 1379. In the morning, Lin Qiao held a meeting with the people in charge of the base. Deputy leaders Lin Feng, Yuan Tianqing, Xie Dong, Du Yuanqing, Chen Yuding, Elmar, Qiu Lili, and other captains. There were also special research leaders Ling Xiantong, Lin Hao, and the others. They were all called to the meeting. Lin Qiao placed the copies of Xikong Chen and Professor Bai's plans to deal with Sea City, Universal Base, and other major bases on the table in front of everyone. Xikong Chen led the underground creatures to attack the survivor bases. Sea City and Universal Base weren't the only targets. Even Black Dragon Base, Qingshan Base, and Meng Clan weren't spared. He wanted all the bases except Huaxia to be attacked by these underground creatures. Everyone wore their uniforms for the official meeting. Lin Hao and Ling Xiantong wore a doctor's robe and a researcher's uniform respectively. Both of them wore white uniforms. As for the others, they were all in military uniforms. Everyone on the side of the first base was in military green, while those on the side of the second base were in black. The style, epaulets, and color of the military uniforms varied according to their ranks. Everyone placed their hats at the side and sat in their seats. Lin Qiao said to everyone, "The proposal in your hands is the blueprint that I saw in Xikong Chen's office. When I went to look for him, it was also a coincidence. He was looking at the content of the proposal and seemed to be in a hurry to take the first step." While she was speaking, everyone flipped through the documents in front of them. We're going to talk about 3 things today. The first is the situation of the underground space and the underground creatures. I've written the situation and data of the underground space into the document in your hands. The second is Xikong Chen's proposal. We have to think of ways to deal with all of Xikong Chen's plans in advance. The third is the research documents that I brought back. We have to finish reading them as soon as possible and figure out the hidden information in them. Lin Qiao placed her elbows on both sides of the table. She clasped her hands and glanced at everyone before speaking. She continued, "As for the reason for the sudden emergence of the underground creatures, I've already asked Li Jing to bring the news to you. Now, I'm telling you that there's a level 9 underground creature in the underground space. No one on land can resist its power. Even Dong Xiaowei of the Qingshan base couldn't do it. It was the one who gave the order for the creatures in the underground space to rush out. If it comes out one day, it won't be good news." Lin Feng couldn't help but frown and ask, So why did it suddenly chase these creatures to the surface? Could it be that the underground space they originally lived in is no longer suitable for them to live in? Hearing his question, the others also looked at Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao thought for a moment before replying, "Based on my observation of the situation underground, the conditions are very poor. Not only that, there were basically no herbivores, only carnivorous exotic beasts were left. They did not eat the plants in the underground space. Instead, they devoured each other. This didn't affect the high-level creatures, but it wasn't good for the low-level creatures. It was very difficult for these low-level beasts to find food underground. If they ate each other like this, there would come a day when the exotic beasts in this underground space would go extinct. I don't know if that level 9 exotic beast realized this, and sent all those low-level exotic beasts to come up from below. No wonder almost none of the underground creatures that gathered to devour each other to advance were below level 3. Is that so?" Lin Feng revealed a pensive expression. "Based on the current situation, these underground creatures aren't our main problem anymore. At least we still have catnip, and a fruit I picked from underground. At least we can deal with 1 or 2 waves of these underground creatures for the time being. Also, that level 9 fellow shouldn't be climbing out so soon. There's no need to worry about that for now. The most important thing is to find out what clues Sikong Qin used to lead these creatures to the outside of our base. The second thing is Sikong Chen's overall plan. So, the answer to the first point can only be found in the second or third point. The first step of Sikong Chen's plan was originally about a dozen days away, but it's uncertain now. I destroyed one of his important secret weapons bases. If I anger him, the deadline of a dozen days is no longer certain. Perhaps he'll explode in anger and give the order to take action right now. It's just that Sikong Chen's first step is to deal with Haiqing. In order to deal with Haiqing and the other bases at the same time, he used this method. However, I've already told Wu Qingyue about the situation in Haiqing. He'll take care of it when he gets back." She also flipped open the document in front of her and said seriously to everyone. Everyone used the fastest speed to finish reading the plan. When they saw that Sikong Qin was actually using the zombie virus as a biological weapon to secretly attack all the survivors in Haiqing, they couldn't help but frown. Is he crazy? He's actually harming other people's bases for the sake of his own base. In his eyes, the survivors from the other bases aren't even human, right? Qiao Lily was the first to blurt out. In his eyes. He doesn't even care about humans who have no value to him. I really don't know how he became the leader of Huaxia's base. Could it be that he only relied on martial arts? Elmar also followed up Qiao Lily's words. Lin Qiao glanced at her and said, "What Meng Meng said is right. Sikong Chen indeed relied on martial arts to control the entire Huaxia. This isn't strange at all. It was impossible to control 2 million people without martial arts. The so-called coercion and temptation, the word coercion was the most important. Only when there was a threat would there be coercion. At the back, some benefits and temptation would be added as support. Other than these 2 girls, everyone else was calm about this point. After all, this was something that everyone had already guessed. Lin Feng was concerned about whether Haiqing could deal with the virus that Sikong Chen had released. After all, the original virus had already entered Haiqing. He looked up at Lin Qiao and asked, "Is Wu Qingyue all right?" Lin Qiao glanced at him and said, "I gave him a list of the people who carried this batch of virus. If he still can't solve it with this, I'll give it to him. If he still can't deal with it, then it seems that I'm blind. There's a list. Then there shouldn't be any problems." Lin Feng shrugged and didn't ask her anymore. Chapter 1380. With regards to the information I brought back, Deputy Leader Yuan is now in charge of looking through it. The purpose of your search is to find out the research information on the underground creatures. The second is to see if they did any experiments or tests in the underground a few years ago. I suspect that the underground environment becoming like that may have something to do with their exploration a few years ago. After explaining the previous matters, Lin Qiao began to discuss the purpose of bringing back the information. She retracted her hand, crossed her arms in front of her chest, and leaned back against the chair. She looked at Yuan Tianqing and said, "But we don't have an expert in this area, so I'll have to trouble Deputy Leader Yuan to spend more effort to understand these two matters. But seeing that your physical condition isn't good, and it just so happens that Lin Wenwen doesn't have any missions recently, let her join in to assist you and reduce your burden." In fact, Yan Huiguang's ability could be of great help to Yuan Tianqing. But considering that Long Hair hadn't joined their base for a long time, his credibility in the base wasn't enough for him to take on this task. Lin Qiao didn't intend to let him join in this work. When Yuan Tianqing heard this, he couldn't help but look up at her. He then turned to look at Lin Wenwen, who was sitting below, with an expression of wanting to say something but hesitating. But in the end, he didn't say it. Because Lin Qiao's words had already indicated that this matter had been decided. Any objections would be rejected. As soon as Lin Wenwen heard his name mentioned, he responded, "Yes. Xie Dong, you're still in charge of finding out the gathering place of the mutated beasts. First find the traces of the people Sikong Qin sent to guide the underground creatures, and then figure out what they plan to do." After arranging for Yuan Tianqing, Lin Qiao turned to give instructions to Xie Dong. Xie Dong nodded indifferently, "Yes." Lin Qiao then looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, set up a communication channel with Sea City. If they have any news, let me know immediately. Understood. Lin Feng nodded. At this time, Wu Qingyue, who had rushed back to Sea City early in the morning, immediately called everyone for a meeting. Wu Qingyue sat at the head of the table with a smile, while Xiao Yunlong and Zhou Shihui sat expressionlessly on both sides. He glanced at the crowd with a smile, and everyone looked at him quietly. "The leader of Universal Life Base has brought us an urgent message. Our base's defense is still not done well. Something bad has been brought into our base. If these things are used in our base, it will be a terrible disaster for our base." Wu Qingyue still had a faint smile on his face as he spoke, but his eyes were as cold as a sharp sword. Everyone felt the pressure in the conference hall suddenly drop, and the air was so quiet that they could hear a pin drop. After saying that, Wu Qingyue didn't say anything else. He continued to smile as he looked at the crowd. Xiao Yunlong looked left and right, leaning his tall upper body back. He put one hand on the table and knocked his knuckles on it. His face was expressionless, but his eyes also turned cold. "Well, I've just received the news. We've been strengthening our defenses, but no matter how strict we are, we still have to guard against fire, theft, and spies. It's just that it's really difficult to guard against a stab in the back by our own people. What I didn't expect was that in the list of spies, there are our own people." The faces of the people sitting below immediately changed slightly, and most people's eyes began to wander. Then they saw that among the people present in the conference room, there were people whose faces turned pale, and their eyes flickered with panic. "What are you panicking about? Your faces are really ugly, and your eyes are also panicked. Are you telling us that the spies are you?" Zhou Shihui's face was also expressionless, but his observation was very strong. As soon as his words came out, those people whose faces had turned unnatural just now, their faces became even uglier, and their eyes even froze for a moment. And when the others saw their expressions, they immediately shot daggers at them one by one. Xiao Liqing stood up, staring at Li Yushan in disbelief, and couldn't help asking, "Why? What's your reason?" As a member of the intelligence team in Sea City Base, and the captain of the intelligence team who followed Wu Qingyue, Li Yushan. It was more suitable for him to hide the information or create fake information. What everyone couldn't figure out was what was his reason for doing this. Did Sea City not treat him well? Did they not treat him well? Li Yushan's tough face was also very pale, but there was no panic in his eyes. Instead, he seemed to be in a daze, as if he was relieved. After hearing Xiao Liqing's question, he raised his head to look at him, and then at Wu Qingyue and the other two sitting in the upper seats. Wu Qingyue also looked at him. He didn't expect that the people around him would betray the base. From his understanding of Li Yushan had no reason to do this. So he also wanted to know what was going on with Xiao Liqing's question. What made this subordinate who had followed him for 7 years choose to betray him? Li Yushan sat in the same place without moving. After looking at Xiao Liqing and then at Wu Qingyue, he lowered his head and remained silent. Are you going to keep silent like this? Xiao Liqing looked at him and frowned. While they were talking, a large number of soldiers had already poured in from outside the door. Under everyone's gazes, they raised their guns and pointed at the pale and lifeless people. They were all waiting for Wu Qingyue's orders. As long as he nodded, they would immediately take the people away. Xiao Liqing's questioning didn't make Li Yushan say anything. Seeing that he didn't have any reaction, Xiao Liqing couldn't help but turn to look at Wu Qingyue. Wu Qingyue stared at Li Yushan and finally put away the smile on his face. He said to him solemnly, "Based on your conscience, don't you have anything to say? At least let me know what your reason is. Is it that hard to say it?" He could also investigate, but he wanted Li Yushan to say it himself. Slap, say it. If you're a man, say it. Li Yushan. Xiao Liqing couldn't help but slap the table and shout at Li Yushan. To be honest, Xiao Liqing was rarely this agitated. But he had always treated Li Yushan as a brother with feelings. If he didn't have feelings, he wouldn't feel so bad. Li Yushan slowly raised his head and looked at him. His eyes were filled with sorrow as he said, "What do you want to say? Is there any use in saying this now?" Xiao Liqing. Chapter 1381. Then wait until you want to say it, I'll give you a chance. Wu Qingyue said to Li Yushan at this time, then waved his finger at the soldiers standing behind Li Yushan. The soldiers understood and went forward to pull Li Yushan up. They grabbed both of his arms and escorted him out of the conference room. After a moment of commotion, there were a few fewer people in the conference room. The atmosphere was even more oppressive than before. Wu Qingyue knocked on the table and said, "Okay, now the people who should leave have left. Then in addition to the few people just now, there is a list of a group of people here. Look at the documents in front of you, they all have a new zombie virus developed by China. We can't let these viruses spread. This new virus can not only avoid the detection of ordinary detection equipment, but it will also turn humans into zombies within 3 seconds, and directly into level 3 zombies. If a bunch of level 3 zombies were running around in the base, you can imagine what kind of scene it would be. Old Xiao, I'll leave this list to you, go now." Xiao Yunlong immediately stood up, took the documents in his hand and turned to leave with his subordinate Huang Ming. "Sikong Chen actually went to this extent to deal with our base. He really has no bottom line. If this goes on, if we lose to him, then will all the bases in the country be controlled by him in the future? If this goes on, when will the hope of survival of our human race come out?" Zhou Shihui's face was sullen, his voice was very dissatisfied. In his heart, the most important thing is not the development of human beings, but the benefits that everyone can give him now, as well as to satisfy his strange ambition to control. Wu Qingyue smiled faintly. Then he continued, "In addition to the plan for this operation in our base, he also made a move on the underground creatures below. He wants to lead these things outside all the bases in our country. Not just against us. Zhou Shihui looked at the documents in front of him and asked with some confusion. Wu Qingyue glanced at him and reminded him, "You just said, he wants to control the existing bases in the country. He definitely doesn't just want to deal with us. You forgot, he used the bombs to deal with those underground creatures. If the major bases don't have the ability to resist when facing these underground creatures, isn't this the opportunity for Xikong Qin to subdue them?" Zhou Shihui's face turned ugly, and he continued, "So, this opportunity was actually created by him. And, it's good that you understand." Wu Qingyue nodded to him. Zhou Shihui suddenly turned to look at him and asked, "Since there are no movements from the underground creatures outside, does it mean that he hasn't started to make a move?" Wu Qingyue nodded and said with a smile, "He hasn't started to make a move, but I think he will make a move soon." Zhou Shihui looked at his confident look and asked in confusion, "Why?" Wu said with to say, "Because he am angry. If he's angry, he'll definitely act in advance. His words, he will be to make a move." It was obvious that something had happened here. Otherwise, why would Xikong Qin get angry for no reason at all? When Zhou Shihui heard that Xikong Qin was about to get angry, he immediately became interested. "What's going on?" "Oh, did the leader of the base cause trouble again?" That female zombie's ability to cause trouble wasn't small at all. Also, she was the one who brought the news back, so she definitely wouldn't just do nothing and just bring the news back. You know her quite well. Wu Qingyue glanced at him with a smile and continued, "That's right, she's stirring up trouble again. She blew up a very important secret weapon base of Xikong Qin and stole all of his research materials." After listening to what he said, everyone smiled in understanding. Sure enough, Wu Qingyue's answer didn't disappoint them. One must know that Xikong Qin was most proud of his weapons and technology. For such a secret weapon base to be blown up, it would be strange if he didn't die from anger. Wu Qingyue used the word "very important," which meant that it was really important to Xikong Qin. Everyone couldn't help but say, "Good job." So, other than dealing with the mole in our base, we need to quickly go to the place where the underground creatures are gathered to investigate the movements in China. We need to see what they are planning to use to lure these creatures to the outskirts of our base. At the same time, we need to pass on Xikong Qin's plan to the base as soon as possible. Wu Qingyue looked at them and said. After the meeting, Wu Qingyue walked out of the conference room and put away the smile on his face. As he walked, he said to Xiao Liqing, "Find a way to ask Li Yushan what's going on." From his reaction today, it doesn't seem like it was voluntary. He couldn't be happy about being betrayed by his subordinates. Understood, I'll ask Mo Li to find him. Xiao Liqing nodded. Mo Li was a level 5 psychic, although Li Yushan was also a level 5 natural. But in a situation where he couldn't use his ability, he couldn't withstand Mo Li's psychic attack. Now, not only did China develop a drug to suppress the ability of a psychic, Haiqing had also developed a drug with the same effect by analyzing the drug. Therefore, there was no need to worry about the psychic's ability attacking them. Therefore, under the effect of this drug, Li Yushan's ability couldn't affect Mo Li. He could only let Mo Li do whatever she wanted to him. When Mo Li, who was a psychiatrist in the medical center, received the news, she looked at Xiao Liqing in surprise. How could it be Li Yushan? Why? Xiao Liqing looked at her helplessly. I also want to know why, but he refused to tell us. Isn't this why I'm asking you to help me find out the reason? The leader said that Li Yushan might not have done it voluntarily. Could it be that the people in China caught hold of him and forced him to do it? According to the Li Yushan I know, he shouldn't have done such a thing. But since he did it, it means that the reason must be very important to him. Mo Li nodded. I understand. I'll go take a look now. After saying that, she tidied up the things on her desk, stood up, and walked out. After the results are out, send the report directly to the leader. I still have other things to do. Thank you for your hard work. Xiao Liqing smiled at her and followed her out of the office. After leaving the medical center, he prepared to bring people to investigate Xikong Chen's action plan against the underground creatures. Chapter 1382. Mo Li went to the place where Li Yueshan was imprisoned and looked at Li Yueshan. He sat on the only bed in the room with his head down, hugging his legs and curling up into a ball. Mo Li stood outside the door and observed Li Yueshan through the glass window. She turned and nodded to the guard next to her. The guard opened the door with the key and let Mo Li in. Li Yueshan's head moved slightly when he felt someone come in. He didn't look up and didn't see who came in. But he already knew who it was just from the aura. After Mo Li came in, the guard closed the door again. Say it, I hope you can say it yourself. I don't want to use my ability on you. She stood not far from the door and looked at Li Yueshan. Looking at their past relationship, Mo Li, Wu Qingyue, and Xiao Liqing all hoped that he would say the reason himself. This was also a form of respect for him. There's nothing to say, I'll accept whatever you want to do to me. Li Yueshan said in a low voice. His voice was weak and had a sense of desolation. Mo Li looked at him silently for a while before continuing, Is there something you did in China that we don't know? Li Yueshan was silent. Mo Li looked at him and continued, I know that you definitely wouldn't take the initiative to do such a thing to High City. Tell me, what's going on? I think you don't want me to use my ability on you. Li Yueshan slowly turned his head to look at her. Then his whole body unfolded and was no longer curled up into a ball. He turned around and faced Mo Li. His back was against the wall and his legs were crossed on the bed. He leaned against the wall and said indifferently to Mo Li, Anyway, my identity has been exposed and the plan is known to you. The survivors in High City have escaped this disaster. What else is there to say? Is my reason that important? Mo Li stared at him angrily, Do you want to die so badly? He knew that they were asking for his reason and that they wanted to deal with him based on the severity of the situation. But this person refused to fall for it. Did he want them to deal with him directly? Right now, because the virus has not been successfully spread. If Li Yueshan didn't do it willingly, then they would choose to punish him in a more reasonable way. After all, there was a huge difference between being forced and taking the initiative. The effects of both were different. If Li Yueshan was willing to do this, then he wouldn't be so calm now. Mo Li stood there with her hands in the pockets of her robe. She looked at him calmly and asked, But according to the investigation, while you were hiding their plan, you didn't do anything else, right? Don't tell me that what they asked you to do was to conceal their information. Li Yueshan leaned against the wall and looked at her with his chin slightly raised. He suddenly sneered and said, Isn't this enough? As an intelligence officer, he knew the importance of information. It was because he had concealed the information about these viruses and allowed them to enter the Sea City base. As long as these things were thrown into the food or water, or even broken in the crowd, they would spread into the air. It could cause a large number of people to turn into zombies. The consequences would be dire. But you didn't help them cover up, did you? In fact, in your heart, you still think that it's best to let others find out about them, right? Mo Li immediately saw through his real thoughts under the sneer. Covering up and hiding had different natures in different situations. Covering up was to actively use other things to divert other people's attention, or to use other things to cover the original thing so that others couldn't see it. Concealment was to not let others know about this matter when one knew about it. Or when others asked about it, to say that they didn't know. So the first type was more active, and the second was more passive. But at least Li Yueshan didn't do anything to help them cover up, he just ignored their existence. But in his heart, he actually hoped that someone would find out about it. Because as long as he didn't say it, then what others found out had nothing to do with him. Although Mo Li didn't use her ability on him, she could guess his thoughts from his expression and eyes, combined with his previous behavior. Li Yueshan looked at her and became silent. Mo Li also became silent. The air suddenly became quiet, and the two quietly looked at each other. After a while, Li Yueshan moved his eyes away and looked at the corner. He looked at the corner and muttered, "My brother is in their hands." Mo Li looked at him in surprise and asked, "Huh? Your brother? Isn't he dead?" Li Yueshan said to her, "At that time, I thought he was dead. But now, although he's not dead, it's better to be dead." Mo Li's white face frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" "I remember that your brother was thrown into a zombie horde, right? And it's been a few years now. He should have become a zombie long ago." Li Yueshan shook his head. "No, he was lucky that he wasn't bitten by a zombie, so he didn't get infected by the zombie virus. But he was caught by a mutant plant and was almost sucked dry. Fortunately, a group of people passed by and saved him. But he was poisoned by the mutant plant and didn't wake up. Later, he was sent to Huaxia as a research subject and was handed over to Huaxia's research institute." On Mo Li's originally expressionless face, a thoughtful look appeared in her eyes as she asked, "The other party found you?" This matter must have been found by the other party first. After all, Li Yueshan had long thought that his brother was dead, so he wouldn't look for his brother. Now that he knew that his brother was still alive, it must have been the other party who found him first. After all, his brother had become the research subject of the other party, and China would definitely investigate his brother's identity. It wouldn't be easy to find at the beginning, but as time passed, they would slowly find out. Mo Li didn't expect him to be Li Yueshan's biological brother. This was good, considering Li Yueshan's position in High City. China immediately used this to threaten Li Yueshan. Unfortunately, Li Yueshan had a good relationship with his little brother. Otherwise, when he knew that his little brother had an accident, he wouldn't have spent a year to slowly kill those people who threw his little brother into the zombies. Mo Li didn't hear him speak, so she frowned again. "Did you go see your brother?" She knew that if Li Yueshan hadn't personally confirmed his brother's situation, he wouldn't have allowed the other party to bring the virus into High City like this. The other party used his brother to threaten him. Although his brother was now like a vegetable, he was still alive. Chapter 1383. Mo Li asked him if he went to see his brother, which was a question she already knew the answer to. Li Yueshan continued to look at her in silence. He didn't want to say anything at this time. Besides, it would be like exonerating himself. He didn't want to do that. He had to bear the consequences of his own actions. Mo Li saw that he was silent and knew that it was about time. Because she already knew what she wanted to know. She also knew why Li Yueshan did this. She looked at him and said, "It seems that you still don't believe in the strength of our base. That's why you complied with the other party's request." Because if he could tell this to Wu Qingyue and use the power of the base to save his brother, then he wouldn't have to be threatened by the other party. Mo Li turned around and left, leaving Li Yueshan to wait for his punishment. After Wu Qingyue received Mo Li's report, he revealed an expression as if he had already guessed it. So his brother isn't dead. No wonder he can be controlled. He knew that his brother was very important to Li Yueshan. With his character, even if he used Li Yueshan's life to threaten him to do this kind of betrayal, he would rather choose the road of death. But if it was his brother's life, even half of it was more important than his own. Because when the apocalypse first came, his brother Li Yuehe had saved his life several times. Li Yueshan owed his brother a few lives. Even when his brother was thrown into the zombie horde, it was also because of him that it happened. So in terms of debt, even if Li Yueshan used his own life to exchange for Li Yueshan's, he had to save Li Yuehe's life. China was also lucky to have found Li Yueshan's brother. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to turn him into their helper. How should we punish him? Mo Li stood in front of Wu Qingyue's table and looked at him. Wu Qingyue smiled and said, punishing him isn't the priority. We have to find a way to save his brother first. After saving him, we can think about how to punish him. Understood. In that case, my mission is complete. There's nothing else for me to do. Mo Li said calmly before turning around and leaving. Wu Qingyue looked at her report and thought for a moment. He still had to send someone to investigate this Li Yuehe before he could take action. On the other hand, Lin Qiao returned to her office after playing for a while. Wu Yueling and Tingting were playing on the sofa in her office. Shen Yuzhen stood outside the door, helping to keep watch. After sensing that Lin Qiao had returned, little Tingting sat up straight and stretched its neck to look at her. Wu Yueling, who was hugging the big gray rabbit, also raised her head to look at Lin Qiao. Looking at the rabbit that had grown a lot, Lin Qiao asked Wu Yueling speechlessly, "You're always carrying it, isn't it heavy?" This rabbit was already as big as an adult dog. Although its whole body was furry, it couldn't stop its huge body from completely reducing its original cuteness. Wu Yueling shook her head. It's not heavy. It's warm. Because it was winter now, it was very cold, and this kind of soft furry animal was the most popular. Also, this gray rabbit was familiar with Wu Yueling now, so she could hug it freely. At this time, in the Huaxia base, Xikong Chen was sitting in the main seat of the conference room. His face was gloomy, and he stared coldly at the table in front of him. A bunch of leaders sat below him, all of them silent. Some of them didn't even dare to breathe loudly, they just wanted to make their presence felt to the extreme. Anyone could see how gloomy Xikong Chen's expression was right now. One wrong move and he would be criticized. Everyone knew that Professor Bai's research base was blown up. Although everyone didn't say a word, many people were secretly happy. For example, Lu Jinan. Seeing that Xikong Chen was just sitting there with a gloomy face, Lu Jinan couldn't help but say after sitting for a while, "Sir, are you going to freeze everyone in the conference room to death?" He was the director who was the least afraid of Xikong Chen in the room. Ever since Hu Zhiyong and Han Xiao died, his alliance had lost a lot of people. Now that he knew that Xikong Chen's partner and research expert had been killed, he was very happy. After all, he was also in the scientific research field, and he was Professor Bai's sworn enemy. However, Xikong Chen was more partial to the old man and completely ignored him. Lu Jinan and Hu Zhiyong had been unhappy with the old man for a long time, but now they died happily. As soon as he spoke, the depressing atmosphere in the conference room was suddenly stirred up. Xikong Chen's eyeballs moved as he swept his gaze across the crowd. Then he opened his mouth and said in a deep voice, "Plan 0, move ahead." Lu Jinan heard this and crossed his hands in front of his chest. Then he leaned back in his chair and asked, "Why?" Right now, there are still many underground creatures that haven't advanced. Not many have succeeded, and there are so many level 7 and level 8 creatures guarding there. Can we successfully lure them out? In short, it wasn't the right time. The effect of doing so wouldn't be good. Xikong Chen looked at him coldly and said, "Didn't you say before that you would act sooner or later? Why do you have an opinion now?" Lu Jinan smiled and said, "Didn't you say before that if we act too early, it will affect the overall effect of our operation? In order to achieve a higher degree of completion of the plan, I naturally have no opinion. Are you sure that making a decision now isn't an impulsive move?" Anyway, no matter what, he was going to disagree with Sikong-chin. Besides, even if Sikong-chin wanted to change his mind, he couldn't act impulsively with the entire base's plan. With such consequences, if they failed, he, as the leader, might not be able to take responsibility for it. Sikong-chin said, "What if our medicine can attract the level 7 and level 8 underground creatures guarding the surroundings to come over? Also, I only said to move ahead, not now." After a few more days, the advancement of the underworld creatures would reach a peak. At that time, we can directly lure them away. As long as those level 8 and level 8 creatures leave, it doesn't matter whether they advance or not. At this time, Wei Haichao suddenly said, "What about the first step of Sea City's plan? Are we going to start it at the same time?" Sikong-chin shook his head. "No, I want to wait for the people of Sea City to fight with those underground creatures. Then we will start the first step of Sea City's plan." While they were fighting fiercely, Wu Qingyue and the other leaders were also focusing their attention on the outside of the city. If an ordinary person suddenly turns into a zombie, then Haiching will definitely be in a mess. Chapter 1384. Because it will take some time to guide the actions of those underground creatures, we will be ready sooner or later. Sikong-chen looked at Wei Haichao and ordered, "You will send people out to make preliminary preparations in 3 days and then wait for my order to act." Now that Ho Guizhong was unconscious, it was basically Wei Haichao who was Sikong-chen's left and right hand. Understood. After the meeting, Wei Haichao left the office building and went to the army and the research institute to assign tasks. Sea City received the news that night. Because there were spies not only in Sea City. After Wu Qingyue received the news, he smiled at Xiao Yunlong, who came to his office to discuss matters, and said, "See, I said Sikong-chin is angry." Xiao Yunlong sat there, lazily leaning against the back of the sofa. Hearing what he said, he raised his eyebrows and asked, "Huaxia really acted in advance?" Wu Qingyue said, holding the information in his hand, he said that after 3 days, he will send people to the surroundings of those underground creatures and then wait for Sikong-chen's order to start the operation. Xiao Yunlong sat up straight, one hand on his knee, and asked him with some surprise, "Start after 3 days? It seems that Sikong-chen has not completely lost his mind in anger." At least this Sikong-chen still had the sense to wait until 3 days before taking action, and also wait for his order to start the operation. "Oh, yes, when is he going to make a move on our base?" Since the operation outside was about to begin, it would soon be their turn. But Sikong-chen still didn't know that the virus drugs that he had secretly sent in had almost been cleaned up by Xiao Yunlong. Although Xiao Yunlong quickly arranged an arrest operation, there were still people who heard the news and ran away. Tonight, Xiao Yunlong came to talk to Wu Qingyue about this matter. He was not sure whether the person who ran away was carrying the virus. Then halfway through the conversation, Wu Qingyue's subordinate sent him this news. Hearing Xiao Yunlong's question, Wu Qingyue looked at the information in his hand. "For our operation," he said, "that he will wait until the underground creatures besiege us and we are busy dealing with the underground creatures outside before he gives the order to act. In other words, you want to stab us in the back when we can't take care of anything else." Sikong-chen's trick is quite old-fashioned, but if he really succeeds, it will be very useful. Xiao Yunlong coldly snorted, frowning as he shamelessly ridiculed Sikong-chen. "I will pass the news to Li Qing and the Universal Base. Hurry up and find the rat that slipped away. He is still in the base. If he spreads the virus, it will be troublesome." Wu Qingyue still had a smile on his mouth, but his eyes were very serious as he said to Xiao Yunlong. Xiao Yunlong immediately stood up, pulled the hem of his clothes and put on his cap. He nodded and said, "I understand. Don't worry, he won't be able to run until tomorrow morning." With that, he strode out of Wu Qingyue's office. As soon as he walked out and turned a corner, he saw Meng Yu coming out of the elevator. "Hey, I was going to look for you. We found that person's location." Xiao Yunlong looked at her with some surprise. "How fast? Then let's go and capture him first. We can't let him run away again this time." As he spoke, he pulled Meng Yu back to the elevator. "Don't you need to report to Brother Yu first?" Meng Yu hesitantly glanced at him. Xiao Yunlong said, "No need, I just told him that the rat won't be able to run until tomorrow morning." At this time, in a dark underground passage, a figure shrank in an inconspicuous corner. In the darkness, his expression was somewhat disheveled. His eyes were vigilantly staring at the passage outside, and he was holding a 7-centimeter long glass tube in his hand. Inside the tube was an unknown dark purple liquid. The man tightly held the tube, which was his last life-saving weapon. After squatting in place for a few minutes, he felt that staying here was not the way. Thus, after carefully observing the outside for a while, he quietly moved out. He prepared to move toward the other side of the passage and continue to look for a safe exit to escape. However, just as he moved out into the second passage, a person suddenly stood at the corner in front of him. The man was startled and abruptly stopped his footsteps. When he turned his head back, he saw two people standing a dozen meters behind him without him knowing when they had appeared. On one side of the man was the dirty sewer river, and on the other side was the wall. Unless he jumped into the dirty river, there was nowhere to escape. "Plop, don't come over, or I will smash this thing. You should know what this is, and you should also understand how it spreads." The man did not hesitate to jump into the dirty river. The dirty river was not deep, the muddy and smelly water only reached his calf and below his knee. He raised the tube of liquid in his hand, pointed at the several people who suddenly appeared, and nervously shouted at them. "Well, if I smash it, you will be the first one to become a zombie. Do you dare?" At this time, the man who was blocking the corner slowly approached and calmly said to him. The man really showed a hesitant expression, but in the blink of an eye, he fiercely glared at them and shouted, "I don't care. In any case, it's hard to escape death if you catch me. If you don't let me go, then I will perish together with you. Even if I die, I will drag a bunch of you down with me." As long as he smashed the tube of liquid in his hand, the liquid would leak out through the air. "Then you can try it. Let me tell you, if you break this tube of liquid, only you will become a zombie." The man calmly said to him. "Can't you see that we are wearing protective suits?" At this time, one of the two people behind couldn't help but say. The man then realized, these three people were wearing protective suits from head to toe. Moreover, it should be made of special materials, the kind that can't be burned by fire. Therefore, it is impossible for the poisonous gas in the air to invade the human body. And the liquid in his hand, even if it spreads through the air, it still needs to be in contact with skin or breathing. Even if it is like this. But it will also spread through the air vent. Even if you don't become zombies, but what about the people on the ground? Do you not care? The man panicked and took 2 steps back in the water, and shouted at them. "Don't you know, there is a limit to the range of transmission of this virus in the air? Now that the people in this area have been dispersed by us, it is impossible to harm others." The man continued to calmly stab him. Chapter 1385. The person's words successfully stunned the man holding the drug. He didn't expect this situation at all. He naively thought that as long as this drug was broken, it could turn the entire base and even the people outside the range into zombies. No, impossible, how could there be a range restriction? They didn't say there was such a situation. The man's eyes were somewhat shaken. At this moment, the water under his feet suddenly froze and turned into ice in an instant. The ice spread upward from his feet in the blink of an eye. Before the man could react, he was completely frozen. Huang Ming jumped down from the top of the river opposite the dirty water behind the man and clapped his hands. He was a level 5 ice elemental, while the frozen man was only a level 4 wind elemental. He was completely unable to dissolve Huang Ming's ability and could only be frozen there like an ice sculpture. Huang Ming walked over from the frozen surface of the river. The frozen man was still holding the vials in his hand. Huang Ming walked to the front and back of the man and removed the vials from his hand. The virus liquid inside the tube was also frozen into ice cubes, and Huang Ming took out an isolation box and put it away. After putting the virus in the box and handing it to the others, Huang Ming turned back and pressed his hand on the ice sculpture again. Just now he only used 50% of the power of the ice to freeze him. It was completely unable to kill him. Now that he confirmed that the virus in his hand was safe, Huang Ming turned his head and continued to freeze the ice on the man. After pressing his hand on the man's body, the man who was just wrapped in a layer of transparent ice turned white. At the same time, the fear of death could be seen in the man's eyes. Then Huang Ming pushed with his hand. Kacha, bang, the ice sculpture directly broke into pieces after falling. The human body inside also broke into pieces, not even blood flowed out. Okay, let's call it a day. Huang Ming walked to the edge of the river and waved his hand to remove the ice in the river. Even the dismembered body of the man sank into the dirty water and was washed away. After the 4 people climbed out of the sewer, there was already a group of people waiting for them. When Xiao Yunlong and Meng Yut saw them come out, they asked, "How was it?" Huang Ming gestured to him that it was done. Xiao Yunlong and the others breathed a sigh of relief, smiling, "That's more like it. Where are the things?" After Huang Ming came up, he looked at the others behind him. Just then, the people below handed him the box containing the virus. Huang Ming took it and handed it to Xiao Yunlong. "Here." But where did the leader get this list? Huang Ming suddenly curiously asked Xiao Yunlong. Xiao Yunlong shrugged his shoulders. His wife gave it to him. As soon as he said that, everyone immediately revealed a look of understanding. Our leader is really lucky to be chosen by others. Why is no one interested in me? She doesn't need to be as beautiful as Leader Lu, nor does she need to be as valiant as her. Just give me an ordinary woman. Huang Ming's handsome face revealed an envious expression. When he talked about women, his eyes shone with a green light and he almost drooled. Xiao Yunlong snappily slapped the back of his head. "Can you do it or not? Put away that wretched expression of yours. Which woman is willing to like you?" Huang Ming felt a little pain from being slapped by his big palm. He couldn't help glaring at him with a face of resentment. "You are a well-fed man who doesn't know the suffering of a starving man. Have you forgotten the days when you used to chase after our big sister Yu?" Being stared at with a face of resentment, Xiao Yunlong smiled proudly. "Hey, then you first have to have a goal to chase. Do you have anyone you like now?" "No way. If you don't, then why are you shouting?" Huang Ming was speechless. Well, he really didn't like anyone. Sigh, old Wu, hurry up and bring back your wife. Don't tell me you have to wait for the child to play soy sauce before you can have someone warm your bed. At this time, Xiao Yunlong suddenly sighed helplessly. Xiao Yu next to him glanced at him. "Why are you so anxious about other people's matters?" Xiao Yunlong glanced at her and did not say a word. On this side, Sea City had finally cleaned up this batch of virus-carrying spies. Over at the All-Beings base, Lin Qiao was at home looking at the preliminary research materials that Yuan Tianqing and Lin Wenwen had sorted out. From the pile of materials, they did find some things about the underground creatures, which was the information that Professor Bai had brought people down to investigate a few years ago. However, the situation that Professor Bai had inquired at that time was indeed different from what Lin Qiao was seeing now. Little Ting Ting, who was crawling around next to her, saw her staring at the information in her hand and frowning. He couldn't help but ask, "Mama, did you see anything?" Lin Qiao turned to look at Little Ting Ting and suddenly asked him, "Little Ting Ting, do you know why these underground spaces have become like this?" Little Ting Ting looked at her blankly. "How would I know? I'm not a god." Lin Qiao stared at his short figure and looked up and down. "Then you seem to know my things very well. I don't even know what's going on myself." Little Ting Ting continued to look at her in confusion. "In fact, I don't know what's going on, but I can sense a lot of things related to Mama. It's the changes that happened to you. When Mama died, I was already conscious." At the last sentence, he suddenly lowered his head and watched helplessly as his mama was forced to self-destruct. Lin Qiao's hatred and despair stimulated him, making him instinctively want to help her, but there was nothing he could do. It wasn't until he hated himself and felt the final despair and unwillingness of her mama that his heart suddenly seemed to have broken something. An invisible force enveloped him and Mama. Then Lin Qiao brought him back to life. However, because he instinctively only wanted to help Lin Qiao directly woke up from a fresh zombie body, and he himself only woke up from that space after a period of time. To be honest, this space was actually Little Ting Ting's own ability. It was a latent ability that he had when he was in Lin Qiao's original body. It was stimulated by Lin Qiao's emotions at that time. So when he stayed in Lin Qiao's space, the primary control was still in his hands, and the secondary control was Lin Qiao. Until later, when he used that kind of method to give birth to himself, he transferred the full control of this space to Lin Qiao. This was also why Lin Qiao felt that she had full control of the space after giving birth to the child. After hearing his words, Lin Qiao couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then she revealed a dumbfounded expression and looked at him blankly. Chapter 1386. After being stunned for a while, Lin Qiao looked at Ting Ting and asked him uncertainly, "So did you save me at that time?" She could sense Ting Ting's thoughts, so she was even more surprised. She couldn't help looking at him up and down in surprise. She didn't expect her son to have this kind of power. It turned out that he was the one who had reborn her. Why did their space system have such a special effect? This child had made her reborn into someone else's body, and Lin Wenwen had been reborn 7 years ago. It was almost the same. Ting Ting thought for a moment and said, "Well, sort of. But at that time, my superpower hadn't been awakened yet. I just don't know why it suddenly broke out. I don't quite understand." He also remembered a lot of things after he was born. Before he was born, his memory was in a relatively chaotic and vague state. There was a kind of feeling called being eager to protect one's child. When a mother encountered a child in danger, she would risk her life to save her child. This was a kind of maternal instinct. But was he being eager to protect his mother? Lin Qiao put down the information in her hand and put him on her lap. She hugged him tightly in her arms and rested her chin on the top of his bald head. "I used to hate Yang Jianhua, but now I have to thank him for bringing you to me." She had never figured out why she was reborn. She never thought that it was Ting Ting who saved her. It was this child who gave her a second life and gave her a second chance to live. Little Ting Ting sensed her complicated emotions and patted her arm with his lotus-like little hand. He said, "Well, I also want to thank him for making me Mama's son." Wu Yueling, who was next to them, looked at the mother and daughter in confusion. She couldn't understand what they were saying at all. But when she saw Lin Qiao holding Ting Ting affectionately, she couldn't help but come over and hug them with open arms. Lin Qiao let go of Wu Yueling and put her on the sofa next to her. Then she touched her head. "Well, you two should go to bed." Lingling, take Tingting to bed. After touching Wu Yueling's head, Lin Qiao let go of her hand and held Tingting in front of Wu Yueling. Whoa. Mama, good night. Good night, Mama. Wu Yueling consciously slid down from the sofa and stood on the ground. Then, he picked up little Tingting and said goodnight to Lin Qiao before turning around and walking into their room. Good night. Lin Qiao responded and watched the two of them walk over. After entering the door, she turned around and continued to read the documents in her hands. The information stated Professor Bai's experience in the underground and what they had done. After watching for a whole night, Lin Qiao finally figured out what was going on. It turned out that Professor Bai had brought people down to find out the source of the doomsday virus. Scientists from various places felt that it had something to do with the underground, so they went down. In the end, he encountered many mutated subterranean creatures. That was less than 2 years after the apocalypse, and the humans' abilities and weapons weren't that powerful. Hence, when they encountered these invulnerable, powerful, and incomparably ferocious underground creatures, they were naturally powerless. Unfortunately, Professor Bai wasn't a law-abiding person. While hiding from those things underground, he probed the substances underground and conducted various tests and experiments at the same time. As a result, some of the things underground accidentally fused together, resulting in a mutation that caused the air in the entire underground space to change. In the beginning, the subterranean creatures didn't advance so quickly, but after Professor Bai's actions, the subterranean creatures began to advance rapidly. When things got out of control, they were attacked by the subterranean creatures. After reading the report, Lin Qiao snorted coldly. She thought that it was really the old man's doing that caused the underground space to be filled with that kind of abnormal energy. Fortunately, Lin Wenwen brought back clean catnip. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to deal with the poisonous energy in the underground space. Lin Qiao was now prepared for the worst-case scenario where the energy in the underground space couldn't be controlled and rushed to the surface. So when she knew that the energy in her space and the catnip energy could deal with the underground energy, she began to plant catnip in her space in the past 2 days. It was the seeds that Lin Wenwen brought back. Of course, it was still Lu Tianyi, the exclusive farm owner of her space. Moreover, Lin Qiao sent a batch of zombies into the space for him to do. After all, opening up the land and planting the seeds required a lot of help. It was a pity that Lu Jun had been seduced by Xie Dong. Otherwise, Lin Qiao would have wanted to pair the two of them up. Lu Jun, who was in the cultivation base of Wushan, inexplicably felt a chill down his back. At this time, Lu Tianyi, who was buried in Lin Qiao's space, also felt a chill down his back. Lin Qiao suddenly felt that her thoughts had gone astray. She thought of her 2 younger brothers and 1 younger sister and didn't know when she would be able to sell them. Lin Hao wasn't young anymore. Was there a girl suitable for him? Reaching out to wave away her thoughts, Lin Qiao lowered her head and continued to read the information. After more than 5 years of changes, the supernatural energy in the underground space was almost saturated and burrowed everywhere. In another 2 years, the superpower would definitely overflow from the ground. Those underground creatures could find a way out. If the energy continued to increase, it was hard to imagine what the consequences would be. After reading the information, Lin Qiao entered the space. She saw Lu Tianyi leading a group of level 3 and 4 zombies, digging the ground in full swing with a hoe. She looked at Lu Tianyi and felt that it was about time to give him a boost in strength. This kid was still level 5, although he was a leader. But no matter how she looked at it, he was still a bit weak. It was better to give him a boost to the level of a level 1 king before dealing with Huaxia. Not only did she want to give Lu Tianyi a boost in strength, but she also wanted to give everyone who followed her into the underground space a share. However, if she wanted to raise the level 6 to level 7, she still needed some energy cores. It seemed that she had to let Elmar and the others go out to hunt for some energy cores tomorrow. After she reached level 8, Lin Qiao's space had expanded a lot. Just the lake alone had become a lot bigger. With the lake as the center, there was a large piece of land on the side of the building, and there was also the land on the side of the forest opposite the building. The three places had expanded several times. Anyway, at a glance, she couldn't see the edge of the lawn on the opposite side. And on the side of the building, the three small spaces that were originally a few hundred meters behind the building were now a few kilometers away. They couldn't be seen anymore, around the building, other than the open space in front of the building, which was used as an activity area. The surrounding area was either planted with melons and vegetables, or raised chickens, ducks, and geese. Chapter 1387. Since Xikongchen hasn't made a move yet, she'll use tonight's time to help Lu Tianyi level up. Thinking of this, Lin Qiao's mind moved and a few water-type zombie cores appeared in her hands. 1 level 6 and 5 level 5. Her body flashed and she directly teleported to where Lu Tianyi was. In her own space, she only needed to think about it and she could teleport anywhere in the space. Seeing Lin Qiao suddenly appear beside him, Lu Tianyi put down the hoe and stood up straight. He used his hand to hold the hoe and turned his head to look at her. What do you need? Lin Qiao showed him the zombie cores in her hands and said, let them do it first. Come with me and level up. Lu Tianyi looked at her in surprise and asked, now? Weren't they about to start a war with China? She still had time to level up with him. Lin Qiao nodded, yes, Xikongchen won't make a move immediately. I'll help you today. Tomorrow, I'll see what's going on in China and decide whether or not I should help the members of the mission increase their strength before the war starts. Come here. After saying that, she waved at Lu Tianyi and walked towards the lake. Lu Tianyi carried the hoe and walked out of the ground. He put the tools to the side and walked towards Lin Qiao. However, he didn't walk too fast because he still had to wait for Lin Qiao to suppress the energy in the lake. Lin Qiao walked to the side of the lake and threw his clothes on the shore. He wrapped himself in a black mist and went into the water. After going into the water, the energy in the lake gathered at the bottom of the lake. Lu Tianyi, who felt no pressure, walked over and looked at the pile of clothes that Lin Qiao took off. He then looked down at his own clothes. Then he frowned and took off his clothes. When he was only left with his underwear, he paused for a moment. He looked back and saw that the zombies in the distance had all turned their heads back and continued with their work as if nothing had happened. Lu Tianyi's face darkened. Do you think that just because you covered Xiao Xiao's eyes with your hands, you can openly stare at his lower body? This brat was still sizing him up. Was he trying to see how big his little brother was? Turning around and taking a deep breath, Lu Tianyi thought about it. Should he go down in his underwear and be melted, or should he take it off and go down? If he continued to wear it, wouldn't he still have to come up naked after the deed was done? He still had to find a new one to wear. Forget it, just take it off. If you want to look, then look. In any case, it's not smaller than that kid from Junglers. Humph. While thinking, Lu Tianyi took off the fork and plunged into the water. As soon as he dived into the water, Lu Tianyi immediately felt something wrapping around him and quickly dragging him down. Suddenly, a thought came to him. Are you showing off your figure up there? Touch like this. Lu Tianyi rolled his eyes and thought to himself, there's no show. They wanted to peek. It's my fault. After Lin Qiao pulled him down, he turned his back to her. Then she scattered a few zombie cores around him and let him absorb them. It wasn't the first time Lu Tianyi's level had been increased by her. After seeing the zombie cores, he took a level 5 one in each hand and began to absorb them. Lin Qiao pressed one hand on his back and helped him filter the energy of the zombie cores. Lu Tianyi didn't level up for long. He was originally a water elemental. Water elemental energy was relatively mild. Therefore, after Lin Qiao controlled the energy at the bottom of the lake to filter the energy of the zombie cores, Lu Tianyi's zombie cores quickly reached a saturation level. In the end, she took the level 6-1 for him to break through and enter the level 6 stage in one fell swoop. In less than a night, Lu Tianyi and Lin Qiao came out of the water in a few hours. As Lin Qiao wrapped herself in a black fog and began to put on clothes, Lu Tianyi just silently looked at the zombies in the field. They turned their heads back and continued to work. After Lin Qiao put on his clothes, he suddenly looked at the tranquil surface of the lake and sighed. I wonder if I'll unlock this method of having to go to the bottom of the lake to help you guys level up after I reach level 9. It would be great if I could extract the energy from the lake. Lu Tianyi, who was wearing pants, looked at her with his upper body naked. This is not bad. You can enjoy different people's bodies. Lin Qiao turned her head and glanced at him. Sorry, I'm not interested in nude art. You'll get a needle eye if you look at it too much. She inexplicably thought of that old man Gua. Hey! Something strange had snuck in. Lin Qiao hurriedly waved away the wrinkled body of old man Gua she saw when he was taking a bath. After Lu Tianyi put on clothes, he looked back at the lake inexplicably. Although he was a water elemental, the water in this lake couldn't be controlled at all. Moreover, he couldn't sense the existence of the water elemental energy at all. It seemed that the water in this lake was formed by that special energy. As soon as Lin Qiao came up, the pressure in the lake immediately spread. Lu Tianyi only stayed by the lake for a few minutes before he couldn't stand it anymore. He quickly left the lakeside and walked towards the small building. The next day, Lin Qiao went to a meeting with everyone early in the morning. Last night, there was news from Haiqing. Xikong Chen is preparing to send people to the area where the underground creatures are in 2 days. Should we intercept them? Lin Feng asked Lin Qiao, who was sitting at the head of the table, with the news from Haiqing. Lin Qiao leaned against the back of the chair, crossed her arms in front of her chest, and glanced at him. She didn't answer him. Instead, she turned to Xie Dong, who was sitting on the left, and asked, "Have you found out about China's action route towards South and East China?" Xie Dong nodded, yes. This was easy to find because if Xikong Qin wanted to lure the underground creatures, he would definitely start at the place where they gathered. Everyone knew where the underworld creatures were gathering in the eastern and southern parts of China. Lin Qiao's eyes flickered slightly. She turned to look at Lin Feng and nodded, saying, "Then let's send people to set up an ambush and give Xikong Qin a surprise. Let's see if he likes it." Lin Feng asked, "Should we send the 2nd Legion alone?" Lin Qiao shook her head, "No, let the 1st Legion go for the main mission this time. It's time to send your men out for actual combat. Every time you send people from the 2nd Legion, your men are going to be rusty." Lin Feng didn't expect Lin Qiao to send out the human legion from the 1st base. He looked at her in surprise. Lin Qiao raised her eyebrows. "Why, is there a problem?" "Of course not." Lin Feng immediately shook his head at her. Then, he turned to look at Yuan Tianqing. Chapter 1388. Since the establishment of the Universal Base, Lin Qiao had always brought the army from the 2nd base with her on every mission. Only when Lin Feng went out to collect resources would he bring them along with him. However, most of the soldiers were still training in the base. Also, because there were very few people in the 1st base, they didn't have to find another training ground for them. They just opened up an area next to the 1st base. The army in the 1st base originally had 2,000 to 3,000 people. Due to the 2nd virus outbreak, the number was reduced by a small portion. Later, they were filled up again, which was how they managed to reach the current size of 5,000 people. However, most of them were still new soldiers. They weren't used to fighting as a group and needed more training. Lin Feng, take 3 basic troops and move out. I will send a troop from the second base to secretly escort you from behind. The army that Huaxia sent out this time and their weapons aren't simple. Don't be too careless. Lin Qiao looked at Lin Feng and the others on the right and said to Lin Feng after assigning the troops. Yes. Lin Feng nodded at her. Lin Qiao turned to look at Qiu Lily and Lin Kuei, who were sitting in the middle on the left, and said, Lily, you and Lin Kuei will lead the second legion and follow behind them. Only attack when they really can't handle it. Understood. Qiu Lily and Lin Kuei nodded at the same time. Elmar, for the next few days, take all the rank first kings in the second legion and collect a large amount of energy cores. Corpse cores, plant cores, animal cores, Lin Qiao ordered Elmar, who was sitting next to Xie Dong, after instructing Yu Lily and Xie Dong. Elmar was a little stunned. Ha! We still need to collect energy cores at this time. Weren't they preparing for war? Why was she still needed to take people to collect energy cores? And most of the level 1 kings were to be taken away. If there was an emergency, wouldn't there be no more people? Lin Qiao smiled at her and said, that's right. This is the time. I'll give you 5 days. Within these 5 days, send people to collect energy cores every day, no matter how many there are. Don't worry. At least within these 5 days, Sikongchen won't do anything big. We can deal with small tricks, and even if he does something, it will definitely be against Sea City. What she meant was that she wanted to take advantage of these few days to upgrade all the zombies in the second base from level 5 to level 6. If a level 6 king were to make a big move against the base, a level 1 king would have the strength to summon all the wild zombies in the surrounding area. Therefore, for the sake of efficiency, Elmar's side had to speed up the process of collecting energy cores. Hearing this, Elmar nodded. He replied, all right. Lin Qiao looked at her and reminded, in the next few days, I'll have to trouble you guys to increase the number of energy cores you collect. Elmar understood what she meant and expressed that she had no opinion. I understand. After talking about the important mission, Lin Qiao moved on to the next matter. There's one more thing. It's about the information that Yuan Tianqing looked through yesterday. In fact, it was man-made that caused the changes in the underground space, causing many low-level underground creatures to be unable to survive. Because these creatures have high levels of intelligence, I don't think they will be able to go back to live. I'm afraid that they won't be able to go back even if they want to. Moreover, if we don't seal the underground space, after a few years, the underground energy will overflow through the channels left by these creatures. Therefore, in order to deal with the emergence of these abilities, we need to plant a large area of catnip that Wenwen brought back. But before planting the catnip, we need to purify the land. After we get rid of Sikongchen and Huaxia, we'll discuss how to proceed with this plan with Sea City and the other bases. But we can try to plant some ourselves first and see how the production is. This was a long-term project because in order to plant clean catnip without any mutation, they had to first purify the land. Currently, only Lin Qiao could do this. Because she had the spatial lake, which was endless. There was another method, which was the soilless cultivation in Huaxia. But without the nourishment of the soil, the energy contained in the soilless cultivation plant was much lower than that of the plants grown in the soil. Now, in the Wushan cultivation base managed by Lu Jun, in addition to the large pond that was dug before, there were more than a dozen large ponds. Of course, the water in the ponds wasn't all transported from Lin Qiao's spatial lake, but water from the river. Then, they added the lake water from Lin Qiao's spatial lake to purify it before watering the land. As for the watered land, they had to wait for a period of time until the energy of the virus was gone before they could dig a hole to plant the catnip. But because of the mature cultivation experience in the Wushan cultivation base, this wasn't a difficult problem. The difficult part was that the catnip had to be planted in large quantities to have an effect. Moreover, they had to wait for 2 to 3 years for their growth period to come out. Their own energy had to be released into the air to a certain depth before they could resist the energy underground. Are we going to plant these plants? But how many years do we have to plant catnip to be able to resist the energy? Can't you seal up the entire underground space? Elmar asked her, puzzled. Logically speaking, the most effective way now was to seal the underground space and block the passage connecting it to the surface. Lin Chao said, that's only one aspect. We also have to prepare for the worst. We have to deal with this situation in many ways. Look at the entire country, and not just in China. These underground creatures are even appearing in foreign countries, which means that there are more than just a dozen or so exits to the underground space. There are probably hundreds or even thousands of them. We won't be able to find them all, let alone seal them all. Moreover, there are also exotic beasts in the underground space. They are all intelligent and will think of ways to break the passage we seal. So, considering the worst-case scenario in a few years or a decade, we might as well plant the most useful catnip now. Anyway, no matter what happens in the future, it will definitely be beneficial to us. The others looked at each other and didn't say anything. Elmar also revealed a thoughtful expression. Of course, our most important task now is to deal with Huaxia. Wait until the matter with Huaxia is settled, then we can slowly study the underground space. We can't rush it. This isn't just a matter of our base. We have to discuss it with other bases. Lin Chao finished talking about some minor details and ended the meeting. Chapter 1389. That afternoon, everyone started to move quickly. Lin Feng brought out 3 basic groups from the First Army and a basic zombie group from Chiu Lily's side. That afternoon, they went to the gathering place of the underground creatures near the base and waited for an ambush. They didn't care about Haiqing because Wu Qingyue and Lin Qiao had made the same arrangement. Elmar took 20 level First Kings from the Second Army to hunt for energy nuclei at noon. That night, Lin Qiao received a batch of level 5 and level 6 energy nuclei from Elmar's people. There were zombie nuclei, plant nuclei, and animal nuclei. Lin Qiao took the energy nuclei from Elmar and started to level up the first batch of level 5 zombies. That night, Lu Tianyi saw a few level 5 zombies standing in a line on an empty space not far from the lake. One by one, they were waiting to go down to the lake to level up. Before going down, they were level 5, and after coming up, they were level 6. Ah Zhong, whose full name was Wan Lishong, was originally a level 5 leader. This time, he was also promoted to level 6, a level 1 king. Aju had also been promoted. Although this guy was always causing trouble, his fighting strength was not weak either. Lin Qiao was at ease with old Madame Lu following behind him. After 2 or 3 levels, Lin Qiao suddenly felt that it was too slow. She climbed out of the lake and stood on the shore covered in black fog. She stared at the remaining people and looked back and forth, thinking. Lu Tianyi wandered over, "What's wrong?" Lin Qiao said, "It's too slow, I need to be faster." After thinking for a while, she suddenly pointed at the remaining 3 level 5 leaders and said, "You 3, come down together." Lu Tianyi looked at her with doubt. "Oh, you want to do it in bulk?" Lin Qiao nodded, "I'll try and see if it works." The remaining 3 zombies looked at each other. All of them rejoiced in their hearts. Fortunately, all 3 of them were men, so Lin Qiao went into the water again. The 3 level 5 leaders looked at each other and quickly took off their clothes. Then the 3 of them subconsciously glanced at the other 2, the dark eyes of the zombies flashed a hint of unknown meaning. Then, they walked into the water together. After entering the water, Lin Qiao closed his eyes and sensed the location of the 3 of them. Then, he used his spiritual power to control the energy in the water and pulled them down to him. She could sense the 3 of them, but they couldn't sense Lin Qiao. They could only sense that they were being pulled down. Lin Qiao threw the energy cores in his hands around their bodies and used his mind to tell them to absorb them boldly. Meanwhile, she concentrated on splitting the energy in the water into 3 parts and injected it into their hearts. Fortunately, she did not need too many energy cores to upgrade these level 5 leaders. Normally, 3 to 5 level 5 leaders and 1 level 6 leader would be enough to upgrade them to a level 1 king. Under the influence of Lin Qiao's lake water, the energy they absorbed was even purer and could increase the energy of their zombie cores to the greatest extent. The 3 level 1 kings who had just been successfully upgraded stood in a row about 10 meters away from the lake, waiting for Lin Qiao to come out. While Lin Qiao was upgrading the zombies, a red shadow flew past the periphery of the base. It didn't go near the base, but turned around and flew towards the Wushan base. After it flew over, a huge black shadow flashed on the ground and also flew towards the direction of Wushan. Dehe and Wang, who were resting in the mountain, immediately raised their heads and looked in its direction. Then, they stood up, especially Wang. After standing up, he turned his head and hid behind Dehe, who had curled up into a small black mountain. Dehe Xing glanced at it calmly, then turned his head and continued to look in front. At this time, the zombies who were still working at night all stopped. They turned their heads and looked in the direction of Dehe and the others. In front of Lu Jun's wooden house, the 2 level 1 kings, Fox and Pit, appeared beside her. "It's that big red cat again. What does it want?" Pit asked curiously. The chubby, round-faced fox said, "I heard from the people who went out with the leader this time that this big cat has been following the leader. Is it looking for the leader to be its poop shoveler? Anyway, our leader has raised a mutant snake, a zombie dog, and a big mushroom that can run. It doesn't seem strange to raise such a big underground cat." Pit shrugged. Lu Jun smiled and said, "Anyway, it doesn't have any evil intentions. But what's with that big dog?" "Oh, you mean that Tibetan Mastiff with fur all over its body?" "I don't know. It seems like it likes to run behind the leader like that big cat." Pit thought for a while and said. Fox shook her head. "No, this big dog doesn't seem to be following the leader. I feel that it is more interested in the leader's Wang." Lu Jun and Pit looked at her curiously. "Huh? How do you know it is interested in Wang?" Fox smiled. Her face was originally a little round, but when she smiled, her eyes became 2 slits. She looked a little like a little fox. "Intuition. I'm a fox animal intuition," she said with a smile. Pit, Lu Jun, all right. This fellow's ability was also a rare natural animal. It was a fox. At daybreak, the 2 large cat and dog groups left quickly. Then they would come back at night and leave again at daybreak. Lin Qiao would deal with matters during the day and continue to level up the zombie leaders at night. After such a large batch of leveling up, her army only used 2 to 3 nights to increase the number of level 1 kings. That morning, she had just sat down in the office for a while when she received news from Xiedong. The Huaxia side had dispatched people to deal with the underworld creatures. Lin Qiao looked at the report and smiled faintly. "Come, we're just waiting for you." On the other hand, China had sent out dozens of teams, which were scattered in 3 directions: East China, Northeast China, and Northwest China. The East China team was definitely targeting Universal Base and Haiqing, while the Northeast and Northwest China teams were targeting Black Dragon Base and Qingshan Base. China had no intention of attacking the Meng tribe. Because, even without threats, the Meng tribe had already submitted to China. Chapter 1390. Lin Qiao was sitting in the office when Duan Wan knocked on the door. She walked to her desk and said, "Aren't you going to take care of your pets?" "What's wrong?" Lin Qiao looked up at her. Duan Wan said, "They go to Wushan Base every night." "What do they want?" Lin Qiao shrugged. "How do I know what they want? But they shouldn't do anything bad." She had to keep an eye on Huaxia and the underground creatures during the day so that she could come up with countermeasures in time. At night, she had to level up the zombie army. How could she have time to deal with these big guys? Anyway, that guy wouldn't do anything bad, so let it do as it pleased. She couldn't chase it away since she couldn't call it back to the base. "You said they didn't do anything bad." Duan Wan looked at her strangely and asked again, "Junjun, Kang and the others are going crazy with anger, aren't they?" "Aw. Aren't they helping?" Lin Qiao looked at her doubtfully. "They're just more of a hindrance." Duan Wan was speechless. Speaking of which, these few had indeed been helping out for the past few nights. Because Lin Qiao gave Lu Jun the task of opening up new land, the zombies were digging the ground day and night. When Wang was happy, he would dig a few times. But every time, Pit and Fox would chase him away with a hoe. The loose ground was only 10 to 20 centimeters deep, and the loose soil was immediately scattered. But this guy dug a 1 to 2 meter deep hole. What was it doing? How was this a thing? It was burying a corpse. As a result, Pit and the fox could only drive it away and fill up the hole it dug. When Wang saw that his hole was filled up, he was unhappy. So when they weren't paying attention, he would sneak over to dig. Seeing it digging a hole, the two outsiders also started to follow suit. As for those claws, just 2 claws would be enough to make a big hole. Lu Junhe and Pitts were so angry that they would pick up a hoe and beat them up for no reason. But these were mutant beasts with thick skin. They weren't afraid at all. It made them want to use their abilities to attack them. Fortunately, the 2 dogs were also very smart. As soon as they saw them coming over with hoes or shovels, they immediately turned around and ran. Dahe and the other Dahong were leisurely watching the fun. Anyway, without Lin Qiao, no one would be able to deal with them. Lin Qiao said with a smile, "Forget about Dahong. What about the Tibetan Mastiff? Have you taken a fancy to our Erwang?" "No way, isn't Erwang a male?" "Of course, that giant Tibetan Mastiff was also a male." Duan Wan raised her eyebrows at her. "How would I know? I don't understand dog language. I think you should take some time to take a look. Otherwise, if they really dig holes everywhere, people will have to fill them up. Are you more of a hindrance than a help?" Lin Qiao had no choice but to agree. "All right, I understand." In the afternoon, Lin Qiao's work came to an end. Then, he brought the 2 little ones to the Wushan base. The circle of flat land at the foot of Mount Wu had almost been completely developed by Lu Jun and his men. The mountain was divided into 2 sides. One side was planted with a large number of fruit trees, and the other was used as a training camp for the zombie army. As for Erwang and the others, they would stay in the woods near the training camp when they had nothing to do. When Lin Qiao came over, they immediately smelled her scent. So, as soon as she arrived at the cabin, a large animal appeared. Dahe, come here." Before Lin Qiao called them, Ting Ting in her arms had already waved to Dahe, who was slipping over. Dahe, who was swimming, stopped, raised its head and looked at her, then lowered its head and slid toward them. "Mama, I want to sit on its back." Ting Ting looked up and said to Lin Xiao. Although Ting Ting was still very small, with a total height of less than 40 centimeters, it was really very short. Dahe, on the other hand, was very large. Its middle part was already thicker than a bucket, and its body length was nearly 100 meters. It didn't dare to come here by the small path, so it had to walk on the main road. Otherwise, the small path would be flattened by it. Therefore, it was completely possible for Ting Ting to sit on it. While Ting Ting was talking to Lin Xiao, Dahe had already swam to them. "Why do you like to sit on it? You can sit on Hua Hua or Wang." Lin Xiao looked at her son speechlessly. This child didn't like a fluffy mount but liked the smooth Dahe. Ting Ting seemed to be able to sense Lin Xiao's thoughts and said, "Because it's more comfortable to sit on Dahe." Lin Xiao was somewhat confused, so she put him on Dahe's back and let him sit on it. Although Ting Ting was short and couldn't walk, he could sit on Dahe's back steadily. But he could sit steadily on Dahe's back and wouldn't fall off at all. Judging from the fact that he could crawl around on the floor, he still had strong control over his body. But he just couldn't stand up, not knowing whether his legs were too soft or something else. As soon as these giant animals appeared, the surroundings immediately became crowded. The other two were a little closer to them. One was flying in the sky, and the other was looking at them from 20 or 30 meters away on the main road. "Come on, Wang, come here." After putting her son on Dahe's back, Lin Xiao turned and waved to Wang. After thinking for a while, she waved to the bigger dog dozens of meters away and said, "The one over there, come here too." The Tibetan Mastiff, which was as big as a buffalo, immediately stood up, and its curled tail immediately drooped down. It just looked at Lin Xiao quietly and didn't come directly. Seeing that it was still unwilling, Lin Xiao immediately pointed to Wang and said to the Tibetan Mastiff, "If you don't come here, I'll put it into the space." Woof! Hearing her words, the Tibetan Mastiff immediately barked at her. It seemed very dissatisfied. Lin Xiao waved to it and said, "You don't want to. Then why don't you come here?" This dog was more obedient than Wang. As soon as Lin Xiao said so, it immediately came to her slowly and unwillingly, step by step. When Wang saw it approaching, it hid behind Lin Xiao in fear. Lin Xiao patted its head and said, "Why are you hiding? Do you know what you've done? You dug such a big hole and asked someone to help you fill it. You're here to make trouble, right? It's fine if you dig it yourself, but why did you take it to dig it?" While scolding Wang, she glanced at the Tibetan Mastiff again. Woof! Wang immediately lowered its head and peeked at her from the corner of its eyes after being patted by her. Seeing her serious face, it immediately lowered its eyes again. Seeing that Wang had been hit, the Tibetan Mastiff stopped. It looked at Lin Xiao and then at Wang. Then it continued to walk slowly toward Lin Xiao. Chapter 1391. The Tibetan Mastiff was as big as a cow and covered with black fur. It walked over with an imposing manner. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't see its eyes, Lin Xiao tilted her head to the left and right, but she couldn't find its eyes and its bangs. She looked at it in confusion, pulled Wang out from behind her, and asked the Tibetan Mastiff, "Why do you like it so much? The two of you are of different species, right? Can you still sense the same kind?" The Tibetan Mastiff walked to a few meters in front of her and found a suitable place to sit down. It looked at Lin Xiao without saying a word. Although Lin Xiao didn't know how it saw her through its thick fur, she knew that it was looking at her. "Since you want to help, you can, but you can't be like it, digging a big hole. Can you please be gentle?" Lin Xiao said to the black Tibetan Mastiff. She suddenly looked around and said to Junjun, "Help me get a hoe." Lu Jun took the hoe from the door of the tool room and handed it to her. Lin Qiao said to the Tibetan Mastiff, "You do it. Watch how I dig. I didn't dig very deep, right? Like this. Dig it out and pat the soil to scatter it." Everyone was speechless. They couldn't react to the situation in front of them. Their boss was teaching a dog how to loosen the soil. The black Tibetan Mastiff looked at Lin Qiao's movements and looked at its claws. It stretched its sharp claws a few times and gently scratched the ground a few times. Although it was a little deeper than Lin Qiao's, it was much better than digging a deep hole in the ground like before. Then, it imitated Lin Qiao's actions and used its claws to poke and scatter the soil that was dug out. Yes, it used its claws to poke the soil. Alas, yes. That's it. That's right. The pit you dug before still needs me to help you bury it. Lin Qiao looked at its masterpiece and praised it with a smile. Wang, who was next to them, turned its head and looked at them. At this time, Tingting patted Dahe and slipped over from behind. He looked at the Tibetan Mastiff and said to Wang, "Look, it's much smarter than you. Hasn't your IQ awakened yet?" Wang only turned his head and looked at him blankly, not making a sound. At this time, Lin Qiao filled up the place that he had just dug and flattened it. Then he said to Wang and the black Tibetan Mastiff, "Come on, since you want to help so much, come with me." Everyone watched in confusion as Lin Qiao brought the two dogs to the mountain area that was about to be developed. Then they heard her say to the two dogs, "Come, come, come. Your claws are sharp. Dig up these trees and grass first. Then, slowly dig the soil. Remember, don't dig too deep." She pointed to the bushes and shrubs on the mountain forest. With a wave of her hand, she cut off a wave of vegetation and said to the two dogs, since these two liked to cause trouble so much, she would let them be more serious about it. Woof. Wang looked at Lin Qiao with a dumbfounded expression. Then, he jumped over and started cutting the plants with his claws. The black Tibetan Mastiff stood still. Lin Qiao looked at it and found that it was actually looking at the area of the forest. He was probably trying to measure the area that Lin Qiao was talking about. What is it doing? Lin Qiao looked at the big dog in confusion. Then, in the next second, she suddenly heard a series of barking sounds coming from the distance. The others also raised their heads and looked around. It's not going to summon a bunch of dogs, is it? Fox said with a bewildered expression. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard the sound of wind gradually coming from afar, followed by the smell of different mutant dogs. Lin Qiao, everyone, what was going on? Soon, after a while, mutated dogs began to jump out from all directions. There were all kinds of them. Some were big, some were small, some were long, some were short. Woof, 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 woof. A group of dogs appeared and stood at the edge of the field. They did not approach. They did not step into the crops, but sat on stones or trees. Lin Qiao looked at the black Tibetan Mastiff speechlessly. She didn't know what this guy wanted to do by summoning an army of dogs. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to invade my mountain? Among those dogs, there were high and low levels. The high ones were level 5, and there were two that were level 6 like the black Tibetan Mastiff. One was a Kunlun with 2 ears erect, and the other was a Labrador with 2 ears drooping. The black Tibetan Mastiff barked at the group of dogs again, woof woof. Then, the dogs from level 4 to level 6 all ran toward it, and they did not step into the field. Instead, they were like humans, jumping over from the field. But looking at their size, the largest of these dogs was only a little bigger than Wang. They were not as big as the black Tibetan Mastiff. The black Tibetan Mastiff was like the king of dogs in this group of dogs. Duan Wan appeared beside Lin Qiao and asked curiously, why did it summon so many of its kind? Only a small portion came over, and most of them were still watching from the outside. Lin Qiao shook his head and said, how would I know? I don't understand dog language. So, everyone quietly watched what this group of dogs was going to do. Then, they saw that the black Tibetan Mastiff actually commanded the dogs to line up and head toward the mountain that Lin Qiao pointed out to it. One by one, they used their claws to pluck the grass and cut down the trees. That's right, they lined up in a row. It was very neat, and the two level 6 dogs that came later supervised these level 4 and 5 dogs, while the black Tibetan Mastiff guided them from behind. This Tibetan Mastiff's IQ is higher than Erwang's. This ability to understand is really amazing. After seeing this scene, Duan Wan couldn't help but exclaim. Looking at these giant dogs that were the size of calves, all using their sharp claws to pluck the grass and cut down the trees. Soon, when they passed through the forest, a clean area was opened up. The grass that was plucked and the trees that were cut down fell to the ground. Then, the black Tibetan Mastiff called the low-level dogs behind him to drag the chopped-down plants into a pile. Then, a fire-type dog set fire to it. Very good, Lin Qiao didn't teach them what to do after that. The black Tibetan Mastiff had learned from the zombies, see, they are different from you. At this time, Lin Qiao turned his head and patted Erwang's head. He said in disdain. Erwang, Lu Jun and the others also came behind Lin Qiao at this time. Lin Qiao turned his head and said to them, see, this time is considered helping seriously. Lu Jun. These dogs have become demons, right? Chapter 1392. With the sudden addition of a large group of dogs, the progress of Lu Jun's land development accelerated a lot. Although these dogs didn't know how to do complicated things, they were very good at destroying the forest. The two level 6 dogs that followed the Tibetan Mastiffs were also very smart. Even among ordinary dogs, Kunlun dogs and Labrador dogs had high IQs. Not to mention now that they had grown to a mutated level 6, it was like they had really become spirits. The dogs on the mountain would cut down trees, burn wood, and loosen the soil. Then Lu Jun and the others would draw water from the pond to irrigate the land 3 times a day. After watering for a few days, they waited for the soil to cool down. When the water in the pond seeped into the ground, it would take a week or 2 for the land to be completely purified. Only then could the catnip seeds that Lin Wenwen brought back be planted. Because of Lin Qiao's diluted lake water, the nutrients of the land were not lost. Instead, it became more and more fertile. Therefore, they didn't have to worry about the seeds not being able to grow. After 2 hours of observation, they found that these dogs were very disciplined. With the 3 level 6 advanced mutated dogs watching over them, they wouldn't make trouble, so Lin Qiao let them be. He took Tingting and Wu Yueling back to the base. Not long after sitting down, he saw Xie Dong come back. How's the situation? Lin Qiao asked when he saw him come in. Xie Dong nodded and said, Sikong Chen sent people to guard the place, but they haven't started yet. And he also received news that Haiqing has cleared the batch of virus drugs. He's about to vomit blood. Saying that, a very faint smile appeared on his face. Since he was betrayed by his teammates, died, became a zombie, and was betrayed by the woman he fell in love with, he rarely showed a smile. Following Lin Qiao, the expression on his face had always been indifferent, as if nothing had changed, and his presence was very low. He didn't know if it was because he took over the task of collecting intelligence for Lin Qiao that he deliberately reduced his presence, or if he didn't want to show himself. Hearing his words, Lin Qiao laughed, oh, Haiqing cleaned up his spies, he will definitely receive the news. Because Wu Qingyue doesn't seem to intend to hide this matter, maybe he also wants to give him a surprise. It seems that he is very surprised. This was the second time he was about to vomit blood. There would probably be a third time soon. At this time, in the leader's office in China, Xikong Chen's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He glared at Wei Haichao and Han Xiao, and said angrily, "What's going on? Why did Wu Qingyue suddenly receive the news?" Moreover, he had even obtained the name list. How did he know? He stared at the two of them, his eyes revealing a cold suspicion. Such a detailed plan was actually discovered by the other party just as they were about to take action. Wu Qingyue had clearly spent so much time setting it up, but he hadn't noticed it at all. How did he suddenly discover it now? What was even more bizarre was that the other party had even obtained the name list of those who had taken the virus. Every single one of them had been eliminated, and his plan had come to a premature end. So, if it wasn't for someone leaking the news, it would have been impossible. He didn't believe it. Wei Haichao and Han Zhao's faces turned gloomy and sullen when they were stared at by Xikong Chen's suspicious and cold gaze. In such a situation, people of their status would definitely not defend themselves anymore. So, they could only silently bear the anger of their boss. Even if Xikong Chen suspected them, they wouldn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. After all, the two of them were also suspecting whether it was their own people who leaked it. But if it wasn't their own people, then how did others sneak in to inquire about the news? Xikong Chen looked at them coldly and said again, "Don't you have anything to say?" He had no idea that this matter was actually not leaked by someone else. Wei Haichao didn't speak, and Xikong Chen turned his head to stare at Han Xiao. Han Xiao was the manager of the entire intelligence and information system in the base. He knew everything. And for such a confidential matter, he was also responsible for keeping it confidential. So, he also had the responsibility for the leak of confidential information. After Han Xiao felt his gaze, he immediately raised his head, puffed out his chest and said, "I will give you an answer on this matter in 3 days." Xikong Chen took a deep breath, closed his eyes and was quiet for a few seconds. After suppressing the indistinct blue veins on his forehead, he said, "Very well, then I will give you 3 days. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer in 3 days, then you can do as you see fit." Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He turned around and left. Before leaving, he glanced at Wei Haichao next to him and didn't say anything before walking out. Wei Haichao was glanced at by him, and his eyes darkened. Then, he looked at Xikong Chen without changing his expression and said, "Maybe it wasn't our own people who leaked it. Now that the woman from the Universal Base has come back in advance, and look at the time when Sea City wiped out our plan. Isn't it the second day after our weapons base was attacked? That woman must have come to our base." Xikong Chen's expression changed slightly. Then, he suddenly remembered the woman's untraceable movement technique at the Universal Base. The next second, he gritted his teeth and said, "You suspect that it was that woman who took the information from me?" "That's my guess. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental?" That woman had just returned to her base and Sea City could quickly set up a comprehensive arrest the next afternoon. And after that woman went back, Wu Qingyue still stayed in the Universal Base. I think it's very likely that he got the information from that woman and then quickly returned to his base to deal with it. Listening to his analysis, Xikong Chen's face turned gloomy as he began to ponder. It seemed that Wei Haichao was right. The time that woman went back was too coincidental. And before she went back, Wu Qingyue was still in her base. Why did Wu Qingyue suddenly run back to Sea City as soon as she went back? There must be something wrong with this. Thinking about the cause and effect, the more he thought about it, the more likely it was. At this time, Wei Haichao spoke again, Also, hasn't this list been with you? It hasn't been passed to us. So why are you suspecting us? They don't have this list in their hands, so you shouldn't be suspecting them. Also, aren't these plans and blueprints all kept by you? You didn't keep them well, yet you want to blame us. However, he didn't dare to say this out loud. Otherwise, it might not be a good thing to make the other party angry. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.